Hello everyone and welcome to another day of All Creator Live, and I am back playing more Palworld. Well, it's not another day, it's just later on in the same day as I played Genshin Impact earlier. And the funny thing is the funny thing is that when I stopped playing Genshin Impact, it was mostly because it was lunchtime and I was starting to get hungry. So I made myself a nice big burger. Since we didn't have to go on our trip this year, I had a lot of money, so I bought like a bunch of stuff for my vacation, and I bought like a nice big pack of burgers. So expensive these days, gah. But they're really good. Their name brand, like I can't even remember the brand, but it's one of the more expensive ones. You know, I treat myself since I had such an excess of money. I'd been saving the money up for so long that I was expecting, you know, because we usually go on a nice trip for our vacation, mostly for my nephew's birthday. But this year he really didn't want to go anywhere. He really wanted to stay home, and we were all like, well, okay. I mean, it is your birthday, so. But, you know, it opened up a lot of money for his mom, me, and April. And we kind of stocked up on a lot of groceries. And me in particular, I was able to purchase some stuff that I mostly wanted for my vacation because I wanted to have a nice vacation and I wanted to have some really nice food. And I've forgotten how good beef can taste because I've been having like generic for so long. And it was so good that I ended up falling asleep, is what I'm getting at. I want to make sure everybody understands this isn't something that I do all the damn time, you know? I don't want people to think, oh, Jason just has these kinds of delicious things all the time. Why would this be any different? It's different because I don't usually get to have nice things. So, being so full for the first time in a while, my body just shut down and it was like, all right, it's sleep time. So I stopped playing Genshin Impact at around like 1, somewhere between 12 and 1, and I got done making my food by 2, and like not even a half hour after I finished eating it, I just went straight to sleep, and I slept all the way until like just a couple minutes ago. I did want to play a little bit of Palworld like sometime in the afternoon when I usually play, when I usually do a stream at like 5 or whatever, but I'm on vacation. I already told you guys this, I'm not going to have the usual schedule, so I wasn't really that, upset that I did not stay awake. Moreover, that I don't know if anyone's going to be tuning in, because this is a time when I definitely usually don't stream. Like last year when I was on vacation, I was streaming like early in the morning, but that was at around like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning when I usually be waking up to go to work or log in for work. But like 11 is... yeah, that's typically I'm supposed to be sleeping right now. I usually sleep right now, but I ended up falling asleep because my lunch was so good, I guess you could say. And I got some pretty good sleep. So, as you can already tell, I'm up, I'm alert. It's technically morning for me and my brain. We're like, yeah, let's go. But this is also why when I do have my schedule, I don't go to sleep immediately after I get done with work, because I'll usually get done work between 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, which is around like, I know I went to bed at around 3 maybe, but that's kind of close to when I get done working. And this is what happens when I go to sleep. So around the same time that I end up getting done with work, because then I wake up like 4 or 5 hours later and it's like 11 o'clock and I still have 11, 12, 13, 11, 12, 2, around 3 or 4 hours before I have to get started with work. And what the hell? I don't usually do anything when I'm supposed to be going into work because I don't want to get caught up in something and then end up looking at the time and saying, oh shit, I gotta be to work. You know, I hate that feeling. I hate the feeling of enjoying something and then in the back of my brain I'm like, you've got to be somewhere, don't you? And it just annoys the hell out of me. That's why I usually like playing games and doing stuff after I'm done with work, and why I don't like doing anything before I have to work. I like waking up, getting clean, getting dressed, going to work. That's what I do, because that nagging feeling in the back of my head that you have to be somewhere just ruins anything that I try to do. I try to watch a TV show or a series on streaming service. That nagging thing in the back of my head is going to make it impossible for me to concentrate on what it is I'm watching. Try to play a video game, especially with the games that I play, that I get so freaking addicted to and I lose track of time. That would definitely make me late for work, you know? And even if it didn't make me late for work, I would like either have a hard time concentrating on a fight or something and I'd keep losing and I get pissed, and then before I know it, it's time to go to work and I'm pissed off, and that's not good, you know? So yeah, this is why I usually have my streaming schedule the way that I do, because if I had it at any other time, I would completely ruin my day. So yeah, to those who can't really sync up their schedules with mine when I do have my schedules when I go back into work, I do apologize. I really wish there was some way that I could just, you know, stream all the time, but yeah. That's exactly what I was just now talking about, Bryce. The fact that it's weird that I don't have a schedule to follow, but I was mostly apologizing to those who try to catch my stream but can't because it's at unusual hours. When I do have a schedule, it's because this is the way my schedule has to be, otherwise I kind of screw up my whole day, you know? I'd love to be able to stream whenever I want to, because being able to stream like this is way more freeing, and to be honest, I get more sleep. I was surprised that after I was just talking about this, Bryce, but since you just popped in, I'm surprised that I fell asleep immediately after eating lunch today, but I haven't had a nice juicy burger, so it kind of made me sleepy, and I woke up just a little while ago. I was planning to try and stream around my usual time after getting done with Genshin, but I don't know, I just couldn't stay awake. It was like around somewhere between 2 and 3, and I was like, oh, I don't think I'm going to be able to stay awake. I could take a nap, and then I ended up sleeping till 11. But it's okay, because I'm on vacation, so just a little heads up to everyone. This is just how it's going to be on my vacation. I'm going to be streaming when I want, whatever I want. That's just how it should be. But yeah, how has your day been, Bryce? I hope you've been having a good one. All right, let's get into the game here. 317 days. Some of the days I'm pretty sure I wasted just sitting around because of going to the bathroom and stuff. They don't really have a pause in this game, so. All right, everybody's up and at 'em, getting ready for a nice long day of doing stuff on the base. They've got lots of food. Let's see if we could pull... let's see if I could get started on some minestrone for them. 143. That's not bad. Alright, they can work on that to their leisure. Oh, last time I played, I made a medical base. A little clinic. I also put one in my main base because they get raids often. So, whenever someone gets incapacitated, Jesus, I was just running. Like, I gotta be somewhere. It's like that stereotype anime girl late for school kind of thing. Alright, you got done. Good job. Can I make more? Can I you know what? I should try and make some plasteel now. Oh, right, I don't have a lot of crude oil.
Bryce Campbell said, "Today was weird for me today too. I did trounce domains for the first time in afternoon stream, which is going to make me wait a day or two before my resin available in the morning again."
Oh, yeah. I've only really done trounce domains when I have to work on a character. Like when I was working with Movuika, I was doing some trounce domains off stream a couple months ago. And sometimes people can be so fucking rude. Because to make things go faster, I will just play with randoms. But some people can be so damn rude.
Vampiric Fox said, "I just saw the notification I received minutes ago."
Yo, Vampiric Fox. Well, it's good you received it a couple minutes ago. That's actually pretty early for you to receive a notification. You usually get my notifications like a whole day after I'm done streaming. But yeah, awesome. It's good to have you here. And, you know,
Bryce Campbell said,
it's such a weird hour for me to be streaming.
"Balanced my checkbook tonight and I'm now just relaxing."
Oh, good. It's always good to get that kind of thing out of the way. So I'm looking to get some crude oil because I want to start production on plasteel. I'm looking for that thing that's supposed to extract the crude oil. I want to unlock it today. But of course I'm going to have to hunt down some stuff first to get technology points. I just want to see where it is.
LOL, especially community posts.
Yes, especially the community posts. Oh, I already have it unlocked. Okay, cool. Equipment required to extract crude oil from oil fields requires a power supply to operate. So, if I was to, like, place down a power supply, I know that they don't last long outside of a base, but could I at least do that? Could I place down a power supply and crude oil extractor and still get crude oil out of it? Because I could bring Beaky on with me and have them charge the power supply. But I don't know if I can build them outside of the base. I don't think I can. Damn it, this is so annoying having to deal with this crude oil situation. Yeah, no, you can't build stuff outside of the base. Damn it. I guess the other way I could get crude oil is by buying it. I don't know of anyone... Oh, wait. I could go to each one of the...
They need to be built in a base, but yes, you can.
Nah, I don't think that'd be possible. Especially if I can't be building them in a base. So I'd have to have a base over top of a crude oil deposit. I want my new base to be in the Feywild, or in the whatever it's called, the island I'm still exploring over here. I want to build it somewhere around here, somewhere nice. But I also want it to have a crude oil thing. I know that's not what I'm going to be working on, but for now, I'm just going to try to find places where I can buy crude oil, because this is ridiculous with the crude oil situation. But yeah, Vampiric Fox, I'm going to be streaming Palworld for a while today because I just woke up, so
Vampiric Fox said. A level later and you can unlock an ancient tech that lets you extract oil anywhere, but it's not as efficient.
Oh, well, still, it's way better than not having any option. Well, a while later, how much? I'm a little 60 something now. Maybe I can do it pretty soon. No.
Vampiric Fox said. You can't buy oil from a merchant, but you can invade the oil rigs for a decent amount.
Ooh, alright. We might do that today then. Damn, that sucks. Oh, here. High pressure crude oil extractor. A device that pumps and extracts crude oil from deep underground. It can produce crude oil even in areas without oil fields, but it can only be placed on open ground with no structures beneath it.
It's just the next level after the regular one.
Yeah, you're right. Here it is. I found it. It requires a far greater supply of electricity than the crude oil extractor. I don't have a problem with that. Okay, so we're definitely unlocking this. How much does it, what does it cost? Alright, PAL metal ingot, circuit board, bio battery. That's probably the only thing I'd have a problem with getting. Bio battery. Where is that? Do I have it unlocked? It has to be somewhere around an area I've already gone past, so... Oh, there it is. Yeah, I have to unlock this. Alright, so let's go hunt down something and get some technology points.
LOL, I typed and sent that before you found it, LOL.
I know. You know, I was looking in the settings on YouTube to try and find a way to, you know, make the stream one-to-one with what you guys type, and there is a way for me to do that right now without being partnered or anything. And the problem is it involves lowering the latency, and that's gonna make the stream look like crap for you guys.
Or rather, before my end of YouTube showed me you found it, can't forget about the delays, Roflo.
Right. So there would be a way for it to be more in sync with what you guys say, but the stream would look terrible. It'd be very fuzzy, and I don't want to do that to you guys. I want everything to look nice. I don't want there to be pixels all over your screen. I know you two specifically probably don't have a problem with that, but I'm thinking more along the lines of people who will be watching in the archives, you know? Because I know for a fact that I really don't like watching low latency videos, like the 480p videos and stuff like that. They do kind of irk me a little bit. Especially when you can't read what's on the screen, and there's a lot of tiny text when you're playing Palworld. I was about to say Talworld. Talworld. See Towley from South Park show up. Hey guys. How's it going? Are we catching pals or what?
Vampiric Fox said.
Alright, I got a warp.
Yeah, I get it.
So yeah, at this moment, that seems to be the only way that I would be capable of giving you guys a good experience. So where am I going to be hunting pals today? And bounties. I already did everything at the volcano last time, which was a lot of fun. I thought it was going to be murder, but with my new kit and the buffs to the weatherproofing, whatever this is called. What is this accessory? Multi-climate undershirt. With the buffs to the multi-climate undershirt, I'm able to handle any kind of weather now, so it wasn't that bad. I did catch on fire once or twice, but I didn't die, so All right, we got an oil rig right there, but obviously I'm not going to get technology points for fighting an oil rig. I've got to find... Oh, cool. It's one right next to the Verdash boss. Let's explore this area around here. Go hunting for pals on that island. We'll do Verdash first since he's right next to a... Huh? Oh, I wasn't in fast travel. Oh, I forgot to... Almost forgot to turn on my on-air sign. Della and April, my sisters, have been popping into my room unannounced occasionally because we're kind of vying for control of my Crunchyroll account at the moment. Because we both have shows, because my oldest sister's on vacation right now too, and we're both kind of trying to catch up on shows that we haven't been able to watch. So I pay for the bare minimum of Crunchyroll, and of course it doesn't allow you to stream to multiple devices. So whenever she's done watching her stuff, she comes in to tell me, and whenever I get done watching my stuff, I go in to tell her. All right, this probably isn't going to take long at all. Yeah, especially at level 35. So I bet I could take them on all by myself. All by myself. Ooh. You know what? This doesn't seem fair. Let me fight him with the sword. Just walking towards a wall. All right, that's an option, I guess. I could take that. You gotta hit me with something stronger. Adorable fluffy rabbit. Bye. Well, he got rid of my shield. That's I guess that's an accomplishment. Alright, so oh, okay, I was gonna say I forget. Does it kick you out or do you have to find an exit? So that was one technology point, I'm guessing. Oh no, you don't get technology points for beating bosses. What do you get them for again? Is it bounties? I remember you get technology points for beating something. Was it technology points for bounties? Or is it just for finding the waypoints? Because, I mean, I could do that, but at the same time, it's like... It's going to take a bit of footwork. Well, we got a bounty over there. I could try finding out by kicking his butt. Oh, no, we got these two over here. Oh, I remember these two. I got into a fight that was so awkward with these two that they ended up triggering a fight with a pal that, I don't know, it had a laser beam that completely destroyed me. I'm not afraid of anything around here now, so I shouldn't have to worry about laser beams. I gotta watch it when I'm running around on Roadrunner because while he's doing the running animation, he can hurt pals. And that causes them to want to fight me.
I got tons by all the dungeon running I did. There is also some pals you can breed and butcher for tech points.
Oh wait, you can go through dungeons and get technology points? Oh, that's sweet. I don't remember that being a thing. So we might do that if I get rid of these bounties And that doesn't work. Wait, let me read what you said again. It's also some pals you can breed. And butcher for tech points? Huh? Ugh. I don't like that idea. But yeah, if I don't get anything for beating up these bounties, then that's what we can do. We can... Oh, you must be the one that had the laser beam that killed me. Ah. Well, we got it. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I forgot they blow up. I don't know why I forgot that. That's their thing. Okay, well, we got them. Oh, that's how you get ancient technology points. I like how these two didn't even bother fighting, even though... Oh, shit, I'm on fire. I like how these two didn't even bother fighting, even though, oh, man, Roadrunner got blown up. Even though they were, like, right here in the splash zone of violence. It's like they see it all the time.
Roadrunner should have been given the same design as the one from the Coyote vs Roadrunner cartoons.
I think he looks a lot like the Roadrunner from the Roadrunner cartoons. There should be a variant though. There should be one that's blue and purple. The night version. Yeah, that's right. Aren't the night variants of PALs typically like darker colors like black and purple and bluish? So yeah, like Nox, that's the word. So what is he? What is Roadrunner? I forgot now. I gave him the name Roadrunner and I forgot the pal's name. Desmu, that's it. So Desmu Nox would probably look like the actual Roadrunner. If they had it. I'm pretty sure they don't. But yeah, you get technology points from bounties. So it's not the same thing. So yeah, we'll go through a dungeon and unlock some technology points that way. So I'm kind of glad that I've been... I'm kind of glad that I've been keeping track of dungeons this entire time. So it shouldn't be hard for me to find one. There's one right there. I go warp to it once I get to the waypoint up here. But now I don't have Desmu. So let's just head back to the base so I can recover Desmu first. I need him. He's my quick man. Oh, now that I remember the pal's name, I'm going to accidentally say that instead of Roadrunner. That's how I am with names. I'm not good with names. Part of me thinks I'm not good with names because I don't like labels. I've never liked labels. Ever since I was a kid, I've always thought that, like, titles and authoritative positions were all fucking bullshit. And I realize it's kind of... Wait, is this a new PAL? Oh no, this is just a different color of the one PAL. Do I have it, though? Let's find out. One. Ooh. Oh, I don't. This is a new variant, but technically a new PAL. Alright, Verdash. You ready to beat some ass? Some sleepy ass? Hit him! Get in that orb. Oh shit. I forgot that happens when they're asleep. They have their guard down so they don't do squat. Go ahead and hit me. Watch Verdash kick your butt. Whoa, whoa, don't knock him off the cliff. We won't be able to There you go. Yeah, I love how there's like a flash of light before the laser comes out, as if it's the Holy Spirit taking out the casting the enemy down. Uh-oh. Oh no. You know, I didn't even think about this. I got started setting up to stream once I woke up. I forgot to go to the bathroom. So I head back to my base. Ooh, there's a lift monk effigy up there. Then I'll go on break real quick because I feel it rumbling. That burger that I had several hours ago is trying to get out now. Where's the waypoint? There it is. Oh, I should probably have pulled Verdash back. It's funny when you when the pals spawn in when they're supposed to be asleep. So they do the sleeping animation. It looks like they're just passing out. Like those two over there. They're like, oh yeah, we're supposed to be asleep.
Bryce Campbell said they should have done something like SMT, how catching duplicates levels up the copy you have and makes it an instant capture.
No, I'm kind of glad that they do it the way that they do in this game, because whenever you catch a new variant, when you catch 5 of a new variant, you get what's known as a Meemog effigy, and that helps increase your speed. So new variants, while they might be the same pals, they still count as different pals, so you can still get a Meemog effigy off of them. Just beating the crap out of the rock there. Shooting a laser at a stone. Alright, so say if I were to catch one more of that new variant, it would reward me with a Meemog effigy. And then I could use that to increase my speed. Oh, we must have hit a tree and toppled it over. That laser's got some range. But yeah, I do get what you're saying, Bryce. In most games, that would make a lot of sense, you know? It's just a different color. It's not technically a new pal. It's just a different color. And it used to be like that until the 1.0 update, is that it would treat it the same as any other pal. But I'm kind of glad that they treat it as a different pal now, because, you know, the whole Meemog thing I told you about. That's also a new thing that they added in 1.0, by the way, the Meemog stuff. Alright, so let's put Roadrunner in the pal box. They need to recover. It's going to take about 10 minutes, but I need to use the bathroom anyway, so I'll leave you guys with some music, and I will be back in about 15-20 minutes.
All creator said. Hello everyone, I hope you're enjoying the music. If you're watching in the archives now would be a great time to leave a like.
Alright, I'm back. Okay. Whoa. Whoa! Oh, I love that. The chank of this game can be so funny sometimes. I realize that when you're dealing with a game where you can freely craft whatever you want and build stuff however you want, there's going to be jank. But a lot of people don't understand that. Some people would see something like that and be like, this game's stupid, look at that. And I'm like, dude, what do you expect? If you're crafting stuff in a game and the game doesn't know how you're going to be crafting stuff, it's not like it can predict it. The NPCs in the game are going to be acting weird, you know? Because you're going to be building stuff in ways that they don't understand or they don't see coming, you know? They can't really predict how you're going to build stuff. I also leveled up, apparently. Since attack is at max, I've been working on increasing my stamina instead. I also have new things to build. Oh, right, Okay, so we're looking for technology points to unlock the bio battery. Just had to remind myself. You know what? Let's look at the caves that are close by here. I'm pretty sure that they'd be worth exploring more than... Ah, there we go. There's one really close to where I'm at. They'd be worth exploring more than one of the early stage dungeons. Because I could save them for when I literally do need technology points. But yeah, I built a few of those around certain places in my base, and that should be able to get me some crude oil. Not a lot, and it's going to take up a lot of energy, so I'm going to have to build more... build more of the... whatever, the electrical thingies, whatever they're called, I forget. But that should be fine. I've got plenty of space to do that.
They should put hip into this game designed to be accurate to how they were believed to appear in Egyptian mythology.
Maybe, maybe. Oh, look, he's so happy. I'm glad I don't have to shoot him. There's the dungeon. Oh, shit, and it had an effigy next to it. I didn't realize. Oh, that's what I need to do. I need to remind myself that I have to... use all of my effigies. Oh, how are you guys? Oh, I'm full on. I'll full up on you. So there's a dungeon. Oh, there it is. Nice, thanks. And here it is. All right, let's go. Oh, wait. 45? I'll be good. It'll be okay. Into the dungeon. Ew. Greasy. Bring out Suzuku here. Should do a good job. Oh, I don't have all of the Tombats? God, I thought I was full up on Tombat. Hey, who's attacking them? Those are mine. Leave them alone. Why you? Darn. I'd have all of the Tombat now if that jerk didn't kill the one. I don't even know why I did it either. They weren't fighting when we got in here. Oh, right. Mushrooms are things I need. So I'll keep an eye out for them while I'm exploring this dungeon. Can't believe it. Ruined my chance at maxing combat. So one lonely torch over there. I take torches for granted now, but that's only because I have this hip lantern. Ooh, you're big. And it's a different variant. It's probably new. Yay. Got your butt. Hi. We're fine. Kick his butt. Oh, I hit something else. Oh, it's the rock behind him. Okay. Oh, now that I've gone to the bathroom, my stomach's getting hungry. I've got some bacon bits here I'm going to snack on. I know it's not good to eat bacon bits by themselves. It's the salad topping. It's not the real bacon bits. If you're thinking it's those, no, it's the crunchy stuff that's used in salad toppings. I like eating it by itself. And I know I shouldn't because it's probably very salty and not good for me, but I can't help myself. If anything, it's not good for my mouth because... Oh, hello. Yes, I will take this one. There are two of them. Yes, I'll take both. Oh shit, those were... Oh well. I didn't mean to use both of my oh well. My rainbow orbs, oh well. At least we didn't have to fight, right, Verdash? I thought I swapped to blue. But it's okay. It's not like I'm going to be encountering anything that's going to require them in this place. Broken boat. Ingredients. Well, that's all that's over there. Let's go the other way now. Oh, fishing. Hold up. One of those. I like how mercy hit is considered a bad thing. I don't consider it a bad thing. However, it will dictate whether or not you want to keep something in your party. Because there are some pals you just want to be able to destroy what you're looking at. Juliet. Blah, 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 blah. Oh shit, we're at the end already? Oh damn. A very short dungeon. Oh, chill, it's the boss here. Hello. Alright, fuck. Actually, yeah, we don't need it, so I may as well just nuke them. There's another one? Where? Oh, it fell. Either that or it spawned underground or something. Oh, there it is. Hello, welcome. He's taunting.
Bro, you have lots of moderators.
Yeah, I reward people who have been in my stream for a year. And Bryce and Vampiric Fox are regulars, so they both have earned mod status. But in total, I think I have like 10 mods. And comparatively to others, I don't really have that many. It's just I don't really have too many people tuning in that stick around for that long, I guess is what I'm saying. That's a little bit sad on my end, but still.
Palworld is also a gacha game.
Palworld is also a gacha game in a sense, except you don't spend real world money to catch the things.
Bryce Campbell said, "No, it's not a gacha, thankfully."
It's not a gacha in the sense that you don't spend real money, but it's a gacha in a sense where you collect creatures. You collect things. Yeah. I guess you could consider Pokemon a gacha in that sense. But I understand what both of you are saying, where it's a game that you spend money in real life money. Alright, so beating that boss should have gotten me the technology points. It did! Whoa, you get 6 for each dungeon? That's a lot. That's way more than it used to be. That's awesome. Unless I leveled up. Yes, basically Pokemon with guns. You're right, Z. You're right, Z. Also, welcome back, Z. It's good to see you again. I think I might have leveled up. Wait, where did it get? Oh, right. I forgot to put Desmu back in my party. I think that could be why I got the technology points, because I leveled up. Well, either way, I've got technology points now, so I can head back to the... I can head back home.
Bryce Campbell said, SMT could be considered a gacha at that rate too, since you recruit demons to your side.
Yeah, I don't remember what SMT stands for.
Yes, I'm back.
Bryce, what's SMT stand for again? I hear S and M, I think of Super Mario, so my brain's like Super Mario Tournament. Here, getting one of these. This is a new pal I don't have that many of, so if I could catch it, that'd be great. Alright, well, we're using my Ultra Balls. Ultra Spheres. Ultra Orbs. Alright, that's 3. 2 more, and I get a Meemog. Got a jump pad over here. I can use that. Ooh. And I want an egg.
Shin Megami Tensei is the precursor to Persona and Devil Summoner.
Right. Ooh. A predator pal out of nowhere. Alright, sure, why not? I can't catch a pet predator pal, so... Fight! Just gonna have to accidentally, or not accidentally, I'm gonna have to kill this. Well, never mind. Suzuku took care of it. Get it! Its friends rolling down the hill. Oh, you run from us. Hi. No witnesses. No evidence, no witnesses. I did nothing wrong. Another one! I'm just going to say it right now. They've made Predator Pals so much easier since they did the update in 1.0. Easier to find and easier to... Oh shit, what? I blasted it. It didn't do crap. Unless that's the dead body. No, it's asleep. Hi. Frieza? We do have a pal that looks a little bit like Frieza. It looks more like Mewtwo, to be honest, but Mewtwo and Frieza both share similarities, so... Whoa, they got rid of Suzuku. They killed Suzuku. Wow. They're a little stronger than I thought they were. Oh, that one was. I think that one was like a level 43. I think the other one was a level 45 or 35. All right. So now we got to bring back in Desmu and... Oh, right. We got this Tombat. Wait, what does Tombat do in the party? When activated, uses ultrasonic waves to detect nearby dungeons, treasure chests, and scrap. Oh, so having a Tombat on the team would be a great way to find stuff to mark down on your map. That's cool. I gotta keep that in mind. I might want to do that in the future. But as it stands, I'm not in need of something like that yet. Hey there. I keep forgetting her name. I think it's Sekhmet. Like the actual ancient Egyptian god, because Anubis is named after Anubis. So... Oh, look at how she carries stuff. She tosses it in the air so casually. Just skipping along while transporting it. That's great. Oh boy, I've got a bunch of stuff to put away. Especially the mushrooms. I need to save them for medicine. Uh-oh. Ah! Man, sorry. I was trying to hit the mute button, I was. It's no fun having violent sneezes. Oh. Well, then maybe I'll put the mushrooms in this medical chest. What? It's a medical chest. Just other consumables? That's it? That's silly. So you can literally only put like medicine in here and that's it. Not medicine ingredients or anything like that. All right. Fine, I'll make medicine or something. Or should I? Yeah. Oh, wait. There. I could put them in the medical. These. I could put this in here. What? Come on, please. No. It's other consumables. Yeah. What's going on here? Why can't I put anything inside of you? This is crazy. I can't put anything in here. Why not? That is an other consumable. Let's put it up here in my house. In my bedroom, then. Sakma dancing on the stairs. There. I don't get it. But whatever, I guess. I know I can't put this in there, because it's PAL materials, but still don't make no sense. Got all kinds of food. Oof. My arm. Whoa, whoop, whoop. Okay, I was to say. Here you go. He gets so happy. The others don't want to stand still long enough for me to feed them. There we go. Whoa! It's just like a shark. You're just sitting around here so I can feed you. It's the same animation. Beaky on. All right. My throat's still a little sore from sneezing earlier. I should get a drink. I sneezed and everyone left. Oh, research is done. I was wondering why they stopped. Alright, let's see here. It was mining, right? Yeah. Oh, yes, definitely work on this. Definitely. That will be helpful. Yeah, we can go down that chain. I am so happy that I started doing the research. And then we can go further down. Yes. So we could start getting more crude oil this way to help out with the crude oil production, because it's going to be a necessity to future endeavors. So I take it once they're done with something, they automatically stop working on it. That's nice, but in some cases, I don't like that idea. I can take you off of here for now, but I'm going to need you for plasteel later. Alright, oh right, I was still putting stuff away. I got distracted by the... what's it called? Training thing. What? I don't think that's what it's called. I'm gonna call it that because I can't remember the name now. Oh, right. I was like, I know there's a treasure chest that has everything. Keep forgetting that's a thing in my base. Come on. I know there was somewhere I was putting the flowers. Damn, I can't remember now. Ah, well. I guess I'll put it in the fridge. Since I can't put it in the medical box for some reason. Why not? Oh, because it's PAL materials. That's right, I have a box for PAL materials. It's down here. I can put it in there. That's where I was putting the flowers. Okay, alright. Yeah. I just didn't have a yellow one in there. Now, what is this? It's other consumables. So I would technically be able to put this on the medical bay shelf if it would let me. What does this do? Slab depicting Bellinor Libero. Oh, it's to summon a thing. Okay. I don't think I have any room in. Got all these schematics here I don't need to have in here. Oh, because it's other consumables, right. Fuck. Just put that back in there then. Oh my god. This is other consumables. No, it's not. Damn it. Is this? No. I do have to put this in here. I gotta figure out what to do with the gunpowder, cause... Or not the gunpowder. I gotta figure out what to do with the schematics. I mean, I'm probably gonna end up selling them. I have a lot of things to sell. Okay, then. It looks like it's going in my special area. My special box in my room. I mean, it is technically a hard thing to find, so... I'm just wondering if I have it set to... Yes, I have it set for other consumables. Well, well, well. Well, well, welly, well, well, well. And I guess I... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let go of the stairs. Let go of them stairs. I could put the gunpowder in the production materials section, because I'm pretty sure that's... Exploring the 3rd floor now. Interesting. They never used to go up there. Yes, I do have gunpowder in here already, thank goodness. I was worried that I was losing track of where I had everything. Oh. I put my money in the thing again.
What?
Alright, so we have the technology points. We can unlock the crude oil, or the biofuel. Vegetable cake? Nah. What the heck kind of breeding would that uncover? Hippie babies, yeah. I'm looking at what it's required to make this. And I got it. I can make it. I'm just trying to remember. You know what? I could just look. It was right next to where I was looking. I don't know why I didn't bother going over one. No, it's not this one. It's the technological one. The advanced one. There it is. So, oh my god, I'm gonna need 50 though. Woo, oof. Okay, well, it looks like we're going to have to make a lot of the biofuel. Kaha. We also need circuit boards. I want to make at least 2 of these. So 100 biofuel and 100 circuit boards is going to be pretty expensive. I want to say it like Mr. Dink every time I say really expensive. But I don't do a very good Mr. Dink impersonation. I've tried. Trust me, it's not that great. Oh, see, that's what I was thinking. Because pure quartz, I had a feeling this was going to be the more difficult thing to make because of the pure quartz. Polymer, I don't think is... Yeah, I'm good on polymer. Well, let's get started making as many of these as I can. And we'll go out and farm a bunch of pure quartz. Do I have the quartz mining facility? Is that a thing? I don't. It is. But I don't have it unlocked. Oh, silly me. There, now I do. But you need 100 pure quartz just... we'll build it on my other base, the one that's making me stone, the one that's creating stone for me. Maybe I should make it on this base because, let me see, what do we got cooking here? That I think is stone. No, that's ore. This is coal. And this is sulfur. But we're kind of okay on ore, so maybe I could just destroy this one. Let me go look at my other base. I don't want to get rid of the ore production and then need ore sometime in the future. Huh. I always have a hard time finding it. There we are. There it is. There it goes. There it be. You're free now. I think the salad's done. I'll give you more salad to make. How's that sound? It's not much, but it's something. Alright, yeah, I destroyed the ore production over here. So there isn't any ore. They're working on stone and sulfur. So maybe I should have them make the quartz. The problem is I don't want them get started on quartz and then just not want to make stone, you know? Wait, where is the quartz pit? There it is. Whoa. 10 ancient... Oh, I have it at my other base. Alright, let's go find some pure quartz. I know there's some near my base, at the other base. And it is all kind of located up there. I passed some while I was going to the dungeon. Well, it shouldn't be hard to find, it's just... 100 is a lot to carry. I don't know. If I'll be able to carry it all. Beep, beep, boop, bop, boop, beep, bop, bip, boop, bop, boop, beep, bop, bip, boop. One more, and we should be good. I'm not good at that slide move. It's because sliding in the console version of Palworld is you have to hold down a button to do it. So it's not as easy to pull off. Yeah, this is gonna make me overweight a bit. Not by much, but I'm not able to run. So this is gonna be a bit of a trek. But at least it's not as bad as it used to be. It used to be if you're like just a little bit, you're like 1 point over the threshold, you're moving as slow as a turtle. But it only gets to that point now when you've got, I think I want to say 300 extra pounds on you. I don't know. I've never tried to reach my limit after 1.0 to test that theory. Oh, right. I have to make the base. Let's put some pure quartz in here just so that everybody knows where it goes, you know? Well, we already had some in there, so that's totally fine. All right, and then we're going to... Oh, the ancient technology. Right. It's down here. It's in the box down here. I was wondering why there was a reason I was working towards doing better in mining. I was thinking it was because of ore production, but I see now I was going towards oil production, and that was smart of me. Very smart. Past Jason was very smart. I don't need that many, but I need some. Whoa. I hit the button as if I'm going to take half of it. Like I'm playing No Man's Sky. Alright, I got a new thing of ore production for you guys to work on. I hope you'll be okay with that. Don't be too mad at me. I know you all are working very hard, but this is also another very important thing we need for the base. So, sorry in advance. I do find it funny that this is the more outdoorsy base, where it feels like it's more one with nature. And everybody here likes eating salad. I'm half tempted to call this base the hippie base. Rename it hippie base. Because they enjoy salad so much. And hippies are cool, so why not? And this base would be more like the industrial base, like, because we've got the advanced technology here. Alright, so we've got a production of pure quartz going now. It's going to take a little bit before they can get up to the numbers that I need. But let's try and calculate what that will look like. So we need 2 for every 1 circuit, and we need 100 circuit boards. So we're going to need 200 pure quartz and 100 polymer. Let's work on the polymer first. I think I can get 100 made. Yeah. It's a 1-for-1. So yeah, we're gonna have to make literally 100. Which is fine. I'm not concerned about that. Get it started. They can work on the rest of it. And I don't know if we're going to need more of these, but for the oil refiners, we're going to have to get more energy, apparently. And this capacitor might not be enough to charge the extra batteries I'm going to have to make over here. But we'll see. Once I make the oil extractors, I'll see how much energy they require, and I'll build batteries based on that. I'm trying to think of where I'm going to build the oil refiners now, and part of me kind of maybe wants to make them back here, you know, so it kind of gives me an excuse to have this backdoor exit thing. So, like, maybe make them on the corners here. I have one on this side and then one on the other. I don't know how big they're going to be either, so it's another thing we're going to have to decide. Not that much. Did I make it uneven? In the back here? No. It just looks that way because I wasn't able to build stone all the way across because of the ground. They don't have the terrain manipulator in this game, so can't remove or create ground here. If anyone's wondering, yes, that's why I built the platforms that everything is built upon the way that it is, because you can't really flatten the ground in Palworld to build stuff on top of the way that you can in No Man's Sky. So when you're building a base, it literally there have to be so many perfect conditions for a base to work, you know? You need nice flat ground. It needs to be an area that's unobstructed by things like the meteor or other bases or dungeons or large groves of forest, you know? Unless you want to build a base where everybody's constantly chopping down trees, yeah. But, yeah, there have to be so many perfect conditions for a base to function properly. And one of them is the terrain that you build on. The only... I kind of regret building everything on the side of a hill, but I just could not resist this location. It's so fucking cool. But I found a workaround. In my opinion, it makes everything look cooler. Is there a camera mode in this game? I don't think I've ever tried that. Photo mode. Oh, right, cool. How do you go up and down? Not like that. You can go forward, backward, left, right, and rotate around. But how would you strafe? Oh, there we go. Ascend, descend. Good. Well, what am I doing? Oh, I thought I was striking a pose. But I'm just holding the pickaxe, and that's the pose that you take when you're holding the pickaxe. I like that everything doesn't stay still. That's good. I mean, maybe there's a way to where you can make everything stay still. Let's try the other buttons here. Hide HUD. Yeah. No, I don't think there's a way to make everybody stay still. You gotta get it perfect. You gotta make sure everybody's perfect before you take the picture. But I do know how to take the picture. You'd have to hit the PlayStation button. I'm just waiting for the polymer to get done. I can help it along. I don't have to be that guy that doesn't help his pals. Yeah, but look at how fast they're going. There. Now I'll make it even faster if I help. We got 30 left. Good job, everyone. Alright, so we got 100 polymer. I think we need fiber or something now. Let me see. Pure quartz, right. That's what we gotta wait on. We need 200 of that, and we have 64, so that means we're gonna have to wait for 150. Let's go to the other base and kind of put some people on the pure quartz for a while. I had them working on stone, and they didn't really seem to have a problem with that, so they should be fine with working on the pure quartz as well. But we'll stick around in that base to make sure, you know, we don't want to stress them out and everything, and then I go to pick up the quartz and none has been made. and then I wonder what happened, and everyone over here is like stressing out and shit. Alright, so you're still working on the salad, that's good. Yeah, I had all of them working on the logging because we needed the hardwood. Now we're going to need people for the pure quartz. I think he's got the best mining. Yeah. These two are moderately okay. But yeah, we can have everybody focus on mining. Some pure quartz. This building does not get used anymore. It kind of works now, you know? The dilapidated appearance kind of works. I had a feeling that at some point this construction area would become obsolete, and it's funny that I decided to make the place look so dilapidated because it works now. I put the fencing there and everything to make it look like a like slave labor, and I got the little command post over there too. Oh, jeez. This base. This was literally supposed to be like my commune. My commune base. Everybody's eating salad. And we've got a slave labor region. It's the secret slave labor area. Everyone's like, "Oh, I want to join a commune," and then they get in there and they realize, "Oh, I don't like this anymore. I didn't realize it would be like this." Yeah, we got the secret weapon facility in the back. They got the. I think my base is all my room's all decked out with fancy stuff. Oh, I would say this is like the communist base, and my more recent base is the capitalist base. And then my first base, I guess, would be socialism, because everybody's just, I'd never go there, and it's kind of self-sufficient. Everyone works for themselves. So this is the communist-based base. This is the capitalist base, and this is the socialist base. All of them are the same. It's just the people have different jobs. The people here work to help out the other bases. The people at the capitalist base work towards making progress in all fields. Some of the people here at the communist base aren't the smartest in the world, obviously. And the socialist base benefits off of everybody else. They're like the lazy people that don't do anything, and they benefit off of everyone else's hard work. All right, so since we're waiting to see how everybody reacts to the quartz mining, I'll use up my effigy points that I've been collecting. Meemog increases speed. Oh, so I can't tell what that is. Oh, it's the little seal creature. I wanted to call it Blubber Beast for a second. That it's their effigy, increases food preservation. All right. I've been finding a lot of those penguins on the volcano for some reason, but still, they increase swimming ability. That's cool. And I don't have enough to increase capture rate with the lift monk. Nice. All right. So I should be able to run faster now. Woo! Look at me go. All right, they seem to be doing okay. They don't seem to be getting upset. How's their sanity? Can I check that? Fuck. I think I have to go up to them to check it. I can't. Fuck. There's got to be a way. Oh, right. I can look in the PAL box to find that out. Right. It's going down, but it's not going down that bad. And it looks like it's because his hunger's getting towards half. So. And his isn't going down that much at all, so that's good. This is going down the fastest. But it looks as though it's because he was hungry. He just ate. All right, cool. So he's at 100 sanity again. All right, so yeah, it looks like everything's maintaining itself well here. I kind of want to keep an eye on this guy because his hunger meter isn't at full, so I want to see exactly how long it takes before he gets hungry. That'll be a good way to decide whether or not his sanity will be stable, and I'll feel better about leaving this base and letting it go, you know? Another thing I want to check is to make sure everybody's putting the pure quartz where it's supposed to go. That's another thing he's good at, is transporting stuff, so that's It's a little sad that I have him doing nothing but mining because he was one of our better transporters. But, you know, some sacrifices have to be made to get things done. I don't know what my... You know what? Thinking about the bases now, like, because I thought of that for those three, what would be the fourth one? Because I plan on making a really nice base as my fourth one, you know, to be my final base, the final place that I'm going to be going to a lot. Maybe that could be like my off-the-grid base. Because if I'm going to have all three of these bases the working on basic production, then the fourth and final base should probably be for me, you know? So I could call that like the off-the-grid base. The base that doesn't interact with any of the other bases. Why is the heart thing, why is that going up and down like that? I think that's friendship, right? That's like friendliness. So why is it going up and down? I thought that was like supposed to be the level. Like technically he'd be at like a level 8 right now, but it's going up and down so fast that it makes me wonder if it's supposed to be something else. See, because now it's at 1 again. So I'm like, what's that supposed to mean? Is it that he's gaining friendship levels? And if so, where is that indicated? I thought it was the number above, but okay, cool. So he starts eating again when he's halfway down and his sanity gets to 100%. And that was at what, like 95, I think? 92. And that's good. As long as it doesn't fall below 90, he's 100% fine doing the job I have him do. So, let's go back to the capitalist base. And it makes sense, too, because it's so much more advanced than the other bases. And capitalism is good for that. It's good for advancing society. Most of the fast-moving, quickly establishing countries in our society that make massive improvements rapidly improve because of capitalism, like Japan and China and Dubai, etc. And I guess you could also say America, because it's technically, we're only 250 years old, and yet we're pretty much caught up with every other country that's been around for thousands of years, been established for over 1,000 years. So yeah, capitalism's good for that. And I guess at some point socialism's good for like when everything needs to slow down and kind of equal out and you know, not be so go, 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 but more or less calm down and not too much. And communism's just like, I don't know, It's a very work heavy aesthetic, so I want to say it's more like when you need to produce a shit ton of stuff, and that's, I don't know. I don't know how some people feel about that, but me? I don't know. That feels a little too slave labory, in my opinion. Bio battery. Yeah. We're still very low on the other ingredients for this, like the refined ingot and carbon filter, but that's only because those two items are old. You know, they're old production materials that I used to make, and I don't make them anymore. But I might have to get started on producing them again, even though it's, you know, kind of a waste because they're not as necessary as some other things. Trying to think about the best way to go about this without wasting their time. How many do I need again? I want to take a look at the... Where would it be, by the way? Oh, there it is, all the way at the end there. I want to make 2, so that's 100, right? If I need to make 100 of these, I'm going to need 100 refined ingots and 100 carbon. I only need about 15 of the carbon fiber, so that won't take too long to make. The refined ingots, I'm going to have him work on over here, which thankfully he's done making the other stuff. So, make about 50. Well, that shouldn't take too long for them to make. Who's making it? You? Aren't you working on mining? Oh, they must be done. The research. Oh, good job. Fast. Efficient. So now we need to make 15 carbon fiber. Like 20. Won't take long. These are pretty easy to produce. Oh, God. Stretch. I was expecting me to be hunting a bunch of stuff, but I seem to be producing more things now. I really want to get this crude oil started. Because it's the main ingredient to plasteel. And plasteel is required for everything that I have to work on next. So how are you doing with the... I'm doing pretty good. Let's take a look at the research on crude oil production. Complete. That's good. We can get started on the next one. Oh, no, we can't. We need more pure quartz. That's what we were using a bunch of pure quartz for. Hold up. It doesn't look like it's going up. The number doesn't seem to be going up. Are they putting it in the box? Oh, fuck. I forgot to check on that before I left. I have to make sure that they're putting the pure quartz in the box. They're doing a good job of mining it, but they're not putting it in the in the killed box. Okay, so it looks like you grabbed some just now. Where are you taking it? Oh. Yeah, they are transporting. Okay. Wait, they're transporting food. Never mind. Damn it. Is anybody transporting the pure quartz? Because I need to figure out where you guys are taking it. They have to be taking it over towards there because none of the other boxes require ore. Or none of the other boxes have ore available to be placed in them. Or you know, you can't put ore anywhere other than here. So this number's not going up because they're not transporting it. That's the thing. And that irks me because that's something you can't tell them to do. When it comes to transportation, they do what they want. They can do whatever the hell they want. You can't tell them what to transport. And that's the problem I'm having right now. Because I need this pure quartz, but it's still sitting at the mining location. They're not bringing it over. See, we got 50. We had 50 there. And none of them wanted to transport it. They're too busy transporting eggs. Then the eggs are only important for my food. And I don't need that much now. I've already made enough. I've already made a lot. What do I have them making? What is this? Potato seeds? They're making seeds? Of all things. Well, I guess we need them, but at the same time, it's like... Really? Okay, well, there's nothing I can do about what they transport. I'm just gonna have to hope that they start thinking about transporting more pure quartz. That's the sad part about it, is that, you know, I gotta be patient with this base. I have to come back to it every now and then because they don't want to do the things I can't tell them to do, like transport. And the pure quartz does seem to take a while to mine. I could try helping. It doesn't seem to be doing much. Yeah, it's not going any faster. Well, it would help if I was actually... Yeah, there we go. I'm doing the thing now. Okay, now it's going faster. It was weird. I was holding it down and nothing was happening. Oh, it's because I had to acquire the pure quartz, right? Alright, it's going faster now. Don't worry, guys, I'm helping. Because we need 200 of this, and we got like 130 something, so we're going to need about 70. Once we get 70, I'll go back to my other base. Because that should be enough. We have all of the other things to make the circuit boards, and then once we make the circuit boards, I think we can make the crude oil refiners, crude oil extractors. The little cloud creature is trying her best to transport everything. I don't see anyone else doing any transporting. She's doing it all by herself, poor thing. She's like, you know, it's great that we're making all of this stuff, but nobody's putting it anywhere. How much of that stone does she have to transport, too? That's the thing. I had them working... Oh, it was sulfur. I didn't have them working on sulfur. I had them working on stone. But when I got here, they were working on sulfur. So there might be a lot of it. She's still doing it. She's really cute, though. She's like, I'm helping. It's so funny to see everybody working, and she is the only one just picking the stuff up and putting it where it needs to go. Sweet little thing. The only reason I have her on this base is to charge the batteries and stuff. But she doesn't even need to do that anymore because we're not in production at this base. This base is now focused on material gathering, you know. Who's gathering? You're gathering. We're gathering. Oh, break time. That's alright, I got this. You guys go take a break. Not only that, but she's also transporting the wood from the hardwood area, so. And the one not so bright fire magician fox, whatever their name is, they're just trying to keep everything lit up so everybody can see. It's funny. It's like they're the dimwit of the, because they get stuck on everything. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be mean, but they're the only ones. They're the only one on this base that seems to get stuck on shit. I get it. They have to go literally everywhere, though. They have to, because we have the torches all over the place. But to be honest, it's better than having electric lights all over the place, because then the little cloud girl wouldn't be able to transport anything. She'd be too busy keeping the electricity going. So we need about 40 more. I'm not even, they don't even help out. They don't even increase the speed of the production of pure quartz that much, apparently, because with them not here, it seems like it's only really moving a small amount faster. Or a small amount slower. I kind of want a shot of bacon bits. Oh man, I opened up the wrong side. The other funny thing is this base is supposed to be the base that I go to for breeding and stuff, but I ain't been doing a lot of that. Ugh, you know what? I'm going to transport the pure quartz that I have now. We still need about 30. Fuck! Put the money in there. Whatever. I'll keep it in there. I'm not buying anything. Especially now that I know I can't buy crude oil. So let's help out with the transporting so the little one doesn't have to do as much when she comes back. Ooh, gosh, there was a lot of stone here. That's what she was transporting. All this stone. Well, since I don't have them focused on stone anymore, they should lighten her load a bit. When she wakes up, she won't have to worry about transporting any more of the stone. Wait, where's the... Oh. Now she's transporting the wood. Well, she has some help from the turtle. What? Oh. Oh. Well, oh, right. That's also the location of another meteorite. Well, I guess we're gonna have to make another thing of stone. But at least we got plenty of stone now. Not that I'm gonna stop production on it. We still need stone for Palworlds. Alright, let's take a look at these other things to make sure they're not transporting any more from them. We are doing really good on hardwood, I think, so I don't think we're going to need any more of it. Wait, where are we putting it? Oh, we got some fiber in here. Charcoal. We're putting hardwood in here? Oh, this is regular wood. Take the regular wood out of here because we definitely don't need it in there. Oh, and we got some crude oil in here. I'll take that with me back to the other base. Yeah, this is where they're putting the hardwood, because I'm pretty sure I have this set to... Ah, yeah. I guess I just had some stray wood in there. Okay, so they're working with them. Okay, now they're transporting quartz. That's good. It's weird that they prioritize everything but the quartz. Oh, fuck, and then they just drop it like that? Well, come on, man. I'm wondering if it's based on how heavy something is. You know, like they prioritize the lighter stuff first. And then they say, alright, well, we'll pick up the heavy stuff. So I need 30. With all three of us doing this, we should be able to get to 30 pretty fast. Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to say. We will. And I can do this with one hand. It gives me time to pour another shot. Bacon bits. Oh, there we go. Now they're transporting it. Since I already picked up the stone from the one quarry, now they're transporting the pure quartz. Oh shit, that's right. The meteor fell here, didn't it? Let's go see what it is.
What?
There it is. So, aliens? It's aliens. Kill the aliens. I don't need them anymore. But I could use the ammo. Don't touch the water.
What?
I should probably stop them from making the hardwood too, because we're not going to need hardwood for a while. That way they can focus on doing things like transporting as well. And planting. Oh, they're almost done making the salad. Ooh, that's taking them a while. I never realized it took them so long to make the salad. Money again. Whoops. Alright. Since they're no longer going to be transporting a lot of other things, the only thing they're going to be focused on now is transporting the crops and the stuff from the farm, and then they'll pick up the pure quartz. And since there are more hands on deck to do that, we might start seeing the production of quartz in our guild chest increase. I wish I could help you with that, because you only have 4 left, you know? And once those 4 are done, they won't have to be transporting food anymore like they have been. There we go. Good girl. Nice. Alright. Oh, here it is. put the technology back. I did pick up some crude oil while I was there. So let's see how much I have in here now. Oh, there's 83. Not bad. Yeah, so they're done with the ore. Right. So we wait. Okay, I was looking at the charcoal. I was like, we don't have that much fiber. What happened? Okay, so we should be able to make enough circuit boards now. Yep, we should be able to make 100 of those. What else? What's the other thing we needed? Nothing else. So once I make these 100, we should be good. Shouldn't take too long. Oof. Everybody working together. Anubis is massaging my weapons. He's just making sure they're in working order. Ah, okay, there we go. I was sitting there, I was like, where's Sekhmet? She's one of our main producers. I think she's like a level 7 in production. Handiwork, I mean. And she also increases Anubis as well, so... Just makes things go way faster. Not gonna help? Alright, walk away. Oh, I see what they were doing. They were picking up the circuit boards. They were transporting them. Okay, good job. Damn, Sharky Shark's just just killing it with transportation. He's picking it up and it's like he's chucking them into the chest. Like picks them up and they're immediately in the chest. He doesn't even have to move. Just like Kobe. Just tossing them in there. Everybody's doing that. See, that's why you should always put the treasure chests for specific production materials near where you're making the material, because it makes it way easier for them to transport it. I wish I could have the guild chest near the quartz location, but then it would be far away from the hardwood location or the the food that they're growing, you know? So just having the uh guild chest in the center of all of the production is basically where you're going to want to put it. But, you know, mostly for the items you're going to produce that you want to share with all of the other bases. Say, I have the bin for produced materials near the production line. And the production line isn't making anything that I want to share with the other bases, so that's why. Okay, so we have enough now to make the oil extractors, so we're gonna do that now. Oh no, I don't. I need to make the biofuel first, right? I forgot that's why we were doing the circuit boards. Or the whatchamacallums, I can't remember. Polyfiber, that's it. No, that's why we were doing the refined ingots and carbon filter. Right. I need 100 of these, I think, because it needs 50, right? Yeah. So we still got stuff to produce, and this is probably going to take a lot longer to produce than the circuit boards did because it's a little more advanced than the circuit boards. But we'll see. It don't seem to be that bad. This is material that we're crafting here. It's not... It's not the same type of thing as the circuit boards where... I guess it isn't as advanced as the circuit boards, like I thought. But we got all 5 of us working here, and it's still taking a bit, so... I'll take a little bit more of a break. Get some more bacon bits. I've really gotten addicted to bacon bits again. They're salty, but they're a better option than eating actual bacon, you know? Because they don't have the fat content that bacon does. And my sodium intake is fine. I don't eat that much salt. Yeah, I'm looking at the nutrition facts. And it's about 6% sodium per serving, and it's a tablespoon per serving. And each of the shots that I typically slurp down is half a tablespoon, so it's like 3 grams, is it? Yeah. That's 130 milligrams times 3 is 390 milligrams. That's not bad. 400 milligrams, that's not too bad. Wait, where were they taking the biofuel? If it's not in there. Oh, I was holding it. Oh no, it's in here. I was looking at, why was I looking at the wrong... I blame the sodium. Alright, now we can make the oil refiners. Extractors, I'm sorry. Whoa. Oh, I'm not in the base. There we go. Okay, so we need 2. They're... Ooh, they're a bit bigger than I thought they'd be. They are also kind of wonky. Alright, so we might build both of them on this side. The floor is a little more stable too, so... Yeah, they are way bigger than I thought they would be. This ain't good. Oh, and they're way taller than I thought they'd be. Alright, here we go. This is a good location. We could probably put both of them here. This is going to be noisy, isn't it? And that's gonna suck being near the medical bay. It's like, I think I'd be recovering a lot better if there weren't those noisy-ass machines back there. I had it. Now it's not. Come on. Come on. I know I could make this fit. Ah, there we go. Oh, I need more plasteel. I didn't realize that was an ingredient. 300 too. Ooh. 300 plasteel. I didn't realize that was an ingredient in this. I wasn't even looking at that. I was looking at the stuff I didn't have. We're all working hard to get this built. It's gonna still take 2 minutes. Oh my god, even the land ball's over here trying to help. Oh, poor thing. You go back to making cloth. I think you're the only one I have making cloth out of the 2 bases that work together. I've been muted this whole time. Ah. I was just talking. God, I can't remember. Like, it's been a couple minutes now. I think I muted the thing when I took a bite of a shot of the bacon bits. I forgot to unmute it. It's because I was reading the nutritional facts on the back. I got distracted and forgot to unmute it. Damn it. I wanted to see how much sodium I was putting into my body. And it's not that much. But yeah, I was doing all the calculating on how much I was going to need to make all the palmetto ingots. And let's just say I wasn't happy when I saw that I needed palmetto ingots to make the... I wasn't paying attention to that when I was looking at how much it was going to cost to make the oil extractors. I wasn't looking at how much palmetto ingots were going to be required. So that's what we're mostly going to be focused on making now. Is the 300 palmetto ingots, and I need... quartz to do that. I'm glad I have enough of the other stuff. I don't have to, you know, worry about that anymore. But the palmetto ingots are going to be the problem because I need 300, well, 250. I'd rather I need 250 quartz. And for the 250 quartz, and for the pal ingots themselves, I need, it's like 1 pure quartz, right? So that's now that's 200 because I'm going to need pal ingots. I'm going to need 250 pal ingots. So that means I need that means I need 200 pure quartz. All right, yeah. So yeah, fuck. That's just a lot of pure quartz. They seem, per day, it seems like they can make about 50. So I'm just going to have to keep track and make sure they're putting it in the bin, you know. Fuck, I'm just going to keep my money in here. Screw it. I'll have access to it from both bases, so when I need to buy stuff, it'll be there. Stretch. It's just going to take a while, and the major problem is getting them to transport it. That's going to be the problem. Because they could make as much of it as they need to, but if they're not transporting it, it's not gonna work. This whole situation's not gonna work if they're not going to move it. It's gotta be moved. You can't just sit in here. You guys gotta remember to come and pick the stuff up after it's made. Can I sleep in my bed up here? That's something I should probably look into, because I remember last time I tried, it told me I can't. Yeah, what is it? What does it need? Cannot use bed without pool? Roof, without roof. So I'm guessing because of that hole, it's not counting, you know, because this technically isn't an enclosed space. It's not counting the... It's not counting it as a roof. So I kind of want to be able to get up here. But if I can't do it from down there, maybe I could do it from out here.
What?
No. I mean, obviously I can just climb the wall, but I want to make it look accessible. Mm. I mean, I could just close off this side, but that sucks. I like this view, you know? I don't need to sleep. Fuck it. That bed's just going to be decoratory, I guess. It's weird that you could sleep on PAL beds, though, without a roof. You know? So, I mean, I guess if I did want to sleep at this base, I could just bunk with somebody. She's doing it. She's transporting. She just needs help. And nobody's helping her. They want to transport everything else but the pure quartz, which is kind of mean. Just leaving it for the little cloud girl to take care of. That's awful. Yeah. We might have to do something until this pure quartz is made because it's taking a while. It's going to be like 50 per night. I've got to find something to do. But for now, I want to use the bathroom, so I'm going to leave you guys with some music. I have to pee. Alright, I'll leave you guys with some music. I'll be back in about 15-20 minutes.
All Creator said, "Hello everyone, I hope you're enjoying the music. If you're watching in the archives, now would be a great time to leave a like." Vampiric Fox said. Yay, intermission, sorry I went AFK for a while. All creator said. It's okay, I have dedicated the stream to oil production so far. All creator said. Hot extractor working on another. All creator said. Also working on research for oil production.
Alright, I'm back. And here, Vampiric Fox, if you're still there. Welcome back. And it's okay if you need to step away. That's totally fine. I do the... What is going on here? Not enough... What? Well... Oh, wait. Not enough... Celery? What? Oh, electricity. Oh, I see what's going on here. Because of the refiner. The batteries must have conked out. Alright, so like you said, Vampiric Fox, the batteries will go down faster. So we need to build more batteries and more electrical things, the charging things, whatever they're called. I forget where they're at. Infrastructure. Yes. Oh. What? Is that's the battery, right? Yeah, this is the accumulator. Since when? Oh, is that something they changed in 1.0? Oh, no. The accumulators need corrosive solvent now.
Vampiric Fox said, the giant generator is best in ores or high power generation with work passives would be great.
Yeah, but if I don't have the materials to make them, this is kind of moot. I didn't realize that they changed what you needed for the Excel. I forgot. We're in 1.0 now, and I made those in the before times. Yeah. Let's look for the one that you're talking about. I don't know where it is. Aquatic construction kit. Oh, that's for the hexalite, right?
Vampiric Fox said, I'm talking about the giant tower, not the accumulators.
Yeah, but all I can really afford to make right now is the accumulators. I can't make the giant towers because I won't have the material. It's probably going to take something like hexalite, I bet. Gigantic furnace, no. And we have these unknown things. Is that it? No, that's a tree. Now I'm way back there. There ain't no way it's there.
I don't remember the requirements for it.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. But if it's better than what I have now, the accumulator, then the accumulator and the one charging thing, then it's kind of like, you know, it's probably going to need something I don't have yet. Either that or maybe it's just like way in the future, something I can't even make yet. You're probably talking about something I can't even make yet. I can only do what I you know, what I have access to right now. But yeah, I'm not seeing it anywhere. So it's probably something I can't even make yet. All right, so we need the solvent. And I got the cryo thing unlocked, so I can make that already, but I don't think I have the solvent unlocked. There it is. Yeah, corrosive solvent. And I'm glad I have enough venom glands. And we definitely have enough sulfur. But what about the cryo one, the blue one? There it is. Ooh. Ice organs, huh? Alright, so let me see. How much does the accumulator need? That was an infrastructure. Production. No. Oh yeah, it is. Duh. Alright, so we need 5 for each. How many am I gonna make?
Tech LV Elvis says electric organs and pal metal ingots.
Pal metal ingots for it. Is it this that you're talking about? No, that's regular ingots. And I can make a lot more of them. Which is another thing that I'm saying, is that with the things I'm trying to craft now aren't that expensive. But I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what it is that you're talking about, but I can't see it anywhere. What is it called again? Power generator? Is that what you called it? I can't spell. Oh, I have to go over hit search. Is that it? Ancient power generator. Is that what you wanted? Need to look at. Ancient power generator. Yeah, this looks like it. Large power generator. Ah, that's the one that you're talking about, probably. And it looks like I can make it. A power generator fueled by electrical PALs, larger with improved power generation. Oh, but that's also going to need PAL metal ingots. It's gonna need 200 of them. Jeez. Ooh. Maybe I should just stick with. I mean, it is a lot easier to produce, and maybe I could just make a couple more of them, and that would help. But the PAL metal ingots are A, going to take a long time to produce, and B, they're going to take a bit of material to produce too. Including quartz, which I'm kind of trying to make right now. Get produced. So, yeah. that's kind of asking for a bit. I am also going to need the PAL metal ingots for the,
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, but I think I'm going to conserve the PAL metal ingots for making the, the oil thing. I'll make the oil thing first, and then I'll make the generators, because I want to try and focus on one thing at a time here. Get another 100 here, so that way I can at least get started on the PAL metal ingots, get them started. Because they're taking their dear sweet time at the base. Did they even grab them? And see, that's the thing I'm mostly having a problem with, is at the other base, they're not, they're not picking the stuff up and putting it where it needs to go. I bet you there's like over 50 pure quartz just sitting at the quarry, and nobody's picked it up to transport it yet. And there isn't that much for them to transport on this base now either. I look, she's just standing there. She's not doing anything. So yeah, there. That's 300. We can get started on that. The palmetal ingots for the second oil extractor. And then we can get started on the generators and stuff. But it's going to need electricity. We're going to have to turn off... Can we turn off the oil extractors? If we can't, then I'm going to have to destroy it. Yeah, I don't think we could... I don't think I could turn it off. So I'm going to have to destroy it. Dismantle. Get all my stuff back, though, right? Yeah, I do. I got it in my inventory. It's all just weighing me down. So let's go put the material in the boxes. I may just have to construct the electrical system first. I swapped out my gun for the pickaxe. Oh no, the fishing rod. Ow, son of a... Fuck.
Vampiric bugs. Said. Press start and then R.
I don't have a R. Oh. R2. That's what you meant. Oh, it's the palmetal ingots. Shit, those go in production. I was like, I got rid of the thing. What? Well, I'm a little lighter now. There. Okay, I want to make those generators first, I guess, because that seems to be... Oh, I haven't unlocked it. Shit. I was like, where is it? Okay, so it's the weird frisbee disc table, the weird table looking thing. That's what... Alright, unlock that. Now we can make it. Alright, let's replace the current power generator with it. Oh, it's so tall. Hmm. I like having everything aesthetically pleasing, okay? So. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, don't like the idea of this being in the way as they're running up the stairs, you know, because they could easily just hit it and fuck up. You know what? Maybe I could make it inside. Put it right next to the spa, electrocute everybody.
Said, the ancient generator requires a watering pal as well as an electric one.
Does it? That sucks. I have plenty of watering pals, no problem there, and electrical pals, but having them both have to use it? Is this the ancient? No, this is the large power generator. It's not the ancient generator. I think that's the thing that I can't make yet, right? The ancient one?
Vampiric Fox said,
yes.
It might also not like the ceiling being right there, may have to knock out a panel and try the generator.
Alright, so yeah, no, I'm not making the ancient generator yet, so I don't have to worry about that. I'm gonna have to like you said, knock out a panel. I don't wanna, but I'm gonna have to. Why am I not going in there? There we go. Don't break anything. Okay, nothing happened.
Vampiric Fox.
Do the same thing on these sides.
I'm not sure it's tech level, but yet it's not much better than the large one emote.
If I destroy that, it's gonna... Oh, you know what? I could just build some pillars there first, before destroying the window. Where is... Oh, here we go. Oh, I forgot I have to hit triangle. Ah, don't roll. It's freaking crazy, man. Rolling everywhere. Okay. Now it should be okay to destroy this. Alright. No. It's a little more open, so maybe they won't have to run up the stairs. Though that does look kind of weird now. With them floating like that. And I can't put any pillars below it because that's the area where the pals load in. Maybe I should have kept the wall. Yeah, I should have kept the wall. That looks better. And then make the one aside. And now those kind of look weird floating like that. Meh. They're glass, who cares? I guess that's why I had that whole area as an enclosure. Because it just made it look better, you know? Oh, no. Now the pillar's in the way, aren't they? Yeah. Ah, crud. Yeah, I think the pillars are in the way. Even though they're technically not, they're still within its, I don't know, I guess it's building range or whatever. Son of a beep. In order for everything to stay up, they're gonna need those pillars. Sad face.
Vampiric Fox said, is there no glass ceiling there?
There is no glass ceiling there. No, there isn't. It's exactly the height that it needs to be. It's just that they're too close to the pillar, so it's not going to let it build. See, it's perfectly fine here. I realize that there's even less space, but even more space, but I don't think that's the problem. I think there's enough clearing for it to be there height-wise, but I don't think it's going to work because it's too close to the walls. Like, for instance, here, it won't work, even though it looks like it's not close to the walls, but it works when it's, like, further away, you know, more in the center. Like, you would think that it would be okay being in the center of this square, but it's not. But it's okay when I get a little further away from it to where it's not closer to the pillars. So that's the problem. It's the sides of that area, and I can't get rid of the pillars because that's what's holding the third floor up. I mean, I could get rid of some pillars, I guess, but I don't know. I'm afraid to.
Vampiric Fox said, I did TC you try building it after knocking down the pillars. That's why I asked. There are some structures like closets that don't like a ceiling right above it, even though there's technically room.
Yeah. I'm worried about destroying. I might be able to do it if I get rid of these two pillars, but oh, iffy. It's iffy. I don't want everything to start falling down. Let's see. It's fine. That's fine too. Okay. We can get rid of these pillars then. And now I should be able to... No? What? Oh, you might be right. It might be the ceiling.
Technically the pillars aren't necessary if there's foundation. If you're on your own world you can save and quit, and if you try and it breaks things then force close the game.
Yeah, you're right. I think it is the ceiling, because the pillars are gone now, and it's not letting me do it anywhere around here. So, yeah. And that's not good, because I need that. That's the floor. That's the third floor. I need the third floor. So yeah, we'll just build something else here, I guess, and we'll make the generators on the side. Even though it's kind of blocking the stairway. I don't think they're going to keep bumping into it. I don't think. I want to try and line it up perfectly, though. Where it's not so... What? Why is it... That's weird. That it was doing... It wouldn't let me do it here, but here's fine. I don't know what the difference. Ah, well. Alright, we'll build one, and then another on the other side. Once I have enough PAL ingots. Boy, this is taking a minute. 2 minutes to be precise.
An example, as I was destroying a previous base I had a huge area, at least X foundation, and likewise for a second floor, and corner pillar was enough to hold the entire second floor.
Really? Whoa. But at least you figured that out, that you could just reload your save.
Vampiric Fox said, the difference is probably the clearance between it and the second floor.
Yeah, that's it. You were right. It's the second floor is in the way. It's not the pillars. But, that's okay. You know what? I'll get rid of the one stairs. That way they won't have a reason to... They'll be able to avoid this pillar and they won't get stuck on it as they're going up and down the stairs. It's just, you know, having the two stairs made it more accommodating for them to just run up and down without worrying. There was a more smoother transition from the first floor to the second floor, but I don't see why they wouldn't be able to climb the stairs on the other side. Besides, part of progress is making some sacrifice. But to me personally, the sacrifice has to be at least has to work aesthetically.
I make use of that all the time. If I don't think I'll like the repercussions of an action, I'll save beforehand so that it's less hassle if I need to replace it.
Do you play on PC? Because I don't know if there's like a save option on the console version. I've looked and I haven't seen anything. Some more bacon bits. Okay, we should have more pals. Our powering gets on the way now that generator's there.
Said, I play on Xbox. Just going into options and going to the title screen forces a save.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Alright, once we have enough pal metal ingots, I'll make another one on the other side. But to help out, I think we should, because it's so easy, construct a couple of these, maybe.
Vampiric Fox said, with autosave being minutes, or in my case we can just press the menu button and close the game that way without saving.
That way we'll have 3 areas for people to charge stuff up at. For our electrical pals. Because I think I have 3 of them. There's him, and, what was it? I think there's another one. Do I not have another electric pal? I thought I did. Huh. I guess I was wrong. Okay, well. Let's look into doing that. Let me see. I love these guys for transporting because they transport day and night, so. I don't think we need them on the base anymore, do we? Because I feel like we have enough cloth or enough wool. And we could always get it from the socialist base. So, you know. Get rid of him. Her. Back in the box. Even though you're still working. They're so dedicated. Alright. New electric pal.
Vampiric
We could sort.
The ancient generator came much later after I already had an ores with LVL generation. Lucky artisan work slave serious.
Ah.
Vampiric Fox said.
Ooh.
And after remarkable craftsmanship came out, it replaced Lucky.
Oh, did it? Let's see, what are they at right now with electricity? 4 and 4 and 4. Yeah, sure. I can also do transportation. This one can only do electricity. Beacon does 4. And they do 5 transportation.
I actually had like of them all together cause we're enough to power oil extractors.
They can do 5. And they can do 2 herbalism, which is good. So yeah, maybe put Beaky on here. Because they can help with the planting too. What about these ones? They're the same. I kind of don't want to put the boss one in because it's so big. So yeah, maybe we'll take one of these smaller ones. Let me see. Stronghold Strategist. Hooligan Fragrant Foliage. And Aggressive. We'll do this one. It seems like it's meant for a base since it has Stronghold Strategist. There we go. Now we have 3 pals working on the electricity. 2 Beakions and that bear, the teddy bear, whatever it's called. They're trying. Hopefully that'll be enough, and I won't have to build any more accumulators because I didn't realize the accumulators were going to need so much. Is it still? Oh boy. Man, yeah, I feel like we are going to need another one of the generators at this point. Because this is the only thing that's taking up electricity. But it's not even, you know, it's not taking that much. Okay, now let's work on... Alright, we're gonna get rid of these stairs. Hopefully they won't have a problem with that. We'll build a barricade. Yeah. Something to prevent them from falling over the side there. I can't align it? Oh, there we go. There. Oh. That'll work. And I guess I can construct the stuff over top of here again. Oh! Oh, I forgot to hit triangle again. Damn it. And now the glass. Oh, I think I also had 2 things on the side here. I don't know. I kind of like the openness. Nah, let's put it back. There they are.
Vampiric Bugs said. So I'm still working on beating the final tower on hard, not that I can't beat it, just still Haven T received the schematic drop.
Well, yeah, I already know that's why you're doing it. That's why you've been fighting all of the bosses. I still can't believe you haven't gotten it yet. How long have you been trying? Feels like it's been a couple days now. It must have such a low rate. 10%. 10% capacity out of all that. I feel like we have enough capacitors then, since it's so difficult for them to charge up these two to get to the capacitors.
My luck is that bad.
Your luck, yeah, I get that. Happens to me too.
Yet it's a chance.
It's a really bad. Wait, what's it? 10%? Oh no. 10% chance is really bad in the world of RNG. That's basically like 1 out of every 1,000 times you fight, or 100. At 1 out of every 100 times you fight it, you'll have a chance of getting it. And I can't imagine going through that battle 100 times. Yeah, if it was a 1% chance, then it would be like 1 out of every 1,000 times you try. Thank God it's not that bad. Alright, I like that. Aesthetically, it works. And since they're, you know, kind of around the power generation area, it makes sense. And they seem to be able to go up and down the stairs fine. Sometimes they're going along the side here, like that, going through the wall. But it's not bumping, they're not bumping into it or anything, so that's good. But now we do have to put another pillar under here, otherwise the structural integrity won't make sense. There we go. I feel like I have a good sense of construction. Like, if that wasn't there, then over time, this side of the steps would start to fall over. I'm speaking in IRL terms, not in game terms. Obviously, that won't happen in the game, but...
Vampiric Bugs.
I used to take Metal Shop, and that was one of the things we learned.
Only the literal math behind it RNG makes it so that it's equivalent to LOL.
Yeah, I used to take Metal Shop in high school, and you learn, for some weird reason, you learn a lot about building construction in Metal Shop. I guess it's because a lot of buildings are made with metal frames nowadays, but in high school, that was like one of the things that you had to learn while you were in Metal Shop, was how building construction is. It was weird for us. I felt like it wasn't necessary at the time, but looking back on it, now I kind of get it.
I've been helping my niece with math, and what she is doing is proportions and percents.
Really? Well, that's very important. I remember learning that in middle school. She's probably in middle school. I don't know. With how much technology is advancing, I wouldn't be surprised if kids were learning stuff like that in elementary school by now. But yeah, I remember I was in 5th grade, Oh, I guess it depends on where you're at too, because like uh our school, elementary school, was from kindergarten to fourth grade. Uh and then middle school was fifth grade to eighth grade. So it really all depends on your location and your school.
Vampiric Fox said, she's homeschooled but I'm not sure her equivalent grade.
Oh, all right. It's fine. But yeah, it definitely would not surprise me. I feel as though there are some things that my nephew is learning that I did not learn when I was in elementary school. Then again, he's not in elementary school anymore. He's in high school now because he's 14. And, well, 15 now. His birthday was last week. Well, no, not last week. A couple days ago. I'm sorry, because I'm on vacation. I'm starting to forget. I lose. That's fine, though. When you're on vacation, you don't have to keep track of time. But yeah, he's 15 now. He's in high school. But when he was in elementary school, he was learning some things that I didn't learn in elementary school. I learned it in middle school, like algebra. I was surprised he was learning algebra 1, because I was learning that in middle school. And it's funny because when it comes to doing things, trying to help him out with math and stuff, the rest of the family just is always like, Jason, come and help him. Because between me and my sister, April, I guess it's because we're twins, but April's good at things like spelling and remembering names and stuff like that. Me, I'm horrible at spelling and remembering names and stuff like that. Meanwhile, April's not all that great with math, but I'm great with math. So it's funny that the two of us have such differences in comparison to the way that we operate, you know? Mentally, I mean. Like, she's terrible with biology, but I'm really good at understanding the way biology works and physics and things like that, but she's terrible at that. She's really bad with measurements, and she always has to come to me when it comes time to figuring out how many cups or how many kilograms of something she needs when cooking. So it's just very odd. And we always say this because we're twins. We're like two halves of a person. Look at you having fun. This little area in here is officially the dance party. This is the stage for everybody, I guess. The large areas that don't have anything. People come here to dance. Yeah, look.
I love math. Her mother was good with that as well, but she passed several years ago.
This is the stage. This is the dancing area where people come to party. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that, Vampiric Fox. It's sad to lose people. It's even more sad when the people in your life were helping you with things. It's like that part of your life is gone now. When I know it's not anywhere near comparison to a human life, but when Fred was gone, I felt like I had a hole in my life because I was taking care of him for so long that I'd come home from work, and instead of immediately taking care of him, I'd just be sitting around the house waiting for my other job to start, waiting to log in at my other job, and it kind of felt, you know, like there was a huge hole in my life. Yeah, it looks like that. I feel like it could just be, I thought it was because it was such a large area, but he's doing it down here now too. So I guess he doesn't have anything to do. There's probably nothing to transport.
Vampiric bugs.
That's fine.
Said.
He's
I
deserving
get it.
of fun. Yeah, it's that's just something we all have to deal with eventually in our lives. There are some people who feel like the sooner you can learn about death, the better. So they get like kids, pets, and stuff. And I don't know how I feel about that. I don't really like that idea. If I had a kid, I wouldn't be okay with it. Nah, I'm not gonna put that there. I like the way it is. It gives them more freedom of movement. If I had a kid, I wouldn't buy him a pet for that reason. I'd want to buy him a pet that's going to last for a long time, you know? Like a dog or a cat. It'll last them throughout their childhood. So that way they don't have to worry about it until, you know, they're in their teenage years when they should start figuring stuff like that out. Because it's going to start happening, you know? Because after your pet, then it's your grandparents. And then maybe if you're unlucky, it'll be like your friends and other family members. And then your parents.
Vampiric bugs. Said. Right.
Right. But yeah, getting them things like hamsters or smaller ones, I understand why some parents do that. It's because it's to teach them responsibility. That, to me, does make sense. But the ones that get them things like hamsters and stuff like that for the purposes of like teaching them about death just because the hamster has such a short lifespan, I don't like that idea. And no, my parents did buy me a hamster, but I'm pretty sure they didn't do it because of that. I'm pretty sure that's not the reason they did it. To teach me about death at a young age. I think they mostly did it because of responsibility reasons, because I had just graduated out of elementary school. So it was at that time where they were like, okay, now we got to start teaching them certain responsibilities, you know? And no, it wasn't me being all like, I want a pet, I want a pet. I wasn't like that when I was a kid. I already had a pet. We had a dog. We had a parakeet. That was my mom and my dad's pets.
Imo, that essay lesson they don't need to learn any sooner than necessary.
Yes, that's definitely something they shouldn't have to learn too soon. But yeah, my mother loved parakeets. She had a parakeet. My dad, you know, loved dogs, so we had a dog already. And if I wanted a pet, I could just, you know, go hang out with them. But I'm pretty sure they bought me a hamster just to teach me about responsibility. I'm mostly waiting around because, you know, all that has to be made. And I wish I could help him. I wish I could have helped him, and I wish that he could receive help because, you know what? Let's just assign the one Firebird to that because they're the best. I don't want to say it like that, but they're the best flamer of the groups. I'll have them working on that. There's got to be a better fire. Because that's the only reason I have them on here. Is for their fire ability. I have to have a better one by now. I don't want to take them out and put them... Oh, I forgot I had what's-his-face in the box. Oh, shit. Now they're mixed up. Oh, no. Oh, no. Where'd my pal go? Well, which one was it? Suzu. Suzuku. They died, so I put them in the box, and I forgot Oh no, which one is it? Ah, I thought I had a locked symbol on it. Damn it. Oh, there's one over here too. Shit. uh, this sucks. Well, let's group all the fire types together anyway. I need to do that regardless.
Can you make the giant furnace? You can have up to pals working it at once.
I don't think I can make the giant furnace yet. I saw it, but I don't think I've unlocked it. Yeah. But... Oh, I gotta go up to the front. I was like, what's going on here? Eh? Oh, I have it set to search, not sort.
Vampiric box. Said. LOL, that's where sorting the box comes in handy.
There. There you are. There you are, Suzuku. That one's got burly body. What does these ones got? Stronghold strength. Okay, I can see why I chose this Suzuku then. I was like, why do I have this one specifically? Okay. 2? 2? What? Well, there's no other kindling. Work stability level. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. 6. Here we go. These guys are the fire guys. Flame Emperor, Reload Master. What the fuck? Dainty Eater. That one might be good, because it doesn't have to eat as much. Heavyweight. That's for fighting. They also have 7 in mining, so yeah. Yeah, we can take out. Bleh. Put you in. There we go. Whoa, look at him. He's ready to go. He's eager to mine, apparently. Well, he's good at mining, too. But I want you on this. Alright, get started. See how fast that improves. It's only 1 higher than the other dude. But yeah, it's going a bit faster now. That's good. It would be nice if he was 7. Not only it would be even faster, but you know, because he'd be 7 at mining, 7 at fire, but 6 fire, 7 mining. It's okay, I guess. Speaking of inventory, or thinking of inventory, I gotta put that back. Gotta put that back. Oh. Let's see, how much am I going to need with all that he's been making for the generator? We're getting close. We're almost there.
Yay, I finally got the drop.
But I need the electric organs. All right, let's go buy some electric organs. You got it? You got the drop? Awesome. Great. Now you no longer have to fight that. You must have hit your 100th time. Does it feel like that? Does it feel like you fought him over 100 times by now? Alright, let's go to the one dude and buy a bunch of electric organs. I hate calling them that. Electric organs.
Vampiric Fox said, there were towers that dropped the heat-resistant ancient armor and towers that dropped the cold-resistant version. I almost did T-battle the other but decided to for posterity. Vampiric
For
Fox
posterity.
said, Roflo, it does feel like it at least.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to bring my money with me. Damn it. Isn't that always how it is? I forgot my wallet at home. Ah. And there was research in progress. Whoops, I gotta get that started. We're working with... Oh, right, I can't do it yet until we get more pure quartz, right.
Vampiric Fox said, I had already beaten it with Felbat several times, so I decided to play with the poison blind build.
Really? Okay, well, you do you. As long as you got it, that's what matters. As I don't know, it's been a couple of days. You've been talking about getting that schematic for a while. So I'm happy to hear you were able to get it finally. Alright. 80 plus the 20 we already have in there should be 100, so I could begin the second leg of our oil refining research. Oh, fuck, I'm missing one. Communist base, what are you doing? I'm gonna go here, and there's gonna be like 50 of these pure quartz just sitting in the quarry. Way more than 50. That's what I'm saying. They don't care. They don't really care about picking it up. I wish I could tell them to pick it up. They'll pick up everything but the pure quartz. It's so heavy. I don't want to lift it. I'd rather lift this lumber. I don't even have them doing anything specifically. Like the lumber. I have them specifically getting the pure quartz. Finally. There we go. Get that started. Since I'm mostly working on making pal metal ingots. Go, 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 go. Alright. Oh, right. I was going to buy the organs. Oh, wait. I don't have to do that anymore. I have a habit of it. I realize I don't have to do that anymore in the base.
Vampiric Fox said, the main pal in that party is Venusa, and I was thinking of making a build to use her anyway.
Really? See, that's the other thing that I don't really do in Palworld. Is that, you know, making builds and stuff like that. I don't concentrate on doing stuff like that. Oh, I could get 500 and something. And that'll be all of the money I have. But I don't really see me using the money to buy anything else. It's weird that I only have 167,000. I thought I had way more money than that, but I guess I'm wrong.
Vampiric Fox said, it took me a while to curb the habit of running to the PAL box in order to fast travel.
Yeah. These two are still down here. Look at them. It's still funny. I don't even know what the story is between these two. But to me, I'd say maybe the Cativa's trying to learn how to swim. And they're trying to support them. I don't know. A lot of people would see that and maybe think the elephant creature's tormenting the Cativa. But I don't know. To me, it looks like the Cativa's trying to learn to swim and the elephant's cheering it on. But it's just making things worse, you know?
Vampiric Fox said, well, before it was TA thing for the most part, maybe a team of Goblin to boost player attack, a team of a specific pal to boost the attack of a pal of a certain element.
Oh, okay. So it like building a team actually works. Actually add stuff to the fight or something. I guess I could see that because of the because of the passives that pals tend to have, and B, now they have pals that work together with each other, like how Sekhmet works with Anubis to boost everyone's transportation. I think it's transportation and work speed. I'll have them work on that, but I kind of want them to focus on... You know what? I'll have them work on the mining.
You redone and redesigned many pals partner skills, not just Verdash. It's worth taking a look at the partner skills of the pals in your box.
Yeah. I hate to say that I haven't been doing that, but I have been paying attention to that. Whenever I get a new pal, that's one of the things I've been looking at recently. Because of how much they've changed. There. Two of them working on that. It goes nice and fast. Would be nice if I could have 2 7s working on it, but he's my fire guy, so I have him doing fire stuff. Do I have a book that increases that? I could give it to him, make him even better at producing fire. Let's check my books. Whoop, excuse me, Sekhmet. There. No. Ah, here we go. Wood, water, mining, electricity, and crafting. No fire. Oh, well. Wait, I think I might have more up in my room. Let's go check. I think this is another aspect of Palworld that I really like, is the base building and survival aspect. Adds a whole nother level to this game. And it's why I like this game, but I kind of got bored of Pokemon. Because with Pokemon, you can do like what you're doing with the character building and the team building stuff. That was the main thing about Pokemon and kind of why I, you know, grew disinterested, and it started to focus more and more on that. The more the games went on, you know, they started focusing more on the battle aspect of Pokemon than they did the story, to the point where it just felt like the story wasn't even secondary. It was just kind of there, and then when you beat the game, that's when it's most notable. But the rest of Pokemon was collecting Pokemon and battling Pokemon. That's what they focused on heavily as the games went on. And the story just kind of went to the wayside. Nobody really paid attention to it so much. So you know, it's still to this day with the newest Pokemon, all anyone ever does when they play Pokemon is demonstrate their Pokemon or record Pokemon battles. You never really see anyone going through the story when people do playthroughs of Pokemon. And even when they do, people don't even talk about it. They talk about the Pokemon they're getting. So it's really like, if that's all there is going forward, I'm not really gonna.
Ruby Sapphire Emerald had a thing called hidden bases which were kinda cute. Use a special move to open the hidden entrance and decorate a little base.
Right, and I think that's something that they brought into future generations of Pokemon, is the hidden base thing. I think in the most recent edition, what was it called? I can't remember, but I do remember that that is another thing they added. But that's more like decorating, you know? Right. That's something I remember when I was playing Ruby and Sapphire, but that was more for people who like decorating things because it brought kind of a Animal Crossing aspect to Pokemon, which was neat, but you know, it was just there. So it didn't really follow anything. I think the way that the Pokemon Company works is when they think of doing things like that, they just say, let's develop a completely different game. And I get that from a monetary standpoint. But why not have everything together, you know?
I wouldn't know I refuse to touch Scarlet Violet.
No, I got that way back in the day. But yeah, it's the sentiment with Palworld. The reason why a lot of people play it is it's like combining two games into one. It's a survival crafting battle system like you'd find in Ark Survival or No Man's Sky combined with Pokemon. And that's like two completely separate games now in one. And everyone can enjoy it, you know? So I play mostly for the base building and the cooperative, you know, like the Animal Crossing parts to it, like the farming aspect and working together as a team and creating bases and stuff like that. You've been here a while, Vampiric Fox. You can see what I enjoy most about this game. Because that's the way my streams tend to go. It's either I have a stream where I go out and adventure and beat up a bunch of things. You know, I have my streams where I hunt stuff. And I have my streams where I work on bases and strengthen my character and stuff, you know? So in some streams I do the Pokemon stuff, and in some streams I do the survival stuff. So it keeps me going, you know? But while with Pokemon you only have the one aspect, it kind of feels like the game gets shortened. And then before I know it, I'm done. I've beaten it, and why did I spend $60 to, well, now like $80 with how they've increased their price? Why did I spend $80 on this? Like, especially because now with Pokemon, since they don't pay much attention to the story goes by really fast, and you get it beaten in like a day. You get the story beaten in a day. What's there for me to do? Why am I spending $80 on this game that I'm going to beat in a day, and then that's it? I get it for a lot of other people. It's about collecting the rest of the Pokemon and then building them and battling them. But I don't really play Pokemon for that. I was playing it for the story, you know, the adventure. And now that just feels secondary.
Base building or survival crafting games because I'm not creative enough to make it worthwhile, but I get into this game. My base building is still lacking, but still LOL.
Right. But I see why you like Palworld. You like Palworld because you like the aspect of getting stronger and taking on better challenges and doing more challenges. And there are gamers that are like that. But I'm not going to say that you shouldn't buy a game if you're not into the game for that reason. I'm just saying that's why I stopped playing Pokemon, is because the story fell to the wayside, and it was just something that happens, you know? You blaze through it in a day, and then that's it. You're done. Go collect more Pokemon. Get stronger. Battle your friends. You know? But for me, I'm just like, no, I'm not spending $80 for that. And Palworld. I originally bought Palworld because it was $30, and I had gotten for Christmas. I got like April got me $100 gift card for the PlayStation Store that year, and I already bought what was it called? I still haven't played it. Oh my god, that is a game that I could play for the stream. That's why I bought it. There were so many games that came out in 2024. So many of them I've forgotten now. What was it? Shit. It was like it's an RPG. It's made by the same people who made Dragon Quest. Fuck. Infinity Strash. That's it. Infinity Strash. That's another game that I could play for the stream. I totally forgot I had that game. But I bought it because I love Dragon Quest and I love action RPGs, and that's what it is. So it's like perfect. I was like, I'll get this for the stream. And then I bought so many other games. You know what it is? It's because I was also playing Visions of Mana. I was playing Visions of Mana, and I totally forgot about that game, because that's an action RPG also, but I got addicted to that instead of Infinity Strash. I heard Infinity Strash didn't sell well, and a lot of people kind of panned it, but I don't know. I'm willing to give it a try, you know? I have it. But, you know, after buying that game, I had extra money, and so I decided to buy this game, and I had it sitting on my PS5 for a while, not really thinking about playing it, you know? I was like, this might be worth having a little fun with. But then my vacation rolled around, and I was like, well, I got the time now, why not play it? I've been seeing other people enjoy it, and it looks like a lot of fun. And it's not like the game was spoiled that much for me, because literally anyone that was playing it back in 2024, 2025, they'd only get through the starter area and they wouldn't go any further. So I was like, I'd like to see more of the game, so why not play this? And then I got addicted. Alright, we're still waiting for the PAL ingots to get done. For this. And now we have enough electric organs. Oh, that's right. I'm going to put them in the box. Let's have 500 electric organs on me at all times. There we go. But these days, with the rate of how expensive gaming's going, it's going to be even more important that people focus on what it is they want from a game. They can't just... They can't have, like, $80 to $100 to spare just for a video game that's going to take them a day to beat, and then that's it, you know? So if game developers are going to start charging $80 to $100 for a game, they better damn sure make sure that that game is going to last, at the very least, 60 hours, you know? If you make a game that's only going to last 5 to 20 hours, only have like 5 to 20 hours of gameplay, and you're charging $80 to $100 for it? Fuck you, you know? But yeah, when I was complaining to April about the price of gaming going up, she was worried because she wants to see Squaresoft or Square Enix has already announced the next installment or the last installment of Final Fantasy VII Remake, which is Final Fantasy VII Reunion, and she really wants to see it. And I told her it really all depends on how much it's going to be when it launches. Some people are thinking because it's going to be mainstay on a PlayStation 5 platform that it's going to be $70, which is what PlayStation games still run at. They're still around $70. And if it's $70, that's fine. I'll buy it for $70 because that's how much Rebirth was, and I got a lot of hours out of that. But if it's like going to be around $80 to $100, like what Rockstar is going for, then I don't know. I might have to wait a while until it goes down in price. And I told that to April, and she's okay with it, but I could tell she's a little disappointed because she's very eager to see the rest of that game. But I told her if it's going to be around $80 to $100, where we might have to wait a couple years till the price goes down, because I cannot justify that kind of purchase. And everything's working all right. You know what? Let's go check out my other base and see how their food is going, because I have them making so much quartz. They're probably blowing through their food supply, and I want to make sure I keep it high, because I know it's the only thing really keeping them sane. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? Cancel. L2. Nope, that's the wrong L. It's the wrong one. That's the wrong button. Oh, well.
I totally understand that.
Yeah. Oh, man. I had like 500 to 600 salads in here. Yeah, they have been blowing through the salads. I'm not going to be able to make that much more. Ugh. But it's something, I guess. Speaking of which, let's go grab the quartz that's probably still in the quarry. About 70. They make about 50 to 100 quartz.
Vampiric bugs. Said.
A day.
Dodging can help cancel drawn arrows or ready spears.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for that. Alright, so I guess what I could do while I'm waiting is I could go around and mine some quartz myself. I mean, that's why I have the pickaxe out. So yeah, let's go around to each of the quartz deposits. I have a couple around my base. I think I got about 80. Yeah, 80 per nugget. This is another reason why I built this base here, because it was so close to these, all these different ore deposits. Go back in. Oh, I could still jump. Can't glide, though. Go down to those ones. Oh wait, it's not quartz. There's one around here somewhere. I always see it when I come over here to get the meteor. Oh well, we got some over here. Oh, I wonder if I can ride Desmu when I'm full.
Vampiric boss. Said, yeah, they let us jump when a little over encumbered as well as increasing our movement speed while overloaded.
Oh, yeah. I mentioned that a little earlier in the stream while you were away. That I'm glad they changed that. That's awesome. Now it's really dependent on how encumbered you are. As opposed to back when you were like even 1 point over encumbered, you'd be moving like a snail. Oh, I'm gonna have to... Weapon is damaged. I probably won't get as much now, because my pickaxe is damaged. It's definitely taking a lot longer to get through this. That was like 150 something. Yeah, I got a little bit less. Well, they can run fast, but they can't get that burst of energy like they used to. And they can jump. Alright. Let's go fix my mining pickaxe. Oh, come on, you can make it.
Vampiric boss. Said, the beam launcher I got is basically an energy rocket launcher. The legendary version has an attack of BS legendary rocket launcher S.
That's awesome. I can't wait to make that. I just don't have the one mineral unlocked yet. Oh, whoops. I forgot I was on top of you.
Said, well, you are on grass, which ISNT days MUS preferred terrain LOL.
No, it's not. It's not. Oh, wait, this is an orb? Ah, shit. I'm sorry, I saw it and I thought it was... Whoops. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Come on. Stop goofing around. Alright, I think that was it for the deposits in my area. Yeah. I'm gonna have to wait. How long does it take for ore deposits to respawn? Like a day? Maybe 2 days? Probably a while. I keep... oh. I keep trying to use the boost ability, like in No Man's Sky. that I keep stopping myself like, no, no, no. This isn't No Man's Sky. Don't press that button. I think there's a treasure chest over on this side.
Vampiric Fox.
Around here somewhere.
LMAO, you might have to get a different mercy hit pal and deposit Verdash in the
There it
box
is.
for a bit.
Might, yes, I might. At some point, maybe. I don't know. I do. Oh, wait. There is an ore deposit over here. I thought there was. At some point, I was debating whether or not to get a different pal that knows Mercy Hit, but the fact that Verdash now allows me to... Aw, that one barely had anything in it. It was very tiny, so... But now that Verdash allows me to double jump and do an air dash, I'm like, maybe not. He's more useful now. I'm kind of getting used to doing the double jump now. I like it. So, I don't know. I don't see me replacing Verdash anytime soon. However, I am going to need a new battle buddy, one that can kill, you know? And I want to make that Goldar, because Goldar looks so cool. And Goldar also has that ability to where he can come back to life if I have food on hand. That's freaking sweet. He dies, he comes back, feed him. That's all it takes. And he's ready to go back into the battle. I want to get a nice good one though. One that has some good stats. I might have to start collecting a bunch of Goldar to fuse them all together.
Said, you seem to still struggle with the double jump and air dash. Vampiric Fox.
Oh shit, I didn't realize there was a thing over here.
There, got it.
Yeah. Oh. Go with some quartz.
What?
Just feels like it's popping up out of nowhere now. I don't know why I didn't see this one. Lord Zed. I'm trying to remember who Lord Zed was. I can't remember. It's probably a reference that's escaping me at the moment. But I'm sure... Goldar. Wait a minute. That's Power Rangers, isn't it? Right. Goldar and Lord Zed. Oh, right. Lord Zed was the weird guy with the spiked helmet. The giant spiked helmet. Right. Goldar was one of his... Right. It was the Egyptian cat guy. This has been forever. But I still remember. I wasn't a huge fan of Power Rangers, but... I still remember. Everybody mostly, when they think of the Power Rangers enemies, they think of Rita Repulsive. I think it's just because the name's so easy to remember.
Vampiric Fox said, technically Goldar was Rita's minion, then Zed took over and Goldar served him.
Right.
Vampiric Fox said, ROFLMAO.
It's just such an easy name to remember. I think that was literally her name, too. Like, who names their kid that? God, this is repulsive. I like the name Rita. Let's just put it together.
I adored Power Rangers up to the Zo era. I stopped watching after Turbo.
I know a lot of people kind of just stopped at certain points just because of how... I think it has to deal with the fact that the American version and the Japanese version were so different.
Name till that comment mentioning her.
Yeah. That's the only reason I remember is because it's such a cruel name to have. Canonically, I feel as though that's why she became evil, because she had such a bad name. Her villain arc started as soon as she was born. It's her parents' fault. I do have arrows in there. But yeah, what was I about to say? Oh, right. I think the reason why so many people just stopped watching Power Rangers is because it started to try and get more like the Japanese version, so that both versions would kind of be less difficult to produce in the two different countries. And a lot of people just didn't like that idea, I guess.
For me, it was more along the lines that it seemed that they were reaching so far for ideas that it became unbearable to watch.
Right, that too. But in my opinion, I feel like that's probably the reason. Is when it first started out, both versions of Power Rangers were so drastically different that you'd watch the American Power Rangers and be like, is this the same show? You know, like it'd be confusing. But they tried to adapt a lot of the ideas from the Japanese version more into the American version. And I guess the audience didn't like it that much. I don't know. That's what it just felt like, because they started putting in like Zodiac characters. They started putting in like, I remember one time they were doing the whole dinosaur thing. Like not the dinosaur thing, but as in the because the dinosaur thing's always been there. But it's like the like I said, I'm not the hugest fan, so I don't know jack shit. Was it dinosaur or was it animal? I can't remember now, for fuck's sake. And in my brain, I bet you anything, I'm confusing some stuff in the Power Rangers with Transformers shit.
Vampiric Fox said, "See, I didn't know it was taken from a Japanese show at first. It was a while before I learned it."
See, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people didn't know that. Especially not the friends that I knew that were fans of Power Rangers. They had no idea.
Right, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I can't remember. I haven't been following it since then, but I do know that it's been trying to get more in line with the Japanese version of the show. And because they were so drastically different, I bet that's kind of like a tipping point for some people.
Thing I thought was weird because their origins were based on dinosaurs.
Yeah. Why is there medicine already in here? Whatever. You do you, Palworld. Alright, I'll just go and take this stuff up to my room, because I know for a fact I have medicine up there. Oh! Vampiric Fox, here, actually, this is a good time for me to ask this question, because you might know.
Vampiric Fox said, "Well, the original Power Rangers came out way before the internet was a widespread thing. I think at least back then I didn't know about it."
Right. I didn't either. I wasn't a fan of Power Rangers, so I didn't really bother learning. I just happened to learn because of a friend of mine who was a big fan of the Power Rangers. Alright, so I can't put... The chest setting says other consumables. I can't put the recovery meds in here, even though it's other consumables. But I can put the medicine in here. I also can't put mushrooms in here. I get it, it's because they're not other consumables. They're ingredients. But, like, why can I only put nothing but medicine in here? I get it because it's a medicine rack. But you should be able to put, like, other things like this, and the flowers, and the mushrooms in there. Because that's all used to make medicine, right?
recovery meds don't work right with that thing.
Yeah, it's weird. It would be nice. Oh, what else do I have to put away? Alright, the bait. Or, you know, I could just use... I might need to refill the fishing area. So let's go check that first. Yeah, it's done. No new ones. But I'm getting close to having all the fuwax. Oh, I don't have all the gloopies? I feel so childish saying some of these names. Oh, I don't got all the gloopies? I don't have all the gloopies or the fuwax?
Vampire Fox said, I know that the thing with that medicine cabinet is so that pals can just come over and take medicine whenever they need it without waiting on you.
Oh, is that what is? Yeah, I do know that that's what that is. That's why I've constructed it. And I built one on my first base because my first base gets attacked every now and then. So that's why I built this. I read that was the description and I was like, ooh, I like that idea. But it does require a pal that knows a little bit about medicine in order to function. And I don't have anything like that on this base. But if I needed to, I could. That's the point. Alright. So let's see how they're doing. Producing the Palworld for the generator. We're getting close. We're getting close. Is that a 3 or an 8? I can't tell. I gotta get up. Okay. That's an 8. So we're a lot closer than I thought. So we just need 12 more. You're doing it. Good job. Meanwhile, I guess I'll go out and try to find more quartz. Because we're still gonna need a bunch of it. I can't find any. Oh, the Roomba's going. I had something to hit my door and I was like, whoa. And then I realized, oh, right, the Roomba's running. Yeah, I don't see any other nodes. Well, let's go to the other base then. Because I bet we have more at the other base, but they're not putting it in the guild box. A theory I have, and tell me if I'm right about this, Vampiric Fox, but they seem to be more inclined to pick up the lighter items before picking up the heavier items. Like, they'll go and they'll grab stuff from the fields, and they'll put that stuff away first before going to pick up the quartz over here at the quarry. You know? So is that why they do that? They focus more on the lighter stuff first than the heavier stuff? When it comes to transporting things? Because if that's the case, I get it, but I'm not about to destroy my fields just so they'll focus on, you know, transferring the quartz. Because those fields give me the carrots that I need for the minestrone that they make here.
Vampiric Fox said, I don't know about that. I know there are some things that are prioritized over others, but I don't know how it is.
Okay. I might look into it sometime once I get the stream stopped, once I stop the stream, but I'm thinking that could be the case, because they do seem to want to grab the lighter stuff first. I just feel like that's not fair. Oh, what's this? Ancient structure set. Set for building bases using ancient architecture. Oh, okay, so that's like the wood foundations. This is the foundational stuff for, so we can make technical bases now. Oh my god. When I make my last base, I'm going to have to incorporate several different base features. And I don't have a problem with that. It's going to be my base. It's not going to be a base where we mass produce stuff. It's going to be my base, and it's going to have all kinds of advanced technology in it. It's going to be Dexter's laboratory. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be my laboratory.
Vampiric Fox.
Just spend it.
It actually kinda looks similar to the futuristic set.
Does it? Okay, neat. So I'll incorporate the futuristic set with the, I think I already have it. Yeah, with the Japanese style set. I'll like have a cool laboratory in the back, and up at the front I'll have a nice house. So it'll be like Dexter's laboratory. You'll walk into the house and it's like, oh, look at this wonderful house, and then in the back there's like a secret area. Secret area you could go into. There are books in it. I could put it like behind a bookcase. And then I can have a Lovander running around like Dee Dee. Lovander seems like it'd be great for Dee Dee. All the pink. She's got that mindset of an airhead. Whoa, do I have 7? Oh, right. I'm collecting them so that I can use them later for the production of the oil extractors, right? I was like, what? Whoa, I'm collecting a lot more than I remembered needing. And then I realized, oh, right, it's because of A, mining research, and B, the oil extractors. So now we can, where we need plasteel for the, ooh. All right, so we won't be able to get to the 40% yet. We're going to need to go into oil production first. But we are at least at 30, so that's good. I'll help out with the extraction speed.
I have a walkthrough of my house base uploaded to my channel because I was showing someone else and Haven T deleted it, yet it's not that great cause it's a couple ideas at once and those T mesh well.
Oh, I have watched that video. By the way, I saw that you had some videos uploaded. One was of an adorable cat, which is great. I love cat videos. And then the other one was of your base, which looked pretty cool. Got a lot of, you're very, like, the base that you've constructed is, what could I say? It's like an actual industry, you know? My shit's all over the place, but your base looks as though it's just built for industrial work, you know, like it's a full-on factory.
Vampiric Fox said, I couldn't remember if I showed it to you or not.
No, I think I went over to your page one time because you were talking about having uploaded that video of your base, and I told you I had to look at it later. I think it was back when, you know, when you first started popping into the channel. I'm debating whether or not I should go with this.
Said, the production base was meant to mass produce legendary spheres for money.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and... No, it requires palmetal ingots. I don't want to waste them. Legendary schematics for money. Oh. I can see how money can be very important in this game, but I accumulated as much as I had because I don't really, you know, I don't really bother.
What? Vampiric Fox said, I went into the Neptilius fight forgetting I have PAL spawn rate at LOL.
Oh. Spawn rate at 3? Oh, why is this in here? I don't need this in here. Hold on to that. There. And I'll put it somewhere. Until I'm ready to make the oil extractors. Put it in here, probably. No. What is it anyway? Oh, it's production goods, so I can put this in the bin upstairs. I keep calling it a bin, but it's a... yeah, I just keep thinking of it as a bin. What are they called? Damn it. Oh, shit. There we go. Now I have the 100 for both.
Said, I did make a lot by just running dungeons and selling anything I didn't need, but with merchants to sell stuff instead of having to hunt for it, money becomes more important.
Right. Oh, I get that. Like, from all the times that you've mentioned me being able to buy stuff, I get that's what you mostly do, is you know, buy it.
Ammo merchant that can visit the base. The newer ammo is quite expensive.
Oh. Oh, congratulations. You've officially posted about 100 comments on this stream. We've been having good conversations. This has been a very productive day. I was going to make it about hunting. I was going to explore more and hunt more, but I think it's a good idea for me to start focusing on future development for my base, as well as, you know, so I can start building the next level of armors and weapons that I need when I do decide to go back to exploring that one island.
Buying saves a lot of time and hassle, especially with certain types of ammo. LMAO.
Oh yeah, I can totally see that.
Oh wow, that all rope low.
I know, it feels like there should be more comments. But don't do that. Don't do that. As I always say, make every comment count. Put as much as you need to in your comment before posting, because, you know, you weren't here for it, but there was one time when we had some trolls in the chat. I think it was back in 2023 or something. That was back when Duke was still frequenting my channel. But we had 2 people show up to the chat, and they were arguing, like a basic sibling argument, where they were going, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, over and over. And I had to ban both of them because, you know, I clearly state in my rules no spamming, but they kept spamming, and I told them to stop. And I even waited the 30-second, I waited like a minute for them to get the message, but they weren't listening. So Duke was like, yeah, they're trolls. And I was like, yeah, they're out of here. And, that's why that's part of the whole pinned message talking about no spamming, because we had people like that in the chat at one point.
Vampiric Bugs said, I prefer to put in as much into one message as I can, but the character limit is tiny lol.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm not saying just squeeze everything in. I'm just saying if it's a kind of thing that you're going to talk about, like a response to something, then make it count, I always say that. I think I gathered that from back when I used to talk with Carol online. This was back in like 2008 when we first started communicating online. I was still kind of new to the whole experience because I got my first computer in 2006. And we got the internet at my house. I was paying for it in 2007. So I was still relatively new to online social interactions. And she told me the way I was responding to her a lot was to her, I wasn't trying to, but to her it felt rude, I'd be like, okay, and then that's it, or yes, no, things like that. And I didn't realize I was being rude. So she told me that, and that's why I say it ever since then, that if you're going to make a comment on something, make sure you make the comment count, because otherwise it seems very rude, or it can be considered spamming. And I was like, oh, okay. Because I never really frequented chats and forums and things like that on the internet, so I didn't know. But after being online for a while, I could see why it was very rude of me to be like that. And I get it. If it's a kid popping into the stream, they're going to act like that because they don't know any better. They don't know how social interactions work online. But that's the other reason why I have over 18 plus as one of the rules of my channel. Because if you're a kid, I don't want you coming into my chat just to learn shit, If you don't know how to socially interact with people online, this is not the place to learn that. So I make it clear that one of the main reasons why kids aren't allowed here is because they can just be super rude. And not only that, but it isn't appealing to people who come to this chat looking to talk, Because then at that point, it's like I have a bunch of kids in the chat just screeching, and nobody wants that. Man, I've said it, I don't know how many times on this channel, but I feel as though parents shouldn't allow their kids online until they reach a certain age. Like for me, I'm more of a drastic person. So for me, it would be like 18, 21. You're able to drink, you're able to go online and talk to people all around the world. That's how I feel about it. But some people would be like, well, 16, something like that. You could drive, you could talk online. I'm like, nah, no. There are so many different things that kids are supposed to learn before they start, talking with people from across the globe, Because there are so many things they could learn from people online that are bad. It's about 17, 18. Wonderful, now defunct chat room. Yeah.
That's kind of where I learned about online etiquette.
Yeah, that's typically where people will tend to learn about online etiquette, is like forums and chat rooms and stuff like that. That's where a lot of us learned it. But kids these days, they're learning stuff about online etiquette from videos and comment sections and, you know, live chat room areas. Like, you know, they'll go to, I don't want to name drop anybody, but like they'll go to Penguin Zero, who's like all about the memes, and they'll see all these stupid things being said in chat, and they'll just randomly pop stuff off, and the chat's going like a mile a minute, so they can't really learn anything that way. So, you know, doing things like going into forums and online chat rooms, that's very important for learning online etiquette because it's a slow pace where people all communicate at their own rate. But ultimately, I still think that kids need to be a certain age before they can be allowed to go online and learn stuff like that. Because like I just said, they could be talking to anybody and learn all kinds of horrible things. And then we've got people like in other countries that are going to be teaching them really terrible things because who cares? It's not my country. I'm going to teach these kids how to go out and shoot somebody, you know? And then, like, that's why a lot of countries will limit the amount of internet access their citizens have. And I don't think we should do that here in America. Obviously, free speech. But if they're learning horrible things like things that can corrupt our systems, then they definitely should be a certain age before they're allowed online. There has to be online regulations for children when it comes to doing stuff online, because you don't know what the fuck they could be learning. It's not just an issue of their safety, it's an issue of their mental stability. I feel like we have so many crazy people in the world just because the children that are growing up now are learning horrible things about stuff they shouldn't be knowing about online, you know? And yeah, I get it. Knowledge is power. I 100% support that. But when it's stupid knowledge, that's not knowledge. When it's horrible knowledge, that's not knowledge. People are learning about fucking vor and shit at the age of 10, and they shouldn't be learning about that.
Kids are impressionable, yes, but I think that for the most part they deserve more credit than they typically get.
Yeah, but there's a difference between learning and there's a difference between learning and experiencing, and you can gain a lot of experience online. But if it's all horrible things, then you're just going to be raising stupid little shits that are fucking up everything for everyone, you know? Kids are learning about all kinds of really nasty stuff and thinking it's cool because it's edgy, and it's not. It's just going to ruin their life. There are those little girls that fucking killed that one their one quote unquote friend because they used the excuse, "Oh, Slender Man told me to do it." And it's giving them excuses to do things because they can just blame the internet and get away with it. And B, it's even if it's not giving them an excuse, it's teaching them terrible things. Kids have been doing that for ages. Yeah, I get that. But it's not like they were picking up books and doing shit like that without their parents' permission. It's not like they were going out to a library and finding a book about vor and then doing that, you know? Because I don't know how you think a library should work, but when I was going to the library, you couldn't take out books meant for adults. You couldn't check them out from a library.
Don't forget that a lot of that has been on TV and such for a long time, even before the internet, lol.
Yes, but then they imposed the ESRB rating system. They created the V-chip. They created the Playboy channel and things like that you couldn't access unless you had a credit card and could pay for it. There are so many ways that stuff like that has been regulated throughout history to prevent kids from seeing it. And you could say, oh, but everybody bypass that, bypass this, bypass that. And if you're raising a child that's doing that, then you're just a terrible parent. And it's not like it was widely accessible. When I was a kid, we all learned about the Playboy channel, but not all of us could see it. Because A, we didn't have credit cards. You couldn't get a credit card. And B, we didn't have cable. Like, I think maybe 10% of the kids at my school had cable. So you couldn't have access to it. Unless your parents let you.
But you could read them porn channel. I watched that and got good at watching it even through the scramble LOL.
Yeah, but you couldn't watch it unless you had cable. That's the thing. And your parents are the ones that buy the cable and pay for the cable. And if they know you can have access to something like that, then if they don't prevent you from watching it, then they're just terrible parents. And not all parents are terrible parents. My parents weren't. They didn't let me have access to things like that. They didn't make it readily available for me to either hack into or steal their credit card to get. So yeah. That's why I'm saying there just needs to be better regulations on things people do online. For kids especially. Oh, they'll just find ways to work around it. They'll find ways to get into the dark web. I've never been to the dark web. I have absolutely no clue how to get to the dark web. I'm a full-grown adult and I don't know how to do that. So you can imagine how difficult it will be for a child to do that.
This was way late at night while everyone was asleep. It wasn't like they just let me.
Right. And that's what I'm talking about right now is that, you know, kids aren't going to want to do that unless, you know, they're capable of doing it. If you give a kid a loaded gun, they're not going to use it immediately unless, you know, they have constant access to bullets. They might pistol whip somebody, but at least they're not shooting them. And if they're pistol whipping people, then they're probably going to get their ass beat before they learn, you know, anything. Then they'll be like, oh, now I need bullets. But nope, you can't have access to the bullets.
My oldest sister's first husband had a book called The Anarchist's Cookbook, and I looked through this back in long before internet access was widespread.
I know, but that's the thing. It's the reason why inflation's going up so much. It's because way back in, I think it was 2017 or 2018, Donald Trump got rid of so many regulations that were preventing corporations from imposing a lot of inflation laws and things like that, that were preventing them from raising the prices on stuff without having to go through a shit ton of red tape. But when Donald Trump got rid of all of those regulations, suddenly, oops, inflation's happening like crazy. If you don't limit something from the evil people who want to use it against you or the people you love, it just gives them easier access to go and use it to your disadvantage in any way, shape, or form. It's the same thing with kids and knowledge. If you give kids easy access to knowledge they're not supposed to have, knowledge that could corrupt their lives forever, why would you do that? If you have the option of putting up barriers to prevent kids from getting that knowledge, you should take every opportunity you can to put those barriers in place. Because if you give them access to a gun, they will use it. There's nothing telling them not to. If they have terrible parents, that's especially true. If you arm a child with the wrong type of knowledge, they're going to use it to do the wrong thing. because they don't have the established morality to justify whether or not they should do the wrong thing. And that goes back to, like, owning a pet and having responsibility.
Kids have had access to dangerous knowledge for longer than the internet.
That's a terrible excuse. That is a terrible excuse. Kids have had access. Kids have had access. Yeah, well, why aren't we preventing them from having that access? Why aren't we doing things to prevent them from learning those horrible things? If we can do it with books, and we can do it with television, and we can do it with telephones, then we can do it with the internet. A child can't go out to a library and rent a porn magazine. They have to be 18 before they can check it out. They have to be 18 before they could even go into that kind of a section. They can't even go into a store that sells porn. A kid can't watch television with porn on it unless their parents have access to said channel and they know how to hack into the said channel. A child can't use a telephone unless they buy a certain amount of credits that allow them to use that telephone. And even then, they'd have to have access to numbers that allow them to go to allow them to talk to people that they shouldn't be talking to.
Sex and violence has been on television, even regular television, for decades.
Yeah, and what's your point? We have regulations to prevent kids from seeing those things on television and in books. But we don't have anything like that for kids to see on the internet. We don't have anything to prevent them from looking at stuff on the internet. There's nothing like that. And hence, they're looking up how to make bombs, they're looking up how to make meth, they're looking up how to use guns, they're looking up how to treat women like shit. They're looking up things like how to I don't know, like all kinds of dangerous things, you know? Just, there are so many things that I can't say because YouTube won't let me. And I get that YouTube won't let me. I 100% am okay with not being able to say those things because, to be honest, I don't want to say them.
Vampiric Fox said, "The point is your regulations argument is fairly irrelevant."
That's not, that doesn't hold it. Fairly irrelevant? What do you mean it's fairly irrelevant? If we have regulations in place to prevent kids from seeing all those other things, why don't we have regulations in place to prevent them from seeing stuff like that on the internet? That's my point. We don't have anything like that to prevent them from doing stuff like that on the internet. But we have it for things like books and television and phones. That's my whole point. So don't tell me it's irrelevant. Things have existed for a long period of time. Yeah, that's why we developed regulations against them.
People have actually learned how to make explosives and such just by reverse engineering things from the original MacGyver.
Yeah, but they didn't learn how to do that. Somebody taught them how to do that. It wasn't a book that could have taught them to do that unless they were capable of having access to the book. Are you going to be able to go out to a library right now and pick up a book on how to use a bomb? Are you going to be able to go to a library right now at this moment and get a book on how to make a bomb? No. That's my point. If a kid was to go out to a library right now and pick up a book on how to make a bomb, the librarian would not give them access to that book because they're not old enough to have it. Not that you would be able to find something like that at your local library. I'm just saying, if there were books like that at your local library, a kid wouldn't be able to have access to it.
Vampiric Fox said, no cousins in the morning.
3 in the morning. Yeah. But you see what I'm getting at? These days, kids have regulations on all of the things that they shouldn't have in various locations like libraries and television and telephone. But they don't have that on the internet. They don't have regulations or things in place to prevent them from seeing that online.
And yes, it's called chemistry.
They can learn chemistry from a book. But if they learn chemistry from a book, they're not going to have access to the materials to make the things that are in the book. And even then, a chemistry book isn't going to tell you how to make a bomb. A chemistry book isn't going to say, you need to do this to make the bomb. It's going to say, hey, this is a thing. And you're going to be like, cool. And maybe if you have enough knowledge, you can go from there. But if you just learn the basics of chemistry, you're not going to be able to know how to make a bomb unless you're smart enough.
What?
And you won't be able to get smart enough unless you have the knowledge to make the thing that you're not supposed to be making. Your brain can go only so far. That's why AI can only go so far without human input. You can only go so far in this world without knowledge. All right, 99 left. So I should have... Your brain can only go so far in this world without knowledge. So that's why it's important to understand exactly why these kids shouldn't learn stuff like that. Why can't I make it? I was able to do it on the other side.
Said, looking at chemistry textbooks is not a regulated thing, and a lot of complex chemistry has easy to access substitutes. Think of the common smoke generation formula, sugar and stump remover.
I know, but nobody's going to say, hey, I can use this to make a bomb unless they're smart enough to. I know the sugar and smoke thing, yeah. But my first instinct when learning about that isn't, I can use this to make a bomb. Is it? Is it your first instinct? Because it's definitely not my first instinct. And the only thing that would probably give me that inclination is if I was learning or reading about things like bombs. Do kids know about bombs as soon as they're born? No, they don't. They see them in places. They know about them. They know they exist. And when they learn about chemistry, yeah, they can put 2 and 2 together and figure that out, but not unless they're smart enough.
Said, the point is if that someone truly wanted to make a bomb or whatever is that they're going to be able to regardless.
They're going to be able to regardless? I mean, no, they're only going to be able to if they're smart enough. That's the point I'm trying to make. They're not going to be able to make it unless they're smart enough to make it. And the only way they can be smart enough to make it is if you arm them with the knowledge that will make them smart enough to make it. If people are smart enough to make something, they're going to make it. The question is whether or not they're learning that they can make these things, you know? You can learn the basic elements of all things. You can learn the basic elements on how to make a cheeseburger, but that doesn't mean that you can instantly know how to make a cheeseburger. A cheeseburger is lettuce, tomatoes, hamburger. Are you going to know that you could go out and kill that you got to go out and kill a cow in order to get the hamburger meat? No.
You're not really giving them enough credit. What do you do if there is something you want but don't know how to?
This is the crux of it. You keep saying they have to have enough credit. How do they get that credit? They have to be smart enough. And the only way that they'll be smart enough is if you teach them. I don't know why we keep going in circles like this. This is what you're doing. It's just you're going in circles about this topic. You keep going in circles and I keep giving you answers and you just keep bringing up the same topic. They have to learn. They have to learn in order to know. And if you teach them, then they're going to know. This is what I don't get about some people. They can't learn something unless you teach it to them. How are they supposed to learn it unless you give them the tools? Be like, what the hell? Do you think people are just born to do things?
You actually go out to kill a cow for your cheeseburgers, or do you just go to the store?
Well, a kid's not going to go to the store to buy hamburger meat. A kid's not going to go to the store to buy... If they want to buy a hamburger, they'll just go and buy a hamburger. You're being ridiculous. You're acting like there can be... Like you could skip several important steps. And then instantly know how to make a bomb. It doesn't just go from chemical formula to bomb. That's not how it works. And yes, I'm saying that kids aren't going to be able to do that. Oh, you don't give them enough credit. They have to earn the credit. Ya silly. They have to earn the credit. You're not just born knowing how to make a bomb. You teach them chemistry, they're not going to go from chemistry to bomb.
You're the one being ridiculous by talking about a kid that's not gonna know to kill a cow for their cheeseburger.
Do you not understand what the concept of a... what is it? An example is? Do you not understand the concept of an example? You don't seem to understand the concept of an example. That's what it is. Like, you just think A, Z. There's nothing in between with you. It just goes from A to Z. There are so many things in between A and Z.
Vampiric Fox said, actually it is if you want to know how to do anything you go out and learn. There have been ways to find out that kind of information for a long time, not just from the internet.
Well, then you're agreeing with me. You're agreeing with me that kids have to learn. Don't they? So, here we are repeating ourselves one more time. Is a kid going to go out right now? I don't give a fuck about the past. I don't give a fuck about history. I'm talking about right now. Is a kid going to be able to go out right now and buy a book that teaches them how to make a bomb?
Vampiric Fox said, you have been talking about TV and books being regulated, but the information has been out there anyway. We could regulate internet, but the information is still out there for people to find.
Is a kid going to be able to go to the library and pick up a book on how to make a bomb? Answer that question. Right now. Not in the past. Right now. Why are people who try to make these arguments so reliant on the past? That's because they don't want to understand anything from what's currently happening. That's what it is. Every one of these people, all of these conformists who keep talking about the past as if it's relevant to the present, and it's not. Because there are things in place right now that will prevent a person from going out to the library and renting a book on how to make a bomb. Especially children.
Vampiric Fox.
I'm gonna have to wait on that.
I seriously doubt that my sister's husband's book Anarchist Cookbook came from the library.
Right. It was given. And that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. I'm telling you that.
Said, if we're talking about what's currently happening, they're not going to go to the library anyway. They're going to look it up online.
And what am I talking about? What am I talking about? Regulations on what? What's the whole crux of this conversation? That they put regulations on what? All right, now you see where I'm coming from. I don't know why we had to go through an entire woodland forest just to get to that point in the conversation.
Vampiric Fox said, it doesn't matter, the information is there.
And what would prevent that information from being there?
Vampiric Fox said, what you're talking about isn't regulating, it's deleting the internet.
No, it's not. When you give a child a library card to rent a book from a library, are you deleting the library? Or are you just giving them a library card? You're not deleting the library by giving a child a library card.
WYPE said, hey, what's up? Vampiric Fox said, not really, you're talking about how we can't get those books or can't watch porn without a credit card when kids have been doing exactly that anyway.
Kids have only been doing that on the internet.
Angela WYPE said, how are you?
Kids have only been doing that on the internet.
Said, the thing about the library is that their information is extremely limited.
Well, it depends on the library.
WYPE said,
And the library could have books like that. But you're giving them a library card. Why? You're giving a child a library card. Why? Because it's a way to regulate the amount of information that the child can access in the library. So why aren't there regulations to what the child can look at online?
Said, me watching the adult channel was back in.
Yeah, and I don't really care about that because that's not the point anymore. We're already at the crux of the point. You keep changing the topic because you're cornered. You keep getting cornered and you just want to go somewhere else. Keep running and running and running and running. And you don't want to admit that I'm right because you know that I'm right.
Said, BTW, I am from USNU.
Definitely a bot.
Angela WYPE said, what do you do after the streaming job and study? Vampiric Fox said, that is the point, if we want it we'll get it. I didn't take care that the channel was scrambled.
If you want it, you get it, but if you got it from the television, who's paying for the television? Who's paying the television bill when you were a kid? Your parents, right? And it was regulated, right? So your parents were technically letting you see it if they were giving you access to it.
Vampiric Fox said, BTW, if you want to access the deep web you use a special browser called Tor. I'm sure you've heard about all the bad stuff on the dark web.
Yeah, that's why I don't really want to go and do that. Plus, I'm pretty sure that Tor is like kind of sketchy to begin with. I think I've heard that it can be used to access your computer to do things like, you know, add spyware to your computer and stuff like that. So I wouldn't do that in general.
Vampiric Fox said, technically it was grandparents and no, they did not give me access to it.
They didn't want you to see it. See, that's the thing. They didn't want you to see it, but you had access to it. And you utilized that aspect. You had access to it, so you used it. Like right now, I kind of wish at this time of saying this, that there were better regulations for the internet so that I could prevent my nephew from looking at weird stuff online. But there aren't. Your grandparents put in place everything that they needed to because they had access to ways to prevent you from seeing it. I don't have that for my nephew. My nephew is able to go online. He can go anywhere he wants, and he can't be regulated. And I can't tell him where to go. If he has access to pornography, then what do I do? He needs to use the internet because he needs to use because he needs it for, you know, for school.
Vampiric Fox said, what is in Google search results is only a small fraction of what is available on the internet, even legal and useful information such as scientific journals and such.
Yeah.
Right, but there's still a lot of things that can be easily accessed that aren't good, you know? That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about the okay things that kids can go and see.
Said, technically that's true, but how often has your nephew actually accessed that kind of thing?
I don't know. See, that's the thing. That's why I don't worry about him. Because I know he's a good kid. And I know he won't access stuff like that. But say if I was the uncle of a kid that wasn't such a good kid, I would want something to prevent him from seeing things that he shouldn't. But I don't have access to that. I could completely disable his computer or his phone through the Wi-Fi. I could do that, but then he wouldn't have access to the internet at all. But he needs it. His school requires him to need it. I just wish there was a way for me to make it safer for him, you know? And at the end of the day, it's not just my concerns for my nephew. It's just concerns in general for the things that kids can have access to online. That's how this whole conversation started. Because kids will come and go into chats all willy-nilly wherever they want to go. And sometimes they shouldn't be.
With technology and the internet are a lot smarter than children who grew up before it, not just because they can access the internet, but they're more tech savvy in general.
Right. But that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be things in place to prevent them from doing that. It's like I was saying about the inflation. If you take down barriers and red tape and all of that stuff that people have to go through in order to have access to the things they shouldn't have access to, then they're just going to go straight for it.
Vampiric Fox said, "My young nephews are more savvy with phones and tablets and such, and they can't even read yet."
Right. But think about how many barriers that they had to go through in order to become savvy like that. They had to go through all kinds of educational barriers just to get to the point where they could have access to those things in that way. Now, if you tear down all of those things, if you get rid of all of that ability to access that, they won't be able to access it. But then nobody will. And I'm not saying do that. I'm just saying put up more barriers to prevent them from doing that. Take down the barriers that teach kids good things and put up barriers to the things that teach kids bad things. I'm not saying put barriers on everything. I don't think anyone's saying that when they make that argument.
For a yo just playing with a phone and learning its ins and outs, no way.
Right, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying there should be barriers on that. I'm saying there should be barriers on the things that they can have access to once they learn that. Adult websites have like credit cards and things like that, but there's still a lot of adult websites out there that don't. And they never will.
Vampiric Fox said, "There is no way they had obstacles and such and had to go out and learn how to play with their dad's phone and work it almost better than he does."
Right, but the more that a person has access to something, the more it's something that they'll learn to use. When you picked up Palworld for the first time and didn't know how to play it, did you give up? No. When you gave your kids a phone and they didn't know how to use it, did they give up on using it? No. And you gave them access to it. Palworld gives you access to everything. So you can learn at your leisure. But there's nothing wrong with these things. There's nothing wrong with Palworld. There's nothing wrong with your phone.
Vampiric Fox.
We're not talking about bad things. We're not talking about good things. We're talking about bad things.
Adult sites, they did figure out a way even with regulations.
Yeah, but it's not a matter of preventing. It's not a matter of accessing. It's a matter of preventing. That's what a regulation is. There's nothing that's going to prevent a kid from going out there and getting access to stuff like that. Once again, we're going in circles. If kids had more regulations, you know what? Like, that's the thing. I keep talking about regulations, but what kind of regulations could they be? Let me think. That's probably a better topic of conversations. What could you do to prevent a kid from going into a YouTube channel that's teaching them the wrong things and making it difficult for them to live their life normally, and it's basically turning them into a little shit, you know?
Just like the library does have dangerous books to begin with, the only way to completely prevent access
No,
to
no, no, no,
dangerous
no,
sites is
no,
to
no,
wipe
no,
them
no.
out completely.
Libraries do have access to dangerous books. Don't tell me that they don't. There was an adult section in my library that I went to when I was a kid. Not all libraries will have that. But the internet isn't going to prevent you from going into places like that. There are sections of the internet just like how there are sections of a library. My library had an adult section that we didn't have access to because we didn't have, well, A, it's obvious that we're not adults. When you're walking around in a library as a kid, it's obvious you're a kid. You just see it, you know? On the internet, that's not a thing. You know, you can't see if somebody's a child or not. And even if you could see if they were a child or not, then there's no way to prove it. I mean, we could make everybody show their ID, but that's a massive breach of personal information. So what other ways could we prevent that? What other barriers could we, you know, give to a child who has access to the internet? Well, I mean, just like a library, there are libraries that have adult sections. So why isn't there versions of the internet that are made for kids? There is YouTube Kids, but kids don't use it. Maybe there should be a child internet. Maybe there should be children's internet service. That's only going to give them access to the things that they can use. Right. But that theory is imposed on everybody, not just children. And it shouldn't be imposed on everybody. So, you know, that would be a good idea, the whole child internet thing.
The truth is that the information that is used by H-Check is being sold to other companies and used for who knows what.
Right, that's why you shouldn't impose it on everybody. That's why there need to be better regulations. That's why there need to be regulations that everyone can agree on. And you know what? I like my idea that I just talked about, the kids' internet thing.
Vampiric Fox said, it has to be you yourself said that they can't tell if a person is a kid or not.
Yeah, that's why I said that's a bad idea. They can't tell if it's a kid or not. That's why we should give kids access to the internet, but make it a specific type of the internet. All of us use a specific type of internet, don't we? But there is another version of the internet available. That's the dark web, right?
If you can't tell if a person is a kid or not, the only thing to do is to hold the standard to everyone.
There are other versions of the internet. There's not just the one that we all use, the one that you're using right now to watch this video. There's the dark web. There's the normal everyday web that everybody uses, and then there's the dark web. So why isn't there like a kid web, you know? Something that only children can access. Something that adults aren't allowed to use, only kids are allowed to use it. That should be something that that is done. That should be. That's actually a great idea.
Vampiric Fox said, technically the dark web is still the internet, it's just coded differently to be accessed a certain way for anonymity.
Right, exactly. That's what they should do with my idea with the children's internet. They should have it to where it's like impossible for an adult to access unless, you know, they are the administrator. And that way you can access it if you're just a child, you know? And then that version of the internet would be the only one that would require, you know, a face scan, you know? Like, yeah, that would make a lot of sense, to be honest. Kids are precious resources for the future. I don't know why we're not guarding them to that aspect. And hell, it'll make our lives a lot easier as adults for accessing things like this. Because that'll get kids out of our face. We won't have to fucking look at them anymore.
Vampiric Fox said, technically the dark web was originally intended for military use.
Right. And I'm pretty sure the military has a whole subset of the internet that they can access. Jeez, just 42. God damn, 42 left. I'm sure that if it's possible for adults to do stuff like that, then like, why can't they make it to where kids can have a safe place to go, you know? Instead of having to constantly worry about going into video game servers that are probably riddled with fucking pedophiles like on Roblox and shit. Kids need a safe place that they can go to use the internet, and there's nothing like that for them now. So yeah, maybe instead of just putting up more barriers, we should just give them some place to go in general, you know? Someplace that adults can't access. It could be run by adults, but responsible adults, like, I don't know.
In the S, the lack of security on the internet and its ability to be used for tracking and surveillance was becoming clear.
Right. You know what? That could be a good idea. Like, make it to where an adult, like your parents, I mean, make it to where your parents can set up an internet that's only available for their child, you know? And then all the information and stuff that goes into that is what the parent can choose, you know? Like, parents could choose to allow only YouTube Kids to be accessed, could choose what apps and websites can be accessed from that internet that I'm talking about, you know? And I know it's like the bad idea, you're just putting kids in a bubble, but kids need to have restrictions for a while until they become adults.
Vampiric Fox said,
I don't care about 1955.
And Paul Syverson at the U.S. Naval Research Lab NRL asked themselves,
I don't care about 1955. Who the fuck cares about shit that happened so fucking long ago? I'm talking about right now. We could have like a type of web page or something. I don't know. I'm not really smart with developing things like that.
Said, if there was a way to create internet connections that don't reveal who is talking to whom, even to someone monitoring the network, their answer was to create and deploy the first prototypes of Tor.
All right, well that I don't know what that has to do. Like, I mean, then why can't we do something like that to where you can give parents the ability to make a website for their kids to go on? Not really a website, but something like that. You know, uh, something that's separate from the internet that everybody else uses. Oh, but they'll figure out some way to. No, they won't. They will only be able to access the regular internet if their computer is capable of accessing that, if you give them Tor. But it'll prevent them from getting Tor, you know? I know we don't have anything like that right now, but that's what I'm saying is that we need to develop something like that. That would be great, you know? Because then kids can look at the internet and they can watch funny internet videos, but not the really terrible ones that are going to teach kids to be little shits, you know? Ugh. And then people could spend their time regulating and improving that version of the internet so that kids can stay safe and be protected from things like pedophiles and influencers that are teaching them all this horrible shit that they shouldn't be having access to. But they don't have anything like that, and that's what I'm saying. There needs to be stuff like that in place. I need a drink.
Vampiric Fox said, LOL, kids don't need YouTube to learn that. They can learn that just fine from parents who are shits.
That's a whole different subject. That's talking about bad parenting. And oh, don't get me started on bad parents. I used to, I don't want to talk about this because he's one of my best friends. But I know he will agree with me that his parents were total assholes. I was about to say exactly in what relation, but I probably shouldn't say that. But his parents were fucking assholes. They treated him like such garbage. They treated him like a slave, basically. And if you have parents like that, I really don't know what the answer to that is, you know? Like, it's not like we can prevent people from being parents. That's
actually that would be a breeding ground
weird.
for predators, just like using a special browser can give anyone access to the deep web. A predator would have a much easier time pretending to be a kid.
No, not if your parents are the ones in charge of it. Not if your parents are the ones that craft it and make it. Then your parents can look up things that predators have easy access to and prevent it from being on that kid's version of the internet.
That person had a special computer or browser to access a children's version of the internet that adults aren't supposed to be part of.
Not if your parents are capable of having access to it all the time. If your parents are capable of going in and looking at it all the time. Like, take, for example, the fact that I have access to my Wi-Fi connection at all times. And I can see who's using it, but I can't see what they're using it for, you know? I know everyone in my family. I know my nephew, I know my sisters, I know my mother, and they all use the internet, but I don't know what they do. I don't really care about what they do. If I was the parent of my nephew, I'd like to be able to figure out exactly what it is that he's doing on the internet, and I've asked him, but I don't have proof that he's doing that. Not that I don't trust him, but I'm just saying for a parent in general who would like to be able to monitor what their kids do on the internet. They have no proof just by asking their kid. And they don't have any way of, checking to see what it is. They can't even access their kid's computer. And not to mention, like, all adults are, like, stupid when it comes to trying to figure out exactly what it is their kids are doing on the computer. Because most adults don't know how to check search history and shit like that, which is crazy because it feels like something they should know how to do. But if a parent had a place to where they could constantly monitor what their kids are doing, then it would help prevent and stuff like that. But they don't have that.
Vampiric Fox said, then the kids would have no access to social media whatsoever and wouldn't have any form of social interaction online as an easy example.
Yes, they would. You know, if they have terrible parents, that's one thing. But that's just something you can't prevent. Terrible parents are always going to be a thing. But if the kid has parents that are okay with the social media that they absorb, then the parents can go in and see, all right, nope, I don't want my kid accessing Twitter. Definitely don't want them accessing Twitter. I don't want my kid accessing, I don't know, 4chan. I don't want my kids accessing 4chan. I don't want them accessing Reddit. Oh, here we go. I can't really think of a child-friendly social media service, but I'm pretty sure there are ones out there. Like, I don't know, that's the other thing too, is like there's nothing available for kids. So they're accessing things that are for adults. Jeez, you just keep, proving my point over and over again that there isn't really anything for kids. But we need to start making things specifically designed for kids that adults don't have access to. Parents do, obviously, but not random adults that aren't even in the family household. If parents had more access to ways to protect their children, I'm sure that they would use them. But they don't. In fact, half the time parents are like, I don't know shit about the internet.
Vampiric Fox said,
What are we at?
saying that kids wouldn't any way to communicate with others online, which wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, but any way to communicate to kids would still be a way for a predator to talk.
Not if it's their parents. I mean, I'd love to give you an example of a social media outlet that a child can use, but there really isn't any. But there could be, that's the thing. Currently, all social media is accessible for literally everyone. There's no social media that's only made for children and prevents adults from accessing it. But there could be. You could give parents the ability to make one for your kid. Maybe,
Vampiric Fox said, you underestimate the resourcefulness of someone who really wants something.
Nah, I don't think I do that. I mean, for someone that really wants something like that, that just even more goes with my idea that there need to be more regulations and more things for parents to access to prevent that. There just isn't,
Vampiric Fox said, a predator would still find a way to talk to kids even if they have their own internet, if there is any way for them to talk to them.
If a child was accessing a social media that was developed by the parent for the kid, I don't think that a predator would have access to it. Say, for example, a parent was to create a social media where they could be like, okay, let's add your friends from school. Let's add your friend from down the street. Let's add such and such, your grandma, your grandpa, whatever. And now he has access to talking with all of the friends that he wants to talk with. There wouldn't be a possibility for an adult to have access, especially if the parent is constantly monitoring it. But a parent doesn't have that right now. Parents have absolutely no control over the internet that their child uses. But if they did, then maybe a lot of this horrible shit that's going on online wouldn't be happening. Oh, he can't jump. I can't jump either. We have stairs. Oh. Well, we'll definitely have enough quartz once we get enough of the POW ingots. Let's see, how many does he have left? 17. Ooh, so close. He's working on it. He's just not here. Where is he? Parents need better access to what it is their children are into so that they can monitor it, for one. And if a parent just doesn't want to monitor it, then that's their parent. That's the parent's fault. A parent doesn't have any access to things like that right now. It would be best if they did. That'd be great. If they had the tools to protect their children online, that would be... I don't think that would be a bad thing. I feel like that would make it easier for all of us in the long run. Because it would prevent the child from going to places that they shouldn't be going to. The parent would be capable of protecting the child from predators because they'd be monitoring their child's usage. They'd be monitoring what it is the child can see and interact with. And don't you dare say something like, oh, it's so dystopian. For a kid? Yeah, if we were doing that for all of us, for adults included, yeah, but we're just doing it for children. And it's because children just don't know any better when they're young. It's so dystopian. You're treating children like children. What? Oh, yeah. They're kids. You gotta protect them. In what society have we ever had and where we were like, kid, be dead. Go out into the world. Learn. Cave people were like throwing children out the cave like, go be adult. You born. You adult. Go be adult.
What?
No, as a human, the human race, I can honestly tell you that we have not been so successful in our evolutionary path because we just let our kids do whatever the hell we wanted to. We protect them. That's part of being a parent. And if you don't give parents the tools they need to protect their kids, bad things happen.
Vampiric Fox said, well, really, if they're too young to know what's bad, they're too young to understand the details anyway. Vampiric Fox.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying about the whole bomb thing.
Defense with prices being so high in general, parents have to work more to make ends meet, leaving kids to their own devices as it is.
Yeah, and then that goes into a whole thing about equal pay and, you know, better livable wages and such, which I'm totally okay with, by the way. I know we need to start doing stuff like that, but the fact is we're at such a standstill because of this shitty-ass president that we have right now, that all of these things we're talking about seem like they're decades away from actually being a reality, because we have to focus on the fact that things are getting destroyed and are going to have to be fixed once, you know, actual adults get into power again. It sucks that we can only talk about this stuff right now. I guess that's what's making me so upset, is that all of these ideas that I'm having right now, I can say them, but then when I think about them getting implemented and who's in charge, I know it's not going to happen.
Vampiric Fox said, my point about talking about how it was before internet is to say that if things were going to be as bad as you're talking about, it would have already come to pass.
Well, children aren't capable of learning in the past anyway. They weren't like and that's the thing that I'm talking about. When you bring up the past so much, kids weren't the same back then. Like, the fuck? And most undoubtedly, I'm pretty sure, like, in the 18th century, adults weren't looking at their child, even if they were bad parents. They weren't looking at their kid and saying, hey, today I'm going to teach you how to make a bomb. You know? So the world and kids have changed over time. I get that. But if we as parents aren't capable of adjusting with the times to help our children, then I don't know, that just feels like we're going backwards at that point. While our kids are trying to move forward, we're going backwards. We can't keep up with them, especially if we don't have the tools to try and keep up with them. And currently, we don't have the tools to keep up with our kids. You're stuck in the ground. How can I pick you up? Yes, there we go. I saw him there and I was thinking, oh, he's just chilling. There's nothing wrong going on. And then I saw him again and I'm like, are you stuck? And then I look again and he's still there. Oh, like, you're stuck in the ground. Come here, you. I don't know how that happened to him. I don't want it to happen again. That kind of describes my parenting style, you know? I have the tools to get him out of the ground. It's just maybe he wants to be in the ground. I don't know. And the third time when I check on him and he's still on the ground, okay, he's going to need my help. Now imagine if Palworld didn't give me the ability to pick up my pals by hitting triangle. He'd be screwed. But I'd feel terrible. That's the way parents are right now. They're seeing their kids getting into all kinds of stupid shenanigans and they don't have the triangle button to lift them up and get them free. That was a perfect example of what I was... of everything I was just saying. That little guy, that big guy I should say, in the ground for as long as he was. He's like, I can't do anything. Why isn't anyone helping me? Well, I didn't know you needed help. Oh, crap. Here, let me pick you up. Thank God I could pick you up.
Said, actually just put him in the PAL box and put him back out.
See, there's another way that you could... See, this is just what I'm saying. Giving us access to ways to help, you know? That's all I'm asking for. I know when I say the word regulations, it sounds dystopian, it sounds authoritarian, but regulation is such a vague term. It can mean anything. It could even mean, like, just giving us tools to help, you know? It's just a word. It just has several meanings.
Said. Or destroy the floor so he gets free.
Yeah, that would probably be a more chaotic route to take, but I wouldn't take that route. That goes along with the idea of just destroying the internet, and I'm not ready to do that.
I'm saying that kids have had access to materials that teach how to make bombs and doing other things before internet, but yet there weren't thousands of bombs being made.
Well, there weren't thousands of materials accessible for people to make, for kids to make thousands of bombs. For one, the materials to make bombs back in the day were super difficult to get. And even then, they were being hoarded and protected. You know what? That's the other thing, too, to go along with my idea. The materials to make bombs back then were being protected. So obviously, kids who even knew how to use bombs wouldn't have access to the tools, because you're not just going to walk into the store and be like, hey, can I have some gunpowder? As a kid, the adults, the shop owner is gonna look at you like, really? That's the other thing. It's the materials in making the bomb. There are regulations on the materials. You're not gonna have easy access to them. You gotta take all kinds of different routes in order to get the materials to make the bomb. I mean, unless you have bad parents and they already have given you the access to the tools. There's always a way to work around the people who naysay about stuff like that. And I don't get why so many people don't just do it, you know?
The anarchist-s cookbook even listed substitutes for chemicals, which is why some stuff is being carted that you wouldn't think should be.
Yeah, and that just goes with what I'm saying about the internet. About allowing protection for children who access the internet.
What?
Yeah, a lot of those things, like for instance, the what is it that I buy? Sudafed, that can be used to make drugs, and I have to use my card every time I go to buy Sudafed. That's no big deal to me. I understand why I have to use my card. It's because people are trying to make date rape drugs out of fucking Sudafed. So I get that. I'll use my card. I don't mind. I don't mind being carded as long as nobody's making date rape drugs, you know?
Vampiric Fox said, when I first got online I found a forum that talked about pyrotechnics, and some of the stuff they talked about were actually dangerous, like extremely unstable combinations.
Yeah, that would be the kind of website where if the parent run website for kids that I'm talking about, that would be like the type of thing that a parent would see and be like, fireworks? Nah, I don't think I want my kids to learn how to make fireworks, regardless of how safe a firework can be, you know? She's like going through the oh, she's doing her animations. Right. But I mean, also it's because, you know, parents are responsible. But to be honest, let's be real. We have been seeing a lot of kids online making dangerous fireworks and stuff and using them to pull pranks. There was a video that I saw, I think, on TikTok, where there was a kid that made like some fireworks and they lit it off in the hallway at their school, and you just know that kid probably had access to something.
I didn't make fireworks, I broke them apart, the gunpowder and such was easily available that way.
Right. That's the other thing too. Like in Maryland, fireworks are illegal to just buy anywhere. You can't just buy fireworks anywhere in Maryland. They're regulated in Maryland because it's against the law to sell fireworks. It's especially against the law to sell fireworks to minors. But here in South Carolina, they're fucking everywhere. I honestly don't know if you need to be carded when you're purchasing fireworks down here. I haven't really bought any fireworks down here, but it feels like maybe somebody should be carded, you know, like especially kids.
Vampiric Fox said, not even in the TH of July week.
Not even in the 4th of July week? Well, see, that's the thing. Well, not in stores. Like, you can't go to a regular store and buy fireworks on the 4th of July. And even if you do, if they have, like, sparklers or firecrackers, I think even the poppers, as I call them, the ones that, you know, you throw it on the ground, it pops. I think you have to provide a card in order to buy them. Yeah, that's how it is up in Maryland, but I don't know if that's a thing down here in South Carolina. But as far as like regular fireworks, like bottle rockets even, you can't find them for purchase in stores up in Maryland. And if you think that's ridiculous, hey, let me tell you something. Maryland also has strict rules on alcohol.
Regular store there S tents for that ignoring JS firework outlet.
There are tents. There are tents in Maryland where you can buy fireworks, but they require a certain permit. They are heavily policed. There are always police around them, and you need to provide identification when you're making a purchase at them. But yeah, like with alcohol, for example, up in Maryland, you can't find alcohol anywhere other than a store that sells it. And alcohol stores have a two-way entrance that is only available to be accessed if you provide an identification card and the person buzzes you in. That's not only for security reasons, because, you know, people with guns, but also, you know, to prevent kids from pretending they're adults and coming inside to buy alcohol. It's against the rules for a child to even be allowed into a store like that.
Said, I'm talking about regular firecrackers like black cats. I have a lot of fun breaking those open.
Right. In Maryland, yeah, they're regular fireworks like that. They have rules against selling them in the stores, in regular stores. Like the ones that blow up into like a snake shape and stuff like that, or like the little ones that have the pop off little things on the side, or maybe even they'll have sparklers attached to them. You can't sell them in the store, in a regular store.
Said, once I even took a small thing like a tiny Roman candle apart and put the stuff in a pen casing. It made a loud pop.
Yeah, you know, that's the other thing. You won't even find a simple thing like a Roman candle at a store, at a regular store. You will find it's better for me to say what you can find in Maryland at an average store. Sparklers and poppers. That's it. That's all you'll be able to buy at a store. And then I think you also need to provide identification when you're buying them.
Vampiric Fox said, what regular store are you talking about?
A store like Target, Walmart, any kind of grocery store, all of the grocery stores, all the grocery store chains. Best Buy, you might find some sparklers and poppers at Best Buy if it's the 4th of July. You know, the big box stores, basically. A mom and pop store, I don't think they're allowed to sell any kind of thing like that. I mean, unless they have a permit. You know, like I said before, they need to have a permit to sell stuff like that. Because then it's basically like the tents.
Fireworks, there is usually a tent outside in the parking lot at most.
Yeah, but those tents need to have permits and they need to be policed. So there will always be like a police officer in the parking lot of those places. And once again, it's only on like the 4th of July. It's around the 4th of July season, you know? But yeah, I don't know too much about fireworks, so I don't know of any others that you would commonly see in a grocery store here in South Carolina. But you see a lot more fireworks for sale here in South Carolina. But up in Maryland, it was like you could barely find them. You'd have to go searching like crazy in order to find them. All right, I think... Nope. Are you done yet? I think you're done. Yes, he's done. Sweet. Okay, now... I want to build it over here. No! Oh, that's right, because I used part of because I used part of it to make this. Arg. Alright, well, I think we have enough material to make more. So let's put up some more.
Vampiric Fox said, that still only counts for purchasing the fireworks, though it's probably common for parents to buy more fireworks than they need, and those extras could still be accessed by curious kids.
Well, then that's just bad parenting, and that goes with what I said before. If your parent isn't going to be monitoring whether or not they have all of the fireworks that they had the next day, that's on the parents. And I mean, parents have the control over that. They have control over where they hide the fireworks. They have control over whether or not they can access the fireworks at any time. That's something that parents have access to. They can figure out ways to hide the fireworks from kids, even if they're capable of figuring out a way to get to them. The fact is, if you're a good parent, you'll have ways to prevent them from having access to the fireworks. But as it stands right now, parents don't have any way of preventing their kids from going onto terrible websites. And I think we need to give them that power. I feel like that should be a standard. If you're a parent, you should have access to tools like that. But they don't. I mean, the only way that a parent would be capable of preventing their kid from going to terrible websites right now is if the parent were to just deny the kid access to the internet. And that's not fair. Okay. Because of working conditions?
Vampiric Fox.
Okay, I think I'll take him off of...
Even if the fireworks are under lock and key, the kids could still take the key during the night.
Well, that's what I'm saying, that the parents have access to the lock and key. They can use a lock and key to prevent their kid from having access to the fireworks. But what tools do parents have to prevent kids from accessing terrible websites? Wish there was a way to get this guy to stop working and just relax or something. Oh wait, are we out of food? We shouldn't be out of food. No. Why is he mad about the working conditions? I'm not telling him to do that. Yeah, the only one who's doing something is him. Stress napping. Okay, he's he's not having a good time on the base, so maybe I should replace him. And his sanity is low. What is going on with him? Well, I have other ones. Maybe I could replace him with them. So that he can, I don't know, take a vacation. Easygoing diet lover. That sounds good.
Yeah, parents have a lock and key and the kids can steal the lock if they want to while the parents are asleep. It's not the parents' fault if the kids decide to do so.
Well, I mean, to be honest, I feel like it would be the parents' fault if they gave them an easy route to the, if they gave them a route to a key. It doesn't seem like it would be their fault, but the fact is they have all of the tools to prevent stuff.
I don't know why your Blazeman's sanity is low. You've got decent food and a hot spring.
I know, it made no sense. But you know what? He can take a vacation. This one's a diet lover, so I'm pretty sure that means something to do with controlling his sanity better. How do I look? Oh, there we go. Hunger decreases by 50%. Yeah, it's slower. Okay, so yeah, that means he's less likely to lower for his sanity to get lower because he won't be as hungry. All right, I guess that fixes it. I guess I'm sad that he didn't want to stick around, but whatever.
How would they prevent the kid from getting the key unless the key is also locked up and the kid could still take that key to unlock the firework key?
They could put it in ice. Have you ever heard of that trick that people use? Like they put the key in something that prevents the kid from having access to it. Adults do that with their credit cards a lot too, as they'll put it in ice. Let me see. What could you do with a key? I don't know. Put it in cement. There are just so many things you could think of.
There is also a thing you can construct that reduces sanity drain, and I think Shermer Knox still does that.
Oh, right. I think I have that. I've made it on the one base. I should make it here now. Is it in here? No, probably not. Maybe it is in this menu.
Vampiric Fox said, LOL, then the parent wouldn't be able to get the key.
Yeah, well, see, that's the thing I'm saying here is that there are multiple ways for you to prevent the kid from getting the key. But in terms of preventing a child from accessing terrible sites, I can't think of anything, not even off the top of my head. The only thing I can think of for a parent is just to restrict their internet access, prevent them from using it. And that's not fair, you know? There has to be more options. If you want your kid to use the internet, there have to be more options available for the parents to use. There's an other. Is that it? Ah, here it is. Wait. Ah, yep, that's it. Wow, that takes corrosive solvent? Oh, you know what? It's because of 1.0. Right. I'm like, I don't remember that. Alright, looks like I have to make corrosive solvent anyway. And some refined ingots I can get from my other base. Why don't I have any PAL fragments? Oh, well, I can... Oh, shit, it uses circuit boards, and I need those. Oh, I got 29. I'm fine. 129.
Way to prevent a kid from accessing something physical like fireworks can be bypassed by a willful and creative kid.
I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that the kid wouldn't have access to the fireworks. I'm arguing that the parents have ways to prevent it. Parents have ways to prevent it, and that's the thing. They have multitudes of ways to prevent it. But they don't have any way to prevent a child from learning things on the internet that they shouldn't learn, you know? Going to terrible websites. I can keep saying that over and over again. It's still going to be true at the end of the day.
Vampiric Fox said, yeah, Shroomer Knocked still reduces sanity. Regular Shroomer no longer does. He only drops mushroom and cavern mushroom in the ranch.
Oh, he does? Well, I think I have one. Nah, you know what? I don't need the mushroom, to be honest. I haven't even used any of the medication that I have right now. All right, let's go find some Palworld. Because I don't feel like making it.
Parents still have ways to monitor, restrict online access even as it is.
I don't think they have enough. Like, what would prevent them from doing exactly what they need to? I mean, what are those ways in general? Like, I don't even know. Not only that, but they'd have to have access to the kid's computer, wouldn't they?
Said, I use mushroom for mushroom quiche for my character cause it reduces hunger rate.
I mean, the only way I could think of is if the parents have access to the child's computer. And it's their computer, you know? They can just go in and reverse whatever it is that the parent does, so that won't work. So there has to be a way to do it, like, without having access to their computer.
I haven't looked into it myself, not having kids of my own, but there are parental restrictions available.
Yeah, but they're all available on the kid's computer. And if it's their computer, they're going to figure out a way to bypass it. Yeah, I get that. I'm talking about a way that doesn't require you to have access to their computer. Just having access to Wi-Fi, you know? Like right now, as far as the Wi-Fi connection's concerned, if I had kids, I'm just going to use my nephew as an example. I could just... I don't know what I could do.
About good parenting versus bad parenting, but a good parent would have access to the kid's computer anyway.
Yeah. A good parent would have access to a kid's computer, but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's no way for the parent to do stuff if they don't have access to their computer. Even if they're a good parent, they need to be able to do stuff to their kid's computer that doesn't allow them access to the computer, you know? They need to be able to do stuff via the Wi-Fi connection or something. Because you're giving the kid the computer at the end of the day. But you'll always have access to the Wi-Fi connection, you know? There has to be an easy way for a parent to take their phone and access the kid's computer that way, maybe. With their phone, you know? Like how there are hackers and stuff that can get access to a person's computer and then look at what they're doing. There needs to be something like that for the parents. but in a way to where only the parents are able to use it, you know?
You're saying my point as well, that if the kid wanted to reverse whatever the parent does, they will, just as if they really wanted to look at dangerous content, they will.
I'm not arguing that kids don't do that. They do that. I know that they do that. I'm saying that there has to be a way to prevent them from doing that. But there isn't a way to prevent them from doing that right now. There just has to be. Like, the parent, like I'm trying to say here, is that you can monitor right now, you can monitor who it is that's using your Wi-Fi connection, right? Well, why isn't there a way for you to access what it is the person's using on their computer, or what it is they're doing? Why can't I take my phone as a parent and look at what it is that my kid is doing on his laptop or his phone? I can't do that. I can see that their phone is connected to the internet, but I don't have any way to know what they're doing on the phone. That doesn't, it feels like there should be a way to at least do that. As the owner of the Wi-Fi connection, as the owner of the thing that they're using to access the internet, why can't I see exactly what's being watched?
HTTPS www.microsoft.com and us Microsoft Family Safety Asset Family Sign In.
Yes, but that also requires a person to have access to the kid's computer. And that means that the kid can go in and just disable the access via his computer. If you need to be able to access the person's computer, that defeats the point. I've seen that site. Believe me, I've looked at all kinds of ways to try and monitor what my nephew watches. Mostly because my sister worries about that too. But that's not going to do it. I've already seen that before. Well, I can't find any Palworld just lying around. I guess I may as well make it then. It's weird that there isn't any up here.
Vampiric Fox said, parental access is PIN password locked.
Right. But it's my nephew's computer. It's my nephew's phone. I don't know what his PIN is. He's already set up the PIN. It's his PIN. It's his stuff. It's his PIN. I'm telling you that there's just no way for me to check. That it should just be that easy. I have a site that I can go to on our internet service provider gives us to see exactly what it is that's connected to our servers, our internet. That's fine. But why can't I see exactly what's being viewed through those devices? There should be a way to do that from that area of the website. That would be nice for a start, because at least then I could be all like, I know that you watch that. I know that you look up ways to make bombs. And then I could prevent my kid from making a bomb,
And even if there were a way for you to grab your phone and look at his stuff, you'd still have to get him to download an app to do so.
No. He doesn't have to download an app in order for me to see that he uses his phone on the Wi-Fi, does he? No. Anything that connects to our Wi-Fi, I'm capable of seeing what it is. but I'm not capable of seeing what it is that's being used on that device, what's happening on that device. It would be nice to be able to see that, you know? That way, if my kid's making a bomb, I'll know they're making a bomb, and I can prevent them from making a bomb.
I'm sure that you could contact the internet provider and request a history list.
That seems a little invasive. Like, what would they do to prevent me from just being a random person and calling them to ask that? I know that I could provide, like, the login information and stuff like that to prove I am who I say I am. But, like, the history and stuff, like, I don't know. I don't really want to ask that. And besides, it doesn't feel like something that I have to do. Plus, our internet service providers aren't available at all times, you know? So, if anything, my nephew would just clear his search history. I know it's still available for them, but what's to prevent him from just watching a crap ton of stupid, silly things and bogging down the search history, you know? Because I know their catch can only hold so much. So if my nephew's just constantly watching the same video over and over again, he can override that.
To monitor their activities in real time, their LL need to have apps downloaded, one on your device and one on theirs.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It has to be downloaded onto his device. I know you're trying to give me answers here, but see, that's the thing. It's not good enough. None of these things are good enough. And the problem I feel also is that parents aren't the one making these decisions. It's bureaucrats who are and tech billionaires who aren't good parents to begin with. I mean, have you seen the way a lot of politicians raise their kids? I don't think they're really good parents, especially not tech billionaires. They don't know jack shit about parenting. Do I want to make this? I don't know. I don't really want to now. Let's go back to what I was trying to make before. Oh.
Vampiric Fox said. Otherwise you still
Getting
say
close.
and they determine I'm not a random person asking will apply no matter what method you use.
Right. But that's the thing, like, you're asking me to call somebody and get the search history that way. Not only that, but somebody else is going to be viewing that search history if I do that, aren't they? That doesn't seem very good. I know they have access to my search history at the IP. Everybody knows that. It's just, I'm giving them permission to look at it. And what if my nephew doesn't want other people besides us knowing that? That's not very nice. That's not very safe for. That's not very good for him. We're his parents. We're allowed to look at that stuff. Dude, I don't even know why we're having this argument anymore. I'm already right. You know I'm right. You're agreeing with me. Because now we're on the topic of what we can make. We're not on the topic anymore of whether or not it should exist. We've already confirmed that it should exist. Now we're just trying to figure out what it should be. And it's not like if we do think of something, it's going to magically appear. These are all things that we should be talking about in our government right now, but we're not. And that's sad, because these are all things that we should be discussing, but instead, we're discussing how stupid our president is and all the dumb things that he's fucking doing to our economy and making and putting us at war with other countries and shit. We're talking about all that dumb shit when we could be
What?
talking about more important things like how to raise our children, how to prevent pedophilia, how to stop rape, how to stop sex trafficking. These are all things that we could be discussing right now in our government. But we're not, because fucking Donald Trump's a goddamn idiot and he's fucking everything up. And that's all we can talk about, is how we're going to fix shit that Donald Trump is screwing up. And that's it. It's because Donald Trump doesn't want us to care about pedophilia. He doesn't want us to care about rape. He doesn't want us to care about sex trafficking. He doesn't want us to care about our own children. He only wants us to care about the stupid shit he's doing and the messes he's making because it could get us all killed.
What?
When we should have moved past all of this by now. We should have gone into a new era where we're actually helping each other instead of trying to defend the thing that we hold dear, and that's life. You know? We shouldn't be living in a society where we're worried about our life. We should be in a society where we're worried about our children.
Vampiric Fox said, Trump politics and government is a whole other topic. Vampiric Fox said, there are hidden agendas and directions that the regular person can't see.
Right, and that's what they're doing. They're taking those routes, those avenues, just to distract us from more important topics like parental guidance. Do you agree that we should do something to help our children? At the very least, do you agree that in some ways we should prevent our kids from having access to terrible knowledge? Maybe. Maybe we could at least agree on that.
Vampiric Fox said, I'm not convinced there isn't a shadow organization behind government.
Well, I mean, obviously. But yeah, like what I said a minute ago, just, I know you're on a 30-second delay, so I'm still waiting for a response on that. Oh. God, it takes forever for that to be made. I could be hunting right now or something, but I don't know. I feel like we couldn't be talking about things if I was too busy trying not to die. Do I? No, I'm still not there. Yeah.
Vampiric Fox said, again the only way to do that is delete it completely, but I don't disagree that those who aren't mentally ready should be restricted from certain content.
Okay, well that's at least something we can agree on, you know? But let's be real, that's obviously kids. Kids are not mentally ready for a lot of things. They have to first be capable of understanding what's right and what's wrong before they can actually learn anything. And kids just, mentally, they're not there.
What?
But I am going to disagree that you shouldn't delete the internet completely. There can be avenues that you can take. You don't have to just delete the internet entirely.
That depends on their age and maturity, which is not necessarily equivalent.
Oh, it's equivalent. I don't know what kind of pedophilia you're into, but it's equivalent to age.
Vampiric Fox said, those with violent tendencies should be monitored more closely, for example.
Those with violent tendencies should be monitored more closely. That's true, but, like, you know, we already have systems in place for that. That's what prison is. Well, that's what it's supposed to be for, at least.
Vampiric Fox said, what age are you talking about?
I'm talking about kids. I'm talking about below the age of 18. Is he still working on this? Okay, he is. He's probably just taking a break. Oh, man. It's like, say, a 20-year-old or something that I feel they'd be mentally prepared to learn about a lot of the horrible things in life, you know?
What?
Because they're an adult about at that time now. And they're completely within their right to have access to that kind of knowledge. But like a kid, like anyone between like anyone below the age of 18, like there are a lot of things that they shouldn't have access to. Like, especially because there are some kids that are going to pursue that avenue of things, and it's not right. You know, you don't want a kid to learn about prostitution because then they're going to end up wanting to be a prostitute because fucking greed and money.
Vampiric Fox said, my niece, for example, is a teen and is very mature when it comes to stuff like that. She stays away from anything sexual, is very distrustful towards people she doesn't know.
Oh, I don't doubt that your niece is a responsible person. I'm just saying that there are kids below the age of 18 who, if presented with something like prostitution, they might take it just because people convince them that it's a good idea, you know? There are assholes out there that would try and convince a kid into prostitution because, oh, the money's good or something like that, or some stupid shit like that.
Vampiric Fox said, she lost both her parents when she was very young. Both her mother and grandmother would listen to podcasts that were quite sexual in nature. There's horrible stuff on the news all the time.
Oh god, that's just terrible parenting. Wig. Like podcasts like that? Letting their kids listen to that? Yuck. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like kids under the age of 18 when they're presented with something like that. They can be they could be convinced into doing it, and that's wrong, you know? That's why they shouldn't have access to it. It puts them in danger, it ruins their life. It could honestly even ruin the life of their parents because their parents don't know what's going on, and that just circles back to what I'm talking about because they don't have access to things like a simple way to see what it is their kids are looking at. or who it is they're following on things like social media.
Vampiric Fox said, I don't disagree on that honestly, but it still shows that she grew up with that stuff and is still certain of herself and her boundaries.
Well, that's probably because you presented it to her in a way that scares her. See, it's also about, like we're talking about, parenting. You're a good parent, you told her it's wrong. But if kids are freely capable of looking at a site that's touting prostitution, they're not going to have a parent there to tell them it's wrong.
Said, which is why I say that emotional and mental maturity is not necessarily equivalent to their physical age.
Well, it's equivalent to their physical age if they don't have a parent to tell them otherwise. That's the other thing you have to consider, is the fact that she had a parent to tell her otherwise. If she didn't have that, she could have learned the wrong thing and gone down a different path. If you weren't there to tell her it's wrong, she might have believed that it wasn't wrong. You get what I'm saying?
Vampiric Fox said, oh no, I wasn't around much at this point.
Oh, well, she had parents, and if her parents taught her that, and she realized it was wrong on her own, that's cool and all, but at the same time, she had to have learned that it was wrong from someone.
What?
And you can't honestly say that you don't know if she did or not, because you don't know what she was into. She could have been watching fun cartoons that taught her it was wrong. When I was a kid, I learned a lot of shit from cartoons that taught me the right path to take. Cartoons in the 90s, they had all kinds of positive messages. And freaking Sesame Street, obviously.
Vampiric Fox said, she was about, as you say, too young to know what's going on.
Right. But she knew it was wrong. That means she learned from somewhere that it was wrong. And if anything, being a kid, it was probably from something like cartoons or something, you know? This is another reason why I always wanted to be an animator, is because cartoons are filled with all kinds of life lessons that are good for kids to learn. And I always saw them as like a heroic thing that you would be if you were an animator, you know? That's why I wanted to be an animator, is because I wanted to help people. Not just make people happy, but, you know, there were several reasons why I wanted to become an animator, and it was mostly because I always thought that the animation industry was filled with great people, you know? I realize now that that's not true. Not every animator isn't the best person in the world. Like, I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I do know the guy who created Ren and Stimpy was a horrible man. But there are more heroes in your life than parents, you know? So there's a good reason why she thought the way she did. And it's because she learned lessons from people that she probably looked up to or admired. And I'm not saying that there are a lot of kids that have that. And that's why. You know, that's why they end up taking the wrong path. Because a lot of kids don't have that. But luckily your niece did at some point.
Cartoons we grew up with were practically mostly brainrot before brainrot was a thing, lol.
In some cases, you could consider it that. But you gotta admit that there were a lot of positive messages in cartoons in the 90s. Like Tiny Toons and Doug and Rugrats and a lot of Nickelodeon shows.
Said, either that or she decided it through introspection.
True, true. Because kids are sponges. They learn stuff like that as they grow. And, as they grow, it's important that they have access to the right things. They have access to the proper things that are going to tell them when things are wrong. So that when the bad thing happens, when the wrong thing comes along, they know to say no. Meanwhile, if all they're introduced to is the wrong things, then they're going to grow up thinking the wrong thing is right, I don't know about courage. That more or less, I guess that does have good morals in it too. You know what? That's true. It does have a lot of really good morals in it. When you look at it, it teaches family, it teaches protection, it teaches not to talk to strangers. That's definitely one thing I could see a kid learning from Courage the Cowardly Dog, but when I watched Courage, I was an adult, so it's not like I was watching it to learn anything. I was just watching it because it was funny. I got stretch. But yeah, the evils of the world can very easily influence children if they're just exposed to that and not the good things. So if there were ways for adults, for parents to restrict access to the evil things, I feel like that would be a good idea. That would be a good thing. I don't really see that as a negative in any way. Ah, man, why is this taking so long now? How many do I need? I keep forgetting. Fucking 41. Fucking 41. But yeah, I mean, from an outside perspective, I guess it would seem terrible to prevent kids from using the internet, but I'm not saying that. I'm not saying just delete all access to the internet entirely. Kids need to use it. They need to learn. That makes sense. But they need to learn the right things. And there are just so many wrong things in the world these days. It just feels like we should have better tools to defend them from learning the wrong thing. And I don't see any way for us to create more tools because I just don't have that kind of knowledge, I'm not that kind of person. That's why it's important for our leaders, our the authoritarian figures, the people in our government, the people in our educational system to think up this stuff. I'm not that. I'm a fucking grocery worker and a permanently online member of the internet. I'm not qualified for that. No. Well, then that would prevent the adults from seeing it, and there are some things adults need to have access to learn from history, A lot of the things aren't good. I'm not saying that we should protect pornography sites, but
because the only way to prevent access to anything is to make sure it's not there to access.
I don't know. I feel like that could be an extreme too, because then that's just the same thing as burning books, The knowledge has to be around for people to learn not to do it. It's just there has to be a way for kids not to access it because kids don't know that it's wrong yet. Because we have to be able to learn from that. It's part of history at this point. We have to know that it's wrong. We have to know that it exists. That's probably the main thing, is that a lot of these things exist and a lot of us didn't know that it existed until it was too late. And now that we know that it exists, we're all trying hard to prevent our kids from having access to it. while if we knew it existed back when the internet was first being developed, I'm sure there would have been better. They probably would have been thinking about ways to prevent kids from seeing it, at that point. But then sometime in the 2000s, everyone kind of realized, oh, wait a minute, the internet isn't a good thing. And now we're trying to catch up with history. And it's just, that's partially our ignorance as adults.
Vampiric Fox said, burning books was mainly for the government to prevent the public from accessing things they didn't want the public to access.
No, it was also Christians. You gotta admit that. It was also Christianity, because Christians didn't want, the public to know that God didn't exist or something. They wanted everyone to believe that God did everything and was all powerful, but all this other knowledge started showing up, which made people question Christianity. So they were like, fuck you, no, burn the books. Oh yeah, you already said that. Since the internet was something that was created by the government or the military to be used in war, it's not like it stayed that way,
What?
There are plenty of things that the military uses that we still don't have access to this day for good reason. Like, imagine if we had free access to missile launchers. That wouldn't be great.
Vampiric Fox said, at that time the church controlled the government.
Yeah, that's the other thing too, is that the church was
What?
the authoritarian figure back in those days. But then everybody learned that, what is it when the church controls the government? What's it called?
Vampiric Fox said, the thing I mentioned earlier was the onion rooting, but this is talking about the internet itself.
Yeah. Right. Well, just repeat what I just said about, missile launchers existed, but we don't have free access to missile launchers. So it's not like people became aware of the internet and were instantly going, we need that. It was just something that the government said, okay, it's fine, they can have access to that. And we got a dumbed down version, but that's for the best, in my opinion. Like, say, for instance, we had unrestricted access to missile codes and in other countries. That wouldn't be great. So obviously we got a dumbed down version of it, but that's to our benefit.
What?
Like, seriously, why would we need access to military functions? That would just mean all kinds of horrible things for civilization. And that just makes me once again believe that there has to be some way for us to not give total access to the internet for children, There has to be some way of giving them a dumbed down version of the internet. I don't want to say it like that, because dumbed down makes it sound like they're not going to learn anything. I'm just saying that they're not going to learn the bad things.
Said, just like Facebook was originally created for a select few people.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That actually is not not that bad of a thing. It was just like a pet project, to be honest. It was like having a group chat on Discord is basically what it was. And then eventually they were like, you know what? This would be great if we were capable of monetizing it. So that's a completely different thing. The fact that Facebook was only available to a select number of people, that's a completely different thing. It changed for a completely different reason. It changed for the reason of greed, if anything. But the idea of the internet being given to everybody, that wasn't a form of greed. That was just like our government was saying, you know what? Yeah, just give them access to it. If anything, that's just a situation where they were trying to spy on everybody, and now they can. You know, the government made it accessible just because they liked the idea of spying on us.
Yeah, and look at how Facebook is now.
Yeah. Oh my god, I fucking hate it. It's so terrible. Oh, and all the AI generated crap on it. Ugh, god. So it's so cringy. But yeah, the government was like, free internet for everyone as long as we get to spy on you. That's fine. I don't. And we were all okay. We were like, cool. This is neat. I don't care if the government's spying on me through it. I don't care. It's fine. I mean, if you're not doing anything bad on it, yeah, I guess that would be... I don't think anybody first looked at the internet and said this isn't suspicious, you know? I'm pretty sure everyone who was looking at the internet was originally thinking this is very suspicious. That's why not that many people were using the internet when it first came out. It's certainly the reason why my parents weren't. They could have afforded internet access. They just didn't want to because they thought it was a little shady, you know? And they didn't want me having access to it for the same reason. That's why I ended up getting it myself when I was able to afford it my own computer. I just wish it was like that these days, you know? Where I could go up to my nephew and be like, you want the internet? You want a computer? When you're old enough, you could buy it yourself and get it yourself. But no, he needs it for school. He needs it for his education, so he has to have it. And, you know, that's just like a little sad, but that's just because of advancements in this world. I'm not going to argue that it's not a good thing that he has access to the internet. I'm not trying to argue that. I'm just saying that I wish there were easy ways for me to prevent things, you know? You know, what I'm saying, the whole crux of my argument. Parents need better ways to protect their kids. And I trust him. I know he's not doing anything terrible. I know he's probably worried that we think he's stupid or something like that, but I know he's a smart kid. And I want him to get smarter. This is why I'm okay with him using the internet. I just don't want him to get smart in the bad way, you know? And I'm not saying he's going to make a bomb or anything like that. I'm saying that one day he's going to come home because he beat somebody, you know? Or he was being racist towards somebody, you know? I don't want him to be walking around the house saying anti-Semitic shit, you know? One day. That would, A, that would break my heart, and B, then I'd have to 100% gatekeep him and monitor everything that he's doing, because obviously he took a wrong turn, you know?
Like phones, it's so integrated into society. When landlines were a thing, phone bills had a list of calls that were made during that cycle.
Right. I feel like throughout history, people have made a lot of flub-ups in what became normalized in society. But at least back in that day, we weren't dealing with the kind of monster that we are with the internet. The internet is a completely different beast from books and television and telephones. It's a completely different beast.
That would just show his character if he did that.
I don't really think that would show his character per se. It would show somebody else's character. Because as everybody knows, kids are impressionable and they're learning it from someone. And I just don't want him having access to that person.
What?
Person are peoples. I'm saying it like there's a specific person somewhere that I don't want him having access to. I mean like people, not just persons. Yeah, there were still numbers, but not that many people had them. If anything, I feel like a lot of people who invented the telephone probably didn't think it was going to go anywhere.
Not if he did that and was politely asked to stop and he still did it, that S on him.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of people downplay the idea of influence and propaganda in the world. Influence and propaganda are way more powerful than a lot of people think it is. I love how on top of it they are, though. Every time he makes one, somebody shows up to grab it. I wish it was like that at the other base. Okay, I'm at 300. Let's see if I can make it now. I think it only needed 300. Yes!
Vampiric Fox said, "Oh no, I don't underestimate the influence of hanging out with the wrong crowd, but it be his decision if he knows they're wrong and still hangs out with them."
I don't know. I mean, that's the thing, is you never know you're hanging out with the wrong people until it's too late. And then if you choose not to hang out with them, you're right. You're right. If you choose to hang out with them, then that is on the person. But at the same time, who's to say that they're not continually manipulating him into hanging out with them, you know? You gotta think of it like Saturday morning cartoon aspect. There are kids that are just gonna be like, oh, well, maybe I should give this guy a second chance. And, you know, that just makes things even worse. There's such a thing as too much empathy. There is such a thing as being gullible. And I'm not saying that my nephew is gullible, but I'm not going to say that he isn't a good kid and he isn't immune to influence or immune to being manipulated. I forgot how long it took to make this. Damn. It'll be about 2 minutes because they're showing up.
Vampiric Fox said, "Generally it's the emotionally vulnerable that are more influenced by the wrong people, cause those are the kind of people they prey on."
Yes, exactly. And that's why I'm saying it is also the issue of the influencer, of the propagandist. It's their fault mainly because they keep poking and prodding and manipulating. It's not so much the person who's being influenced. It's like they're under a spell. It could be anything. It could be Stockholm syndrome, you know? It could be greed. They could be preying on the person's greed. It could be preying on the person's they could have lost someone very dear to them. It could be preying on their sense of morality too. Like they could be presenting the wrong thing as the right thing. And, you know, being influenced in that way is partially the fault of both parties. And even if the person continues down that road, it's still, it's still going to have to be punishable to some extent, but definitely not to the same extent as the person who is influencing and propagating. So, like, say if somebody was a sex trafficker or something like that, and they took advantage of a young girl, the sex trafficker would 100% go to jail immediately. The little girl would have to go through a type of therapy thing first, obviously. So there would have to be a sentencing, not so much for the little girl, but for if she's done anything wrong in the process of the sex trafficking. Because a lot of sex traffickers will also get their victims to do things for them, Ooh, congratulations. Because yeah, a lot of people don't realize this, but a lot of sex traffickers will convince their victims into doing things for them, like robbing banks. Or I know it's stereotypical to say that, but I can't really think of much of another excuse. Like robbing banks are convincing others to join them, things like that, and that's definitely wrong too. And the victim knows that it's wrong, but they have no other choice. But they still have to be punished in some way. Oh, okay. I see. But yeah. Oh shit, it's already got one made. Cool. I want to make another one now. So how many is that going to take? 300 again, right? Yeah. But at least we've got it going. We've got one going, and that's good. And it doesn't seem like the energy is going to be that bad. But let's monitor that real quick. But yeah, definitely, the victim would have to be, imprisoned in some manner of form if they were to follow the sex trafficker into doing other things like robbing a bank or hurting people.
Yeah, the victims are still those that are emotionally unstable and can be victims of any age.
Right. So they could be talked into doing any number of illicit activity. That doesn't mean that they're immune from having to, incur the same penalties. They still have to go to prison, but they should also be given things like psychiatric treatment and things like that. Obviously, the same things that victims who don't do anything are privileged to, With how much power it's taking, I'm wondering if we're going to have to build more generators and stuff in order to have a second oil extractor. So maybe I should just hold off on making a second one. Maybe I should focus on getting that percentage up, because I do need PAL metals for that. Not much, but... Oh, no, we need plasteel. Right, that was the thing. And we need PAL metals to make the plasteel. How many? Oh, I don't think it'll tell me unless he's done using it. Ah, shit. Well, let's see. Is there a recipe I can look at? Fuck. Maybe the technology point. Technology thing. There we go. Crude oil and ore. Yep, I have enough to make it, and I need 30. I have enough to make 30. Okay, so when he's done with the PAL steel, I'll have him working on some PLA. Or when he's done with the PAL ingots, I'll have him working on plasteel.
Vampiric Fox said,
Oh, wait, food.
trafficking victims can be any age, but those who are self-assured are going to be much less likely to fall prey to such people.
Oh, yeah, no. My sister once even stated that somebody tried to traffic her when she was a young girl. When she was at the mall with her friends. And her friends were like, no. But yeah, it's a sad reality that a lot of the times people don't have that sense of awareness. People tend to lack that these days too, like self-awareness. Like people don't really seem to have that. I'll be walking around in my store and there will be people on their phones. They'll have their head up. They're just going to be talking on their phones and not really give a fuck about where they're walking, and they'll bump into people and then they'll accuse you of bumping into them. And A, I couldn't see where the fuck you came from, for one. B, like, what the fuck? You were on your phone, like, heading in my direction. If anything, I'm suspicious that you intentionally bumped into me. For whatever reason. Maybe just to be a jerk. But yeah, self-awareness is very important too. It is something that kids lack also, and another reason why it's important to be able to monitor your kid. Especially when you go out, like in the early stages, like kids will end up bumming into all kinds of strangers accidentally, like when Johnny was a little kid, like when he was like 5 or 6, I can't remember how old he was. We went to Walmart and there were people like right behind him waiting for him to move out of the way. But he was standing in the middle of the aisle. He didn't know. So I took him by the hand. He was like, I was like, come on, little guy, gotta move.
Even though I had my mother, it was myself who looked inward and decided who I was and wanted to be and what I absolutely would not tolerate even before I turned.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know too much about your history. I'm sorry, Vampiric Fox. I mean, yeah, by all means, don't feel the need to talk about anything too personal here. Most definitely, it is important to remember that this is still a live broadcast. So. But I mean, even if you weren't 18, you still gathered all of that information. You became an independent person based on the knowledge that you've earned from growing up to that state. You didn't come out the womb thinking that way, so obviously you had to have developed that sense of morality from somewhere. Just be happy that you didn't get it from a terrible source, you know? That it wasn't something awful that taught you the way to live, you know, because we might not even be having this conversation. You could be in prison right now. I don't know. I don't know what you're watching this on. I don't know if you're in prison right now and on a prison computer or something. And I don't expect you to tell me because that's your thing. That's your privacy.
What I'm saying and who might be hearing this after the stream.
Okay, all right. How much money do we have in here? 19,000.
What?
Oh boy. We're getting really close to finishing everything up. I just need that plasteel. $65 left.
LMAO, rest assured I'm not in prison currently.
I learned that white-collar prisons allow their inmates to have access to the internet. I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, obviously, like, there are a lot of prisoners who are in prison for the wrong reasons.
Vampiric Fox said, "You never know what the future may hold. I might have to defend myself and go to prison for it. LMAO."
Okay, now I know you're just joking, hopefully. But yeah, obviously there are people who are put in prison for the wrong reason. And those, I don't really feel that bad about them having access to the internet, obviously, if they're in the prison for, like, tax evasion or something like that. I don't really think they're that terrible of a person. But if they're, like, in prison for killing somebody, I don't really know if I'd let them have access to the internet. If it were me, if I was in charge of the prison, I'd kind of, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that they definitely regulate the the prisoners and what they have access to if they have internet at their facility. I mean, they definitely do it for phone calls. We all know the whole one phone call per person thing.
Vampiric Fox said, "Seriously though, I do give a tiny bit of credit to the country music I grew up listening to, but I developed who I am on my own."
I mean, country music is, in my opinion, I don't really think it's a bad thing. I've never really heard any bad country music. If anything, it just empowers people more towards their own government. And if there's anything bad about country music, I feel like it might blind people to certain aspects of their government that
Fox
they
said,
don't know about.
"So if someone was in that deep, I'm sure it's regulated in some form or fashion."
But I mean, it really all depends on what kind of country music we're talking about, because there are several versions. Like, there's regular country music that's more about pride in the American spirit. And then there's, like, country rock that can sometimes have the wrong message to it. Like, they'll try and convince people of certain idealisms, like uh, that the that certain religions or races are wrong and don't deserve to be around. You know, things like that can be heard in certain country rock songs. Or that, you know, certain minorities shouldn't be allowed in the country. You know, you'll hear that in country rock songs, and I do not like that at all. But there are some regular country music stars that have good messages out there that I agree with. Well, it's when you get the country rock where it kind of can be iffy depending on who you're listening to. If they have beds, they just sleep on the floor. Look, even he's questioning it. He's like, why are you on the floor?
Vampiric Fox
May as well go to bed in my
said,
bed.
"I grew up in a household of smokers. For example, growing up everyone smoked, and even after moving to where I was at before, the family and friends we visited smoked."
Oh, no, no. See, that's another thing that is, like, heavily influencing uh for a child. It's like growing up seeing somebody smoking a lot and stuff like that. They might not think there's anything wrong with it, so they develop a habit of smoking. But to the child's credit, sometimes they'll grow up and they'll see exactly what smoking does, and they'll realize it's bad and not do it. Take me, for example. Like, my grandparents, especially my mother's mother, she smoked
Vampiric Fox
a lot.
said,
And
"Instead of being like most other people and be influenced by the smokers, I observed and made my own declaration that I refuse to do that to myself."
yes, that's kind of the point that I'm getting at right now. The same thing with my childhood. I saw all of the health issues that my grandmother was going through, and I determined that I was not going to smoke from that. So, in a way, my grandmother was a positive influence on me, but for the, you know, opposite reasons, because you can learn things from seeing people do the wrong stuff, but it really all depends on how influential the person is. Like, for instance, my grandmother did not want me to smoke at all. It's not like she was smoking and going, "You're gonna do this one day," But my grandmother was never like that. She hated the idea of me smoking, and she never wanted me to. She never smoked in front of me, but I knew she smoked. And, I realized that was the main reason she was having the health problems. But it's not only because of her, but it's because my teachers, the entertainment I was watching, the video games I was playing, were all also telling me, don't smoke, Now imagine if I had grown up with someone that was telling me, "Oh, your teachers are lame. They don't know what's cool." Or if I was playing video games that were saying things like, those squares don't know shit. Smoking's awesome, Or if I was watching cartoons that were just like, "Yo, smoking's the coolest thing ever. You should do it." I'm over exaggerating right now, but imagine if I grew up with nothing like that, and nothing but that. I'm pretty sure I probably would have been smoking.
Said, everybody smoked indoors. There was no way I
Now
could get
she's
away
stuck
from
underground.
breathing the smoke.
Is it the stairs that are causing that? Is that why everybody's getting stuck underground? I gotta fix this. Oh no, she's so short, I can't grab her. She's trying to get to the sulfur. Oh no. Segment.
Vampiric
There we go.
Fox said, those TV ads telling people not to smoke don't work. I had friends and know adults who picked up smoking even though they know why it's bad.
No. They have to work in conjunction with a lot of things. It's not just the TV ads. It's a whole bunch of things. It's overexposure is what teaches kids things. If you're exposing your kids to a number of things that are going to tell you not to do it, there's a good chance that the kid won't do it. If everyone's telling them not to do it, they're not going to do it. And that includes television. Because, in a sense, a lot of kids, especially in the 70s and 80s, according to Gen Xers apparently, they were latchkey kids, and they learned a lot of things from television. And back in the 70s, and I meant 60s and 70s. And back in the 60s and 70s, they all grew up with commercials that were telling them that smoking's healthy for them. Things like that. So obviously they grew up thinking, hey, it's perfectly fine to smoke. While our generations in the 80s and the 90s were constantly being told not to smoke.
Vampiric Fox.
And not that many of us do.
When I was really young, my GMA would actually let us take a puff of her cigarette. My mother was a hypocrite. She didn't tell us not to smoke.
Oh, no. But see, that's the thing. You had other forms of influence, like those commercials that you hate and think didn't work. They probably, to some level, helped you make the decision that you made. You might have thought they were corny. I thought they were corny. I thought they were very corny. I always thought the one about the frying pan was stupid. This is your brain on drugs. Any questions? Blah, blah, blah. I thought that one was stupid, but it was at the same time I agreed with it.
Never refused us alcohol. She was fine with giving us a little bit, even really young.
Yeah, see, that would be the example of a bad influence right there. And apparently you had some of those things, but not everything in your life was a bad influence. So obviously, you grow up learning that there is some silver lining to look towards. But if you had no other choice and were being, in a sense, brainwashed.
The outside influence, if anything, was the smell of the smoke.
I guess. I mean, it's not like you thought the smoke was good. Obviously, it probably made you cough and wheeze. So that was probably something that helped you keep away from it too. But for instance, when I was a kid, I think it was like 9, I went to a friend's baseball game, and after the game, his father was sitting in the car with me and him, and he had a mug, a container of coffee.
Said, no mother raised us to respect them. She believed that if she flat out refused us access, we'd be more likely to go overboard without supervision.
Right. Well, see, that's a good thing. But yeah, continuing on the coffee thing, he had a container of coffee, and I saw him drinking it. And I asked him what he was drinking because I was thirsty, you know. I asked him if I could have some of his drink, and he said, "Are you sure?" He was like, "Nah, this is coffee. I don't think you're gonna like it." And I was like, "Oh, uh, can I try it?" And he was like, "Okay." I didn't know it was hot for one. He didn't tell me it was hot. But it tasted terrible.
Said, it was later when I could actually observe and see the physical and psychological effects cigarettes had on users.
But yeah, the coffee it tasted awful. It was hot. I hated it. And I was like, I'm never going to drink this. But, you know, I got older and I was like, man, I'll give coffee a try again. And then I tried it. So, yes, I'm not saying that every bad experience from when you're a kid is going to prevent you from doing it too, you know? I've had occasions where I've gone through the Little Big Planet Adventures marathon where I was doing nothing but drinking coffee to stay awake. I mean, I haven't been drinking coffee in the past 2 years, A, because it's expensive, and B, to be honest, I think energy drinks do a better job. But, that doesn't mean that there aren't options out there that can give me a healthier form of energy intake.
Vampiric Fox said,
How's it going over here,
when
buddy?
I actually really liked the taste of beer, but I knew that was teamy, so I did tea drink it.
So do you drink it now, or are you trying to say that you just didn't want to at all? Because I had the opposite situation. None of my parents, or friends, or anyone tried to get me to drink anything, even though, you know, I was slightly curious. So when I got old enough to drink at the age of 21, I went out with my sister and her friends, and I had some shots, and I had all kinds of drinks, and, you know, I was going crazy with all the drinks I was drinking, but I didn't really feel much of anything. I got a buzz, sure, but it's not like I got blackout drunk or anything like that. So I was like, if I have to drink that much just to experience the same type of high that everybody else experiences when they're drunk, I'm not gonna do it. But I guess it's because like I have a higher tolerance for alcohol or something than the normal person, because I just don't get the same type of high that a lot of people get when they drink. I get like a small buzz no matter how much I drink. When I tested it once too, I went out to several different bars. I had like 20 shots and I want to say like 5 or 10 beers, and I just still didn't feel shit, you know?
Said, oh no, I don't do alcohol. While I have tasted some things and I could totally get addicted to the taste of Jägerbomb, but no, I don't drink.
Yeah, okay, well that's good. For me, it was the opposite. I was told constantly not to drink alcohol, but I got curious and tried when I was 21. And I determined at that age that it wasn't for me. So I was like, screw it, I'm not drinking.
Vampiric Fox said, I have never been tipsy, let alone drunk.
Right. It just feels like it's too much effort to try and get drunk, so why do it? Not only that, but you're fucking killing your liver. Is it the liver or the spleen? I can't remember. Is it the liver or is it the colon? I can't remember exactly what it is that filters through toxins like alcohol. I've heard that drinking a little bit of it, though, is good for your liver, but I don't, or kidneys. I think it's kidneys. But I don't really want to, because it tastes nasty, too.
Vampiric Fox said, I don't drink, I don't do drugs, I don't do anything of the sort, it's not me, it's not who I am, and that's something I learned even before turning.
Right. I mean, to be honest, there were various occasions in my life where I could have turned to that, but I didn't, just because.
Liver, I'm pretty sure.
Liver? Yeah. Okay, I thought that's what it was. What was I going to say? Oh, right. There were various times in my life where I could have easily turned to that kind of life, but I want to thank video games for preventing that.
Vampiric Fox said, liver and kidneys kinda work in conjunction, but I'm not sure which does the heavier lifting.
Right. Right. Oh, speaking of which, I think we're going to have to go to the bathroom pretty soon. Oh, he must be taking a break. He's almost done. But yeah, it's a crazy world out there, and people can be influenced into doing all kinds of things. I'm just glad I'm a person that played video games instead of going out and partying, because I don't know how bad my life would have been if I'd have hung out with the friends of mine that were constantly drinking and getting high. My life, well, one in particular I could say ended up overdosing. I could have ended up like him very easily. He was a really good friend. It was really upsetting when I heard about his death.
Honestly, our current conversation just supplements my previous argument that maturity is not necessarily equal to physical age.
I disagree. I feel like it's more in favor of my argument, where a lot of times the things that you do learn are influenced by the things around you. It's not really so much as an internal process as much as it is an external. All of the events in your life, you probably wouldn't be able to determine if you were born inside of a bubble and not given any exposure to the outside world. There was a case, I think, in a rural area somewhere in America, I don't know, that I heard of parents locking their kid up in an attic for like the entirety of their lifespan.
One of my adult friends who started hanging out with the wrong crowd after school committed suicide.
Ugh, yeah. Yeah. It can be tough when you're growing up and you don't have good influence. But yeah, you can look it up. I'm sure that it was in the newspapers everywhere. I learned about it through like one of those believe it or not things on YouTube. I learned about this a couple years ago. But they locked their kid up in an attic for like their entire life, and all they did was feed him. They didn't give him any kind of stimulation or anything whatsoever. And when their parents were arrested, they found out that they had a kid and that he was locked up there. And when they let him out, he couldn't talk. He couldn't communicate. He didn't know what anything was. It was like a whole new world for him. And he probably thought that was all normal, you know? So I feel like all of our conversation here is just further in alignment with what I was talking about, where people have to be capable of letting they have to be capable of monitoring what their kids are influenced by. Otherwise, they could grow up not knowing anything.
Said, you're saying that maturity has to be only internal and not affected by external stimuli.
I'm saying that Morality is internal. I don't disagree with that. Morality is internal, but maturity is more of an external thing. It's what you learn as you grow and what is heavily influenced by the things around you. When the kid was released from the attic, he internally processed a lot of the things that were going on, so morally he thought it was okay. But externally, he hadn't developed at all whatsoever. And that has to deal with the fact that no matter how old you are, if you're not learning or not getting any kind of information that's good, you're just going to be a child your entire life. You know? That can be said easily for Donald Trump, to be honest. Like, I'm 100% sure that the external influence in his life is what turned him into the monster that he is. Growing up rich and not being told or having anything demanded of him. Always getting away with whatever he wants, you know? Just created the kind of spoiled monster he became.
Said, turning those tea magically make a person more mature than they were when they were or younger.
I gotta read that. I didn't make much. Oh, it's because the numbers weren't read out loud. Turning 18 doesn't make them more... Well, turning 18 doesn't make them more mature. Is that what you're saying? Turning 18 makes them more experienced. And that goes hand in hand with maturity. So, no, I disagree. Turning 18 does make them more mature than they were at the age of 17. Because they've learned a little bit more. And they understand a little bit more of the world. A person isn't born at the age of 17. You're saying that as if that 1 year doesn't matter, but it's not just that 1 year, it's the 17 years that preceded it as well. Spending 18 years on this life, spending 18 years on this planet is going to give you more experience than spending 1 year on this planet, obviously.
Vampiric Fox said, it's not a switch that magically gets flipped with turning.
I'm not saying that it is a switch. I'm not saying that it is. I'm saying that it's a gradual process. Why do you think I'm saying that it's a switch that gets flipped? It's a gradual process. What do you think turning 18 means? Do you think it's cake and then you're mature? No.
Vampiric Fox said,
That's not what I'm saying.
people grow and learn and mature at different rates.
That might be true, but the fact of the matter is that if you're going to be 18, then you're going to have learned a lot of things up until that point. Are you saying that's not the case? Are you saying that when you turn 18, you still don't know anything? Is that what you're saying? Because it sounds like that's what you're saying.
Vampiric Fox said, you're saying that maturity is equal to the physical age.
I'm saying that maturity is equal to the amount of time that you spend on this planet. And if that age is 18, then it means that you're a mature adult. Why the hell are you making this argument to begin with? Why are you trying to make this argument? Are you a pedophile? Vampiric Fox? Because I don't know if we could be friends if that's the case. If you're trying to argue here with me...
Said. I'm saying you can know things before you turn.
Just because you don't turn... Just because you know things doesn't mean that you've experienced things. Just because you know something doesn't mean you've experienced it.
What?
Why are you trying to plead this case so desperately? It's horrible.
Said.
That's disgusting.
I'm saying that your perspective seems to be very narrow.
That's disgusting. Vampiric Fox, am I going to have to demod you, man? That's terrible. That's fucking disgusting, dude. You're getting demodded for that. That is fucked up, dude. If this progresses, I don't think we'd be able to be friends anymore, dude. You know what? I feel like it's about time that we parted ways. I can't sit here and talk with someone that defends age limits like that. I'm not about to sit here and deal with this anymore, man. That's it. We're not friends anymore, buddy. You're sitting here so strongly trying to defend such a wretched thing. I can't do this anymore, dude. I'm sorry, man. It's gone way beyond the limit now. I don't even think you're hearing yourself, too. That's the problem, is you're not hearing yourself. What it is you're trying to defend, what it is you're trying to say.
Vampiric Fox. Said. No, I'm not defending those kinds of people.
I don't know, man. That sounds a lot like what you're doing, and I don't like it, dude. I don't like it. It's not right. I don't know exactly what you think maturity means, but if a person is 18, then they've experienced a lot in this world, and they've experienced the kind of life that an adult, that should qualify them as an adult. That's just the way it is. No time before that should be considered adulthood. It's just wrong to consider somebody under the age of 18 an adult. It always has been, and it should always remain like that, because a person who hasn't developed mentally through their life expectancy isn't capable of processing a lot of the more intense emotions that an adult has to deal with.
Vampiric Fox said, I don't disagree with living longer means more experience, but that kinda detracts from those who had to experience things from a young age.
No, it doesn't. Even a person who's super young and has gone through a serious traumatic issue in their life will agree that they're not an adult yet. Even a person who is super young and has not experienced and probably has driven before knows that it wouldn't be right for them to drive until they're the age of 18 or 16, I think is the driving age in a lot of places. Simply because, well, for a fact, it's like physically difficult to drive when you're 5 years old. Experience is determined by how long you've been on this planet, and the only way that you can regulate, or the only way that you can delegate whether or not you're capable of handling something is if you've gained the experience through time. And sure, you can learn a lot of things when you're young, all the way up until you're 18, but that doesn't mean that you should be qualified to do them. A doctor shouldn't be qualified to work on a patient just because they've learned a lot from a medical book from college. You know, they have to have the actual experience in doing the things that are involved with their medical profession. Before they could be considered to perform surgery. And they're not going to do that before they're the age of 18 simply because they're not old enough to handle the responsibility for when things go wrong. And there are a number of legal reasons why the age of 18 is very important. Because if a person is too young to go to jail, they could get away with anything. If you put a child behind the wheel of a car at the age of 7 or the age of 10, and they're capable of driving the car and they hit somebody, their parents are going to be the ones responsible for going to jail, not them. Because their parents weren't observant enough to watch them and make sure they didn't get behind the car. But if the child knows how to drive, that does not automatically qualify them to drive until they're the age of 16. When they turn 16, they can legally be held accountable for accidentally killing someone because they know and they've experienced the rules of the road. And that kind of thing takes time and knowledge. I don't know why you think it's like it's so eager that a person be capable of immediately doing things just because they have the knowledge. That's not That's not right. Just because a person has the knowledge, it doesn't mean that they'll be emotionally capable of doing the thing that they're capable of doing. Only time can give them that. And through observation, as a human species, we've delegated that 18 at the earliest is a far more mature time in a person's life because they've gone through so much of their life and experienced so many things that we can, on average, say that 18 is the proper age to be doing things. And no, I don't mean that in a sexual way. I mean that like in any way. When it comes to drinking, not drinking, that's 21. When it comes to driving, when it comes to getting married, when it comes to owning a house, especially when it comes to going online and doing things. When it comes to learning things. Because at that point, when you're the age of 18 and you're learning the wrong thing, you can be legally held accountable for your own actions. And so typically when a person sees that something is going on, that something is wrong, they won't do it because they know the wrath that will incur, that will happen to them. They know that they will be going to prison if they do that. That's why it's an even more important thing that we we keep kids away from learning that stuff, because they know, haha, I'm young, my parents will be held responsible, and if they're little shits, they'll go off and do that thing. If they're little shits, they'll go off and do that thing, and they won't care about whether or not they incur the wrath. Especially if they grow up and they learn that it's going to be okay for them to do that. There we go. We got the plasteel going.
What?
This world is filled with evil people that are willing to teach children the wrong thing all the time. And if we don't do our jobs as parents to keep them from learning those things, they could end up going down all sorts of roads that are terrible. When they turn 18, yeah, sure, there are some kids that are probably going to need to learn more and probably stay with their parents for a lot longer. I'm not saying that that's not a thing. But I'm saying any time before that should not be considered adulthood. Because they're still developing. They're still doing things like going through school, too. You know? And school is like the major antithesis of how we learn basic human functions in our society. And sure, a person doesn't have to go to school to learn those things. They can learn those things from being homeschooled. But that homeschooling is going to take a long time. And on average, 18 is probably the correct amount of time for you to be learning to do things at a mature level. So yes, I will say that turning 18 makes you a mature adult. It might not make you a responsible adult, no. But it's the stasis of where, as a society, we can all agree that 18 is a stance on adulthood, because we have been on this earth long enough. We have gone through the educational system. We have grown and learned things from our parents and adopted a moral structure equal or greater than said parents. And we have adapted to the society at that point to where we can be considered adults. And that just on average is where it is. So I'm sorry, Vampiric Fox. I don't know exactly where it is you stand in these kinds of debates. I don't really like the idea of thinking anything other than that. And I'm not telling you to change my mind, but the fact that you keep insisting that I'm wrong, just, I don't know. We're never going to agree on this, apparently. I think turning 18 mentally and physically makes you an adult.
What?
And I don't think you are an adult any time before that, and never will be. And you're free to disagree as much as you want, but trying to change my mind on that subject is just not cool. And you can say that I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm not trying to change your mind. But it feels, with how much you keep going back to it, it feels like you were trying to change my mind. And at that point, I had absolutely no choice but to remove your moderation. It just did not feel right to keep you at mod status if you're going to try that hard to influence me on certain things like that, especially that. Alright, well, now we got the plasteel going finally. And we have the oil production going. And they're collecting it too, which is good. Seems to be moving along at a good rate too, so I guess all those speed enhancements in the mining research helped. What am I going to need to increase this again? I don't really like having these conversations simply because it feels as though when people are trying to tell me something that I know for a fact as an adult, I know it's wrong, it feels like they're trying to steer me in a direction that's completely the opposite, and I don't like it. Ancient Civilization Core. Well, that is definitely something I'm not going to be able to get. And I'm going to have to wait to get. I don't like it. I really don't like it when people try to change my mind or try to make me think a certain way in my chat, and I cannot for the life of me tolerate it either. So I'm sorry I had to revoke your moderation, but I know you probably don't even care because it's not like you were about to use it for anything, but I don't know. I just can't have a moderator on my stream that's going to try their hardest to convince me otherwise on any topic in particular, but especially that. I just can't take that. I'm not going to ban you, obviously. That's why I warned you about the ban. But it's just messed up that we had to have this conversation like this. I don't like it. I really don't. It's just a simple topic of parental guidance, needing more tools to help our children, and you turned it into a whole debate on a stance that I don't even think I agree with you on, and the idea of letting kids get away with whatever they want to online just does not vibe with me at all whatsoever. I don't think it's cool that you find the idea of kids being able to do whatever they want online appealing. I hate that idea. That idea just disgusts me. And that's where we're going to leave it. That's where we're going to leave it. All right, let's go hunting for a bit. All right, we'll continue from where we left off here. Now that I have Plasteel finally going at my base, I feel like we're capable of doing a lot more next time I stream. But I want to get my mind off of this subject. It really doesn't make me happy that I had to have that kind of conversation with Vampiric Fox, but obviously I had to put my foot down on that, because that is just disgusting. I know he probably doesn't disagree with me on this subject, that he said it himself. He doesn't like those types of people either. But the thing is, like, he still feels as though kids are capable of doing their own thing online, and that's not. I just don't agree with that. Wait, let's back this way. I don't know. Maybe he thinks that all kids are born brilliant or something like that, but it's just not the case. And if the answer isn't treating all kids the same, then what is? It's certainly not being like, children are capable of voting. That's fucking stupid. Kids are influenced by fucking cereal box characters, for fuck's sake. They don't know shit about the political system. Why would you assume that kids would be capable of voting? They're more susceptible to propaganda than adults are, for fuck's sake. What? He's not dead. Wow. There. Do I have this spot marked on the map? No, I don't. Now I do. I don't even know why he's arguing that either. Like, seriously, or is he expecting kids to... does he think that I'm like, oh, kids shouldn't be in charge or anything like that? Well, they shouldn't. I mean, can you honestly see, like, anyone under the age of 18 running a country? Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't even know where the hell his line of idealism goes on that. It doesn't make much sense to me. A switch does not flip. Nobody's saying that when a kid turns 18, a switch flips in their head. No, when they make the argument that kids aren't mature enough, they're using the word enough in there. That means that it's an age situation. It's not a switch flipping situation. Maturity takes time, and we all agree that 18 is the proper time. I'm not saying that, like, somebody who's the age of 15 couldn't go to college. I'm not saying it like that. I'm not saying that there aren't Doogie Housers out there, but I am saying that if Doogie Howser was like fucking 10 years old, he definitely shouldn't be anywhere near a scalpel, even if he is a fucking prodigy. Alright, so there ain't any bosses on this side. Let's try going up. I don't know, I don't see anything up and around this way. No, we could try and go up and around just to get to that guy. Oh, you're saying kids are stupid. I mean, in a way, yeah, they are. They're not going to know anything more than somebody who's like the age of fucking 20. Especially if that 20-year-old's probably been to college. People can be very experienced over adults. I'm not saying that they can't be. Like 18-year-old can obviously be smarter than a 20-year-old. I'm not saying that that's not the case. I'm not even talking about intelligence. I'm talking about earning a sense of understanding in the way that the world works. Whether for good or for bad. Well, why did that happen? Probably because of the invisible wall that's like right there.
What?
I thought I'd be able to walk up this thing. It's at 2 sheer, I think. Oh, no, I can make it. No, maybe not. Just run and jump off the edge, that'd be fun. But no. Rocks in the way. Okay, well, jumping off the side of this should get me on track. Nope. Well, there's a... Thank God there's one of these. Shit. Well, that didn't work. Alright, well, looks like I'm going to have to climb it. Do I have all them? Yeah. What the... Why does it look like... Is there a river down here? What the... It isn't on the map. Or... Oh, wait a minute. Are these all cliff sides? Is that what's going on? That's why there's nothing over here. Okay, now it makes sense. Good. Oh, and there's a boss right here. I didn't even see them. Shit, shit, shit. Okay, alright, let's go back. Oh, whoa, what? Okay. Oh, there's also a dungeon here. Oh, thank goodness I found it. No, I forgot. Oh, shit. Oh, well. But yeah, that's why I have this channel marked as 18 plus. I am not about to let little kids hear stuff like this. Okay, so gotta keep going up the mountain to get to them. What the okay. What was that? Egg. Egg.
What? Oh.
Ah, there's the boss. I climbed quite a bit to get to this. No waypoints. That's fine. Here. We can get rid of them now. Level 40 Sableye. Let's go. I like they're in like a cocoon. Oh, they're sleeping. It's nighttime, right? Wake up. I'm here to fight. I don't think I need this. Or I might. Let me double check and see. No, I don't. Okay, but... just looking at her attack. Oop. What is he doing? There you go. I don't know what that was all about. Ah, well. And that whole conversation, like, that's the thing, too. A lot of it, he was acting like I was talking about I was talking about intelligence. When I was talking about the age limitations. I'm not saying that a 15-year-old can't be smarter than a 20-year-old. Obviously, they can. We're talking about maturity here. We're talking about life experience. That's something you can only get when you've lived to a certain age. That's not the same thing as intelligence. I don't know why he was getting so angry at me for it. I know it's not easy to express that through text, but I could tell he was getting very defensive. And I got all of them. Alright, we're gonna take a breather. Whoa, look at this. We also have... whatever this is. Lunaris. We have Lunaris effigies too, I don't know. Cool. I gotta get back to my base. I want to use the bathroom. But yeah, your maturity, your sense of morality, your self-awareness, your decision-making skills, all of that's dictated within the first 18 years of your life. It definitely doesn't, it shapes the adult that you're going to become, but it definitely doesn't stop that from changing as you grow. That's just where people start to realize they're an adult, you know? That they're, and that in our society, that's where we legally and, like, in some cases metaphorically, like, and physically, we see that people are old enough to make decisions on their own. I mean, if it was a case of figuring that kind of thing out as a case by case basis, what the hell would we do as a society to determine that, you know? What, every fucking year for 18 years we have to pull kids aside and be like, are you mature? Here is a test to determine maturity. That's stupid. That's a waste of time, that's a waste of resources, and kids would probably just grow to resent it anyway, so why the fuck do it? It's not like we can test maturity by a case-by-case basis. There are too many, there are like freaking trillions of people on this earth. We're not about to do that. So it's way easier to just be like, all right, it feels as though you're 18 now and you can make these decisions without any problem. But if you do think that you need more time, there's always another way. And that's like, there are several different options you could take. There are schools you can go to. There are internships you can take. There are little partner programs that are available. There are, what are they called? The YMCA that's available. There are local rec centers that you can go to. There are all kinds of ways that you can still try to figure out how to grow even after you're the age of 18. But before that, we're not going to hold you to the same standards as an adult before you're 18, because as a society, on average, we feel that 18 is a good time to do that. We can't do things by a case-by-case basis either, because that's not fair to the rest of humanity. That you be held to a different standard, that you be given special treatment, that's fucked up. And then what the hell determines that, you know? What determines the special treatment? Like, I certainly wouldn't want to get into that discussion, especially not with Vampiric Fox, but it definitely feels like it would be a darker conversation when we're talking about things like privilege. People shouldn't automatically be treated as an adult just because they're 18. And there are religious reasons why people choose the age of 13 in like the Jewish society, and that's just based on religion. That has no hold in our modern day society, especially here in America, simply because, well, we hold the church and the state as a separate entity, you know? It's not like when a kid turns 13, they automatically qualify for a driver's license, even if just because they're Jewish. That doesn't fly over here in America. I mean, maybe it does in other countries, but it's certainly not something that we're going to be like, okay, yeah, here, have a driver's license. You can take your driver's test, you know, blah, 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 blah. And beside that, even if it was like that here in America too, where we will be holding people accountable for their driving ability at the age of 13, because that's apparently when people turn out to be an adult, there would still be people out there saying, no, the age should be 12, it should be 10, and I'm like, fucking, what the hell is the limit to these people, you know? It's hard, like, They just want to be able to do horrible things. That's what it is. They want to be able to do horrible things to little kids and not be held in regards to it, you know? Or they want little kids to be able to take responsibility for their shitty actions when they train them to use a gun, you know? If an adult trains a child to use a gun, they don't want to be held responsible for when the child shoots somebody. They want the kid to be held responsible. That's fucking, I fucking hate people like that. But there are people out there fucking defending that. I'm not saying it's Vampiric Fox, but I'm talking about just people, the horrible people in general who think that way. I'm not talking about Vampiric Fox right now. I don't know how he feels. He's not here to defend himself, so I'm not saying that. But there are people out there that are saying that kids should be held responsible for shooting somebody. And no, if an adult gives a child a gun and teaches them how to use the gun, they should be held responsible when that child shoots somebody. And no, I'm not saying that the child shouldn't be punished. Obviously, they should. Sometimes they get jail time. Sometimes they go to a mental institution. Things like that. Obviously, that's the proper punishment for a child that's been brainwashed into thinking shooting someone is perfectly fine. But the adult definitely needs to go to jail because they were being 100% irresponsible. So I don't know what people out there would make a case for this, but if you are one of those people, please, by all means, unsubscribe to me, because that's definitely not something that I agree with. But yeah, no. Vampiric Fox, I don't know what exactly you were trying to go for, or even if it was that, you know? But, you know, that kind of conversation, I don't want to have that with you anymore if you're watching this in the archives. I don't hate you by any means, but, like, I can't be friends with someone that feels like that kind of thing would be tolerable. So I hope you understand why I got so defensive over the idea that 18-year-olds can be, people under the 18 can be treated as adults. I hope you definitely understand why I disagree with that, and I saw that you do disagree with that. But at the same time, our conversation was like making that seem like it would be okay. And I fucking definitely do not want to promote something like that as if it's a good thing, especially not on this channel. So I don't know how you feel anymore, if you're going to show up to the channel or not. I'm still going to be playing Palworld. If you do still want to watch, it's fine. But we're definitely not talking about this anymore. If I see you again, we're not talking about that no more. That is 100% off limits for conversation. Because it is just, there are so many levels to that conversation that we just had that could go in a completely terrible direction. And I know we were avoiding using a lot of the terminology. I realize it's because of YouTube's guidelines and whatnot. But to anyone watching in the archives, I think you know what I meant when I said a lot of the stuff that I said. So I hope you 100% agree that that is not something that should be modernized. But yeah, it's definitely a touchy subject if you keep prodding into it like that. Just ultimately what I was trying to say is that, you know, parents should have better tools to help protect their children online, and I don't think they have that. I completely disagree that kids don't have that. That parents don't have that for their kids, is what I meant to say. Sorry, brains just... That was just so much to process all at once. I'm like, what the fuck? Because the way the conversation was going, it felt like it was going. I was like, what the hell is this guy trying to? What the hell? What the hell? Vampiric Fox. It felt like you were trying to defend shit like that, and I got furious. I mean, it's obvious because that kind of thing is infuriating. It's so damn infuriating. Ugh. God. I'm just saying that the people who are like that, like Trump and all the motherfuckers on Epstein Island, I hope they all get the kind of justice that they fucking deserve. Once people get their fucking heads out of their asses and start actually doing stuff in our government. I want them all in jail. A lot of people are like, kill them. I'm like, you know what? No. I want them in jail. If they have to suffer like Jeffrey Epstein did, fine. But I want to see them behind bars, above all things. And I don't advocate for death. I never do. But if what happened to Jeffrey Epstein happens to them, as long as they're behind bars, that's all I fucking care about. All right, now I'm going to take a break. Hopefully cool off a little bit. I'll be back in about 15-20 minutes.
All Creator said, "Hello everyone, I hope you're enjoying the music. If you're watching in the archives now would be a great time to leave a like. Zayot said, "Damn hours stream.
Alright, I'm back. And Z, if you're still there, I'm sorry. It's just a very long argument with a former mod, so a little down. I get that he was trying to say that kids are able to handle stuff online, but I'm telling him, and I'm telling anyone out there listening, a lot of times you can't just do it by a case-by-case basis. Everyone has to be held to the same standard, because otherwise it's just not fair, you know? Sure, I think there are probably some kids out there that are capable of handling the sight of horrible things online. I'm not saying that kids aren't capable of that, of seeing it. I'm just saying that there are kids out there who aren't capable of seeing things like that online. And if we give certain people privilege over others, then that's just not fair to the people who aren't capable of handling it, you know? We live in a society, thus we all have to grow together. That has to be the way it is, because if you discriminate from other people, either based by age, which is what we're talking about, or anything else, then it's just not fair. It's not fair for everyone. And you could argue that if a person that we should do it in the opposite direction, we should give everybody free leeway then that's just going to cause horror. That's just going to cause all kinds of problems. That's going to cause all kinds of problems because the horrible information is going to be treated like it's okay when it's not. And in some cases, a lot of fictional things and a lot of lies will be treated like facts. And we just can't let people, or especially children... The hell? Why are people getting stuck on the floor here? Well, I'm going to use the PAL box to get him free. Alright, so I've got to figure out why people keep getting... He's stuck under here now. Oh, he was the one stuck under here. Whoops. Sorry. My bad. He was probably just doing his thing, and he's like, well, why would you do that? There. Alright, part of me is thinking maybe I should... It feels like it has something to do with here. Like, I'm not glitching into it or anything, but let's look around. It could also be somewhere else. Oh shit. No, he's stuck. But he's still... he's still using stone. That was an interesting glitch. So it means he was probably trying to head towards the stone, right? If he's there working on stone. I just don't see how they can get stuck under there. Maybe I should make another staircase right next to it. I don't think I'm able to do that, come to think of it. But yeah, 9-hour stream. Yeah. 9-hour stream. Because I'm on vacation. I don't have to do anything right now. I don't have anywhere to go or be. Yeah, I can't believe that he defends something like that. I'm just still upset over it. That's just not right, you know? Ah, you gotta give kids the benefit of the doubt. I don't know. At this point, I just don't know. I don't think we should. I mean, obviously, if there are like a shit ton of child hackers out there, they're making the wrong decision at some point. Why does this look like a gun? They have a gun lake. This game's very obsessed with guns. Alright, well, we'll approach from here, since apparently that whole backside is mountainside. I'll just go from here and work our way around. There's a dungeon over there. Do I have it marked? I don't think so. I don't think that's it. Nope. Alright. Either that or it's the boss. It could be the boss. Either way, I'm going over there. Yo! Awesome. This place is still filled with those monkey guys. I can forgive Fire Vampiric Fox for defending his stance on child learning, I guess, is what he was trying to make a defensive call for. But I just can't forgive him on the fact that it seemed as though he was trying to convince me to change my mind on it. You know, I'm not going to make a stream just so that people can tell me how to think. And I don't want anyone watching this stream to think I'm trying to convince you on how to think. If you don't agree with the things that I say, then by all means you can, you know, you can either leave the stream or you can just not subscribe. You know, you don't have to stick around. I'm not telling people to watch my streams because I'm about to convince you to do certain things. I'm not telling you to watch my streams so that you can learn to be a better person. That's not what this stream is about. It's about just genuine conversation and topics, you know? Specific topics. Huh. I didn't realize there was a road up to the... Well, maybe I did know. I just... Oh yeah, it just leads to rocks. Why would I take this path? It's like, ah... I know I could just jump up the rocks, but imagine if I was trying to get through everything with Desmu. Did I pass the... I think it was that dungeon. Yeah. And I went way past. Oh, wait, is that him? No. Well, I see that hacking spot now, and I want to go grab that. Is this a dungeon? I think it is. It's just not opened. Oh, I do have it marked. Oh, it must have closed right after I went up to it. That's funny. Whoa, excuse me. Sheesh. Who was that? That wasn't him, so... There they go, I think. Maybe. A lot of these Piki look are, well, they're supposed to look the same. Hey, there you are. Hi, what's up? Oh, fuck, I'm not gonna hit you with that. Oh, I'm all out of ammo. Fuck. Oh, come on. There we go. Ooh, that didn't do much. Okay, let's bring out Zuzu. Nice. That was pretty cool. Oh man, it leaves him weak. Oh, I see. It was a very strong attack. That's why. I got it. Oh, he looks like he's sad for him. He's like, "Oh, you okay, buddy?" Suzuku, come on, buddy. You could get up. You could fight. Good job, buddy. I hate that we had to argue like that. That's the fucked up thing about it. I don't know why he felt the need to try and... Oh, hold up. Is something going on with the stream? Did it freeze? I'm sorry to anyone who's trying to talk to me right now. I think the stream might have frozen. No, okay. It's just restream. Had to... I think it's chugging. I think restream can't handle this. It's been 9 hours, right? Shit. Yeah, it's getting close to 12. Okay. The stream's alright for now, but I might have to cut out soon simply because it's almost been 12 hours. And YouTube has this thing where they don't allow you to stream for more than 12 hours. Luckily, I don't have too many bosses to take care of on this island. I could probably handle all of them and then stop the stream. There was also that hacking spot. Where was it? Where'd it go? I can't. I gotta go into the air. Whoops, not you. Big old ring here. Ooh. What are the pal? And a boss? In one area? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Alright, well, I guess we can do this. Beacon should be fine. This dude. And obviously they're gonna want to fight too. I wonder how strong he is. 30? Okay. I can handle that. Ooh! Forgot how powerful that beam can be. Ah! Alright, so I got him. Fuck. Beacon, come on, buddy. Where'd you go? Stuck over there. What the fuck? I don't know what's going on with him. Hey, no. Ow. Goddamn, I took the full brunt of that, and I'm alive. Yeah, go Beacon. Fuck. Didn't even flinch. Take one of these. Heal faster. Alright, now where's that hacking spot I saw? There. Oh shit, it's across the water. Oh, okay, it's on that continent then. Screw it. Oh, or is that the one? No, I don't think that's it. Yeah, I'm guessing it's on a different continent, so screw it. No, that's it. That's it right there. Another, oh my god. No, I'm not fighting any more predator pals. I'm not in need of predator cores anymore. I've got plenty. Oh no. Eh.
What? Yeah.
That was close. Wasn't prepared. I was like, oh shit. There. Got it. Yeah. I don't feel like climbing a mountain. I think I'll just warp over to there. And then go over there and fight them. And then go down there and fight them. Now, I know there was a waypoint I was looking at to gather here. Is it? It's way down here. God damn. Is there any others? Oh, no. That's not one. Damn. Ah, there is one right there. Thank God. Sitting there, I'm like, come on. There'll be another one somewhere. Wrong way. Oh, am I maxed out on them? Yes. Okay. Oh, man. Okay, now I am actually getting tired. Ooh. I don't have this one. This ain't good. I'm in the water. Get him. Oh, fuck. You're on fire. Did the others break out? Where'd they go? Stop chopping. What is with you and chopping? Okay, I got all 3. So I was wondering. They're a little lumberjack, ain't they? Alright, now we gotta get the bee. Oh, oh, they blow up. I do not have all of them. Four, 5? Nice. Huh. I know why I didn't have all of them, because they blow up. So they were probably blowing up before I could catch them. Oh, the boss is on the outside of a cave this time. Well, lucky me. No, 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 no. Oh, that was close. Don't blow up. Oh, no, there are more. Jesus. No. Oh, beat count's fine. Okay. That. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Meteor just went zooming into space. There's another boss down. I don't know. Would you qualify these as... This all seems like the same island, but I don't know. It feels like it's divided up by a river, but I guess you could qualify it as being more island. I might have to just take a break instead of finishing up everything here. Let me grab the waypoint. There it is, right there. Yoo. Mm.
Yeah. Oh.
Thanks. It's gonna show me where the tower is. I think. I don't know. I couldn't see a tower over there. But I could just be blind. Yeah, I don't really think I needed that one to unlock part of the map for me. Well, whatever is here. Okay. I think I'm going to call it a day because this is just this all feels like I can do this some other time at the bottom there. There was only the waypoint I really wanted to get. And there wasn't a waypoint on this side, which is weird. Like, it feels like there should be a waypoint around. There was! Oh! Shit. Yeah, I definitely want that. Guess we could fast travel to here. Oh, fuck. And then fly over. Not that way. This way? Yes. Whew. The thing about he tried to make the same argument for when we were talking about guns. Maybe that's what his whole thing is, like, he thinks that kids should be allowed to use guns. I'm like, fuck no. Maybe he's one of those who thinks that children should be allowed in the military. No. God, no. Probably isn't. I'm just assuming that, but I just want to know why he's so damn defensive about the idea of kids being treated like adults. So fucking stupid. Alright, we got a lot of stuff to put away. I don't know. I know that there are a lot of cultures across the world that think that it's okay. It's just, if you're going to come into my chat and try to convince me of that, then you may as well leave, because you're already not being an adult about this. Heck, we were talking about online etiquette. He should know online etiquette dictates that you don't walk into somebody else's house and try to convince them of shit. This is their house. Don't do that. Not only is that rude, but it's like fucking... It's just authoritative, honestly. I don't get why some people think that it's okay to do that. I'm not talking about Vampiric Pox in general. I realize he was just trying to defend his stance on things, but he just kept going, and I'm like, please, just stop it, for fuck's sake. You're not going to change my mind. But some people just go into chats with that intent, and it's fucking... that's just shitty. I'm not saying Vampiric Fox did that. I'm just saying that those people that do that, I just can't stand them. If you can't tolerate a streamer's viewpoints, then just leave. He had every chance to leave, too. I wasn't trying to convince him of anything. I was just doing what I do on my channel and telling him that's not good. Don't be like that. And I wasn't even talking to him specifically. I was just saying people in general. Ugh. Right. Because I don't have any green orbs in here, so... Oh, I do. Why didn't it? Oh, maybe I just didn't hit circle. Okay, what's left? Rocks. Oh, the basic stuff. I haven't hit the guild chest, right? Hey, here we go. Including the money. Alright, I'll put that in... Oh, these are both schematics. Oh, all three of them are. Okay. Thought one of them was an accessory, but guess not. Oh, I ain't got room. Ah, man. Well, I'm going to have to figure out... I may as well just make another container. I hate the idea, but it's because it's going to look weird. But I mean, what can I do? At some point, I've got to get rid of all of those. No. Up. On top. Okay, there we go. Oh, it does lock. I just got to be up there. Fuck. Fuck. Hey. Just build a thing to stand on. Fine. Whatever gets me up here. Fuck. There we go. And it works because it's reversed. I'll just eat it. You know what? Let's give it to Beacon. He's bought a lot today. Alright. Wait, let's see how much plastio he's made so far.
What?
Oh, that's pretty good. He got halfway through it. And we have enough energy to run everything, so yeah, I think we're all set up for plasteel production. I don't think we're going to need another one of the oil things either. So yeah, now's a good time to end the stream. Vampiric Fox, if you are watching in the archives, I doubt you are. I don't know. That argument really went on for a long time, but you know, if you are watching in the archives, I just have to tell you that it's nice having you here on the stream, but if we don't share the same viewpoints, please just don't try and hammer your viewpoints into my head. That's not right. So I've already given you a warning, but I just want to repeat myself that, you know, if you do show up, just don't do that again. It's not right to try and convince people that have opposite beliefs of you to believe in the things you believe in. It's not cool. If I think that children and parents should have better options to protect, if that parents should have better options to protect children on the internet, then that's my belief. If you don't think that's cool, then all right, fine. Just don't try to convince me otherwise. It's not cool. It's not a topic for debate. I don't want people to come in here and instantly start arguing with me about things. If I express my viewpoints, it's because I'm getting it out there. I'm expressing my viewpoints. These are my viewpoints, not yours. I'm all for hearing your side of the story, but I'm not trying to convince you. So please stop trying to convince me. But yes, thank you very much for being here. It was fun for a while until you had to keep trying to hammer that point home. We had already moved past shit, and then you just came up and said, oh, this just illustrates my point about blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, I thought we moved past this. Come on. And thank you to G for stopping by. It was good to see you again. My streams normally aren't this long, I get that. And they're typically not featuring me arguing with someone over and over again. And Angela, you're definitely a bot, so I had to ban you from this stream. No bots. Bots are not allowed. We were sitting there talking, and you just kept talking about something completely different. Like you couldn't even tell that we were conversing. And Bryce, thank you so much, Bryce, for stopping by. It was good to see you again, buddy. I hope you weren't put off too much from our argument. But yeah, that seems to be it. I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna take a rest. Probably even take a nap. Oh, let's allocate that skill point first. Oh, that was only one. Alright. Okay. So yeah, let's head on back to the title screen. But yeah, to anyone watching in the archives, don't forget to leave a like, comment down below, share the video, and subscribe if you haven't already. If you're ever wondering what it is I'm going to be playing or when it is I'm going to be streaming, you can always check the post tab over on YouTube. And keep in mind that while I am on vacation, I'm going to be streaming whenever and whatever I want to. But I will at least notify you guys in advance by about maybe an hour, hour and a half to let you guys know when it is I'm going to start up the stream, or, you know, that I'm going to be streaming soon. But yeah, Sleep easy, stay safe, don't forget to vote Democrat, and I will see you all again next time I stream. Good night, everyone.